Good morning, everybody. We are here today. We are with CyberLab Con 2025. We're going to be having a fantastic day of presentations from a lot of great speakers. We're talking about everything from AI, cybersecurity, pen testing, loads of stuff that's coming to you. Today's event is actually going to be benefiting one of our local greatness that we got here. It's the Missouri Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, or MCCOE for sure. It's a great intern program where we're teaching everybody everything there is about cybersecurity. We're helping out the local community, and we're going to go ahead and get this kicked off. We're talking with Jonathan DeWine. He is our executive director at the MCCOE, and I'm going to go ahead and bring him on so he can tell us a little bit more about this.
Thank you very much, Jared. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being here today, and thank you very much as well to CyberSpeak Labs for partnering with us on this. Without y'all, this would not be possible. As Jared said, I'm Jonathan DeWine, the Executive Director of the Missouri Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, perhaps better known and also significantly easier to say, the MCCOE. So here at the MCCOE, our mission is straightforward but extremely important, which is to strengthen the cybersecurity posture of our region. And we do that through several ways: workforce development, providing technical services, as well as partnering with local organizations to help them enhance their cybersecurity posture. We are here in the Security Operations Center, also known as the SOC. And in here, we deliver penetration tests, managed detection and response. We have cyber strategy people that we use to help small organizations develop their cybersecurity strategy. And seeing as that we are a 501c3 nonprofit organization, every little bit of money that we get is funneled directly back into our mission, which is to help our area, help our region in Southwest Missouri here be better protected, be better prepared for when those cyber attacks inevitably come. Our work is very impact focused. So our bread and butter really is the Department of Labor certified pre-apprenticeship and apprenticeship programs that we run, which are new and been developed and approved this year, actually. And you may wonder how can you do a cybersecurity apprenticeship? And really the model of it is the same as what you think of as a traditional apprenticeship. So traditionally you'll have, say, a carpenter there's a carpenter apprentice who trains and works on real projects, professional paid on the job training with a master carpenter, which is flip that over to, say, penetration testing, SOC analyst work, digital forensics, cybersecurity strategy, all that stuff is also, that is how we do it here. And so if you decide to join our pre-apprenticeship and apprenticeship programs, you're going to be working alongside senior level professionals on real jobs that we do. So that giving you the real world experience, you get professional experience really doing stuff. And this event here with CyberSpeak Labs is really to help us, help support us as well as them. And so we have a goal here of, we hope to raise at least $5,000, which will go straight back into helping our apprentices. It pays for certifications, it pays for their training. When they're doing live work, they actually get paid for it, so they can put on the resume, look, I have live experience that as a professional getting paid, which will help which helps bridge that gap between having certifications and theoretical knowledge into actual practical real professional experience, which we find that employers very highly value. And so with that being said, I want to thank you guys again. And I'm really excited for all these speakers that we're going to have. They're a wide variety of high-level professionals in various different domains related to cybersecurity. And yep, thank you very much. Excited to be here.
Jonathan, thank you so much. That was a great intro on there. I've personally been to the MCCOE. It's a fantastic environment for anybody to go in there and learn. You got everything set up. It looks like a war room in there. It's fantastic. So what we'll go ahead and do, I'm going to go ahead and give you a little bit of introduction about our very first speaker, Lillian Baker. Okay, now I have my notes pulled up because there is just so much right here to read to this, okay? So Lillian has spoken at multiple aviation cybersecurity conferences on the interplay between safety and security in aviation systems. Prior to that time in product security, Lillian was at Collins Aerospace for 15 years, responsible for the development, the testing, the manufacturing, and integration of civil avionics equipment with a focus on navigation and inertial systems. Dealt with civil avionics certification to ARP 4754A, DO 160, DO 178. You get the idea. For particle accelerators from particle accelerators to inertial flight testing, Lillian has plenty of certified scars and stories to tell. We're not designing aircraft. She has volunteered with the Aerospace Village for the last 4 years at CFP organization and a chaos coordinator. So I want to go ahead and bring Lillian on deck here so she can go ahead and so they can get this situation taken care of and going to tell us all about this great stuff that we have going on. Lillian, welcome.
Hello, everybody. How's everyone doing today? Good morning. As Jared had introduced, I am Lillian Baker, lead product security engineer in the aviation sector, and I'm so thrilled to be the keynote speaker for the inaugural year of CyberLab Con, and here to support MCCOE. What I hope to instill in you today is a different perspective in which you can use to approach cybersecurity in your everyday work and in your education. So let's start off my talk with a little bit of a story here. Many years ago, the World Health Organization was faced with a huge problem. The amount of complications after surgeries was at a staggering 11% rate worldwide. Furthermore, the amount of complications that led to death in those surgeries was right around 6%. The WHO started a research program to attempt to determine the reasons for the surgical complications and to develop a series of mitigations for the WHO to suggest worldwide. This research program led to a very simple outcome that we use time and time again in our own daily lives. A checklist. In his book, The Checklist Manifesto, Atwell Gawande reflected on his time leading the group that helped develop the surgical safety checklist. It was not only effective in highlighting common issues in, before, and after surgeries, but it also brought attention to commonplace complications and brought the surgical team's awareness to those complications that could arise during surgeries. Moreover, it ensured that the surgical team had open communications and a common understanding of the procedure that they were about to perform that day. Overall, the safety checklist helped reduce the rate of surgical complications from that 11% rate down to 7% and dropped the death rates in surgery by over half. Atul said that the inspiration for the checklist came from a little bit of an unlikely place. It actually came from the pilot's checklist. These checklists in aviation and that pilots use worldwide came from a crash of a prototype B-17 back in 1935. The B-17 at the time was more complex than any other aircraft that had been built. And with that came additional complexities in piloting the B-17 through all phases of flight. The accident was due to the aircraft's elevator lock remaining in place during takeoff. After the accident that occurred with that prototype B-17, other test pilots soon began developing their own checklist cards for the B-17 until the U.S. Air Force decided to require a formal checklist to be developed for the aircraft as part of the delivery of it. There's not a single pilot, from the beginner working on their private pilot's license to the professional commercial pilot, that would leave the ground without their checklists. In emergencies, pilots rely heavily on those checklists to reconfigure the aircraft in response to new flight conditions. Beyond this, checklists can help facilitate communications between both pilots. The Air France 447 accident was partially caused by miscommunication between multiple pilots in the flight deck. This point is the exact same thing that the surgical safety checklist was attempting to solve. We see how that the cross-pollination of ideas between the flight deck and the operating room has yielded mitigations to all these unsafe conditions. The underlying objectives between the two fields are the same: improve safety and communication between the actors by normalizing the information between them. There's just one other fact about the adoption of this surgical safety checklist that I want to touch upon. When was it actually released? If you've read the checklist manifesto, you likely know this answer. It wasn't released until 2008. It took 70 years for the idea of a checklist to migrate from the flight deck of an aircraft to the operating room of a surgical center. The whole life of consumer electronics has existed in this entire time span. We should set out to do better for cybersecurity, and we can do better than that we did in the past. So to start, I'd like to start to discuss 4 different industries and how their approaches to system development and cybersecurity integration differ from one another. And while we're looking at these different industries, you'll start to see that the objectives for each industry is highly individualized. But as we start to look closer and closer at each one of them, the underlying objectives simply become variations from one another. So, since aviation is my field, I'm going to start with the aviation. Modern airliners are large, highly integrated multi-zonal systems that prioritize safety in the face of adversity. They have real-time processing power of a data center while flying in our skies. Majority of the systems on board these aircraft are embedded hardware systems and software integrated tightly into those hardware pieces. All of these systems are also certified for safety through many different standards. In more common parlance, they're operational technology, or OT systems. However, those highly integrated systems also rely on external RF signals and data for navigation, traffic surveillance, weather radar information, and were not designed with security in mind. GPS spoofing has become a standard in conflict regions throughout the world. ADSB, as we've seen, can be mimicked with consumer hardware that you can buy online. We recently saw the relative fragility of TCAS around DCA in Washington, D.C. However, these systems have to make life-saving decisions within milliseconds. The standards that guide the interoperability and the certification of those aviation systems have also been in use for decades. The typical airliner is in service for 20 to 30 years. They also have to operate with other traditional IP networks at times for maintenance and data exchanges. Continual improvement of aviation systems is neither cheap nor is it fast. That's because these systems have to safely operate in extreme environments for thousands of hours before a single failure occurs. Aviation systems have steadily shifted away from these federated systems of multiple radios and multiple systems towards more and more highly integrated system architectures as processing power and radio technology has improved. The levels of connectivity that have increased as communication systems and consumer needs have changed. With the increase of connectivity comes increased opportunity for cybersecurity attacks to occur. We now have to balance safety and security in these fielded systems and also the new designs that we come up with. Shifting a little bit, we're going to talk about the automotive space. The automotive industry has a very similar issue to contend with here. It sees a steady drive towards more highly integrated systems integration with additional functionality and networking that has been added in. These automotive systems integrate these small embedded devices and networks with far higher physical availability for attackers. A lot of them set out in our driveways. The amount of computing devices that the automotive industry uses has significantly increased beyond radios and ECUs. It's now highly integrated into our entertainment systems, highly integrated into all the different control systems within the vehicle. And with that, there's been a large shift in understanding how to adequately protect networks such as CAN buses. In some cases, misconfiguration of those message networks and proper message handling left owners with vandalized vehicles in the best case. Some of them have their vehicles stolen. Where there's been issues, we can see opportunities for improvement and pivot on the approaches that the automotive space uses. The domain separation model that the aviation sector uses would be a great fit for the automotive industry, where we take and we segregate out the important safety critical systems away from infotainment and other services used within the vehicles. We also don't see widespread issues across the automotive industry since different vendors have different approaches with the implementation of their systems. Everybody has a different way of going about doing the security and network architectures for their pieces. The emergence of cloud connectivity and other consumer services has also exploded in the past 10 years for the automotive industry. Just like in aviation, there's been an increase on the amount of connectivity expected by the consumers. And with that, we've seen few connected services that have leaked customer details through the cloud systems. There's not many other industries that blend both safety-focused embedded OT systems with consumer-facing IT interfaces for daily use. We should keep in mind that automotive systems are mass-produced in large quantities that are easily accessible for everyone throughout the world. The opportunities for failure are quite high, and they lack the stringent regulation that aviation has. And with that, the prices are further reduced. In another quadrant that we're going to talk about here is the medical device industry. It's very, very unique. It ranges from highly miniaturized embedded systems for life-saving monitoring to purpose-built monitoring devices that are integrated into a more traditional IT network. Those are two very different aspects of design. Both ends of the medical device spectrum are also facing very different environments. Yet, both sides have very serious consequences for the end users, the patients themselves. Where aviation might have an aircraft in service for 30 years, aircraft systems are also easily serviced. Same with the automotive industry. You can go to just about any garage or dealership and get parts for your vehicle. Implantable medical devices aren't that easily serviced inside of the human body. Yet, they have connectivity to allow doctors and users to update device parameters that help that patient live a full life. We've enabled patients to take care from the doctor's office to a more private and comfortable setting within their own home. Outside of the body, monitoring devices are connected to hospital networks for nurses to monitor and an increasing number of patients in the hospital. These devices are typically based upon common operating systems and not the same embedded environments that we've previously discussed in the aviation and automotive sectors. We've seen how hospital ransomware attacks can have serious impacts to patient health in those mixed IT/OT environments. And the downtime for these IT networks has led to workload increases that strains the hospital's resources. Now, if we were looking for inspiration for what hospitals might be able to do and restructure their networks, where would we might go look? Well, we could easily go look over at the industrial control sector. Hang on one second. It looks like we might have a little bit of a difficulty here with the slide deck. There we go. The industrial control system sector. Industrial control systems have long dealt with combining IT and OT environments for development, deployment, and production for many decades. The integrated nature of their development workstations, the HMIs or human and machine interfaces, and the embedded like programmable logic controllers leads to a blend of systems that mirrors both aviation and medical device industries. They typically implement zonal separation between their functional networks, which draws parallels to the aircraft systems domain segregations. Industrial control systems also have to run with minimal downtime, just again, like aircraft and medical systems. The lifespans of these systems go on for much longer than we think. The ICS environments also have an enormous impact on each and every single one of our lives. Anyone that's experienced a natural disaster knows that a failure of a water main or a power substation can lead to an impact of thousands of people in a single area for many days. The scale of failure is much higher than any other industry out there. And yet, the way that the ICS sector achieves security of their systems has similarities to other systems. And with those four industries, that's a wide variation of how each of those industries integrates IT and OT systems together into one. The aviation sector is heavy on OT systems with a light touch of IT. The automotive industry has same amount of great amount of OT technology embedded systems with more connectivity to IT systems than than the aviation industry. Medical devices have both IT and OT environments kind of touching each other quite a bit. And the ICS sector is all blended together very tightly. Looking outwards from my position in the aviation industry, I can see where all of these lessons from the automotive sector and medical device sectors are extremely important from embedded systems. Extending into airline operations, the ICS sector has parallels to the way that those operations work that we can adapt best practices from. This is a really great place to start looking for inspiration and improving processes and our architectures that we're developing in our systems. If we take a step back, we can see that the implementations for security may be different, but the ultimate objective for each of these industries is the same. It's to create a safe environment for the end users. And so what I would like you all to really think about right now is this. To start focusing on the outcomes and the effects of security and not just the implementations. This is a huge shift in the mindset that cybersecurity has today. If the industry is focused on safety, all the cybersecurity standards should have safety in mind as the main objective. If process assurance is the objective, as it is in the ICS industry, security has to support and maintain that process assurance. When we look at some of the products that are being sold to us, the narrative for the product is all about the implementation. We, the cybersecurity practitioners, are left to integrate with that. If I can't say that it's going to help our position in protecting patients, what good is that product? What if, hypothetically, we instead create narratives around how our security architectures protect the people we serve? What if we directly show how to improve our objective outcomes, instead of saying this is just better? As a product security engineer, my system design trade-offs focus around necessary and effective protections to ensure that safety is maintained. I can't inversely impact the safety without it having a ripple effect across the system. We're looking to guide purpose in the designs. Part of this is because the aviation sector needs to minimize extraneous functions in our designs that had very little functional purpose. It's design minimalism in a different form. So the other area that I would be remiss if I did not talk about, because this is one of my favorite subjects, is the industry standards. A pilot's checklist is not the only thing that comes out of aviation. Working in the aviation industry for such a long time, it either gives you a deep sense of appreciation for the work being done by these standards organizations, or you internalize a deep sense of dread when having to work with them. My focus here is going to be on aviation standards, since some of these standards were groundbreaking when they were first created and have bigger effects than we might realize. I should also stress that many of these standards came about from tragic events. Regulation in the aviation industry regulation is inherently a reactive process, and in aviation, the initial regulations that were developed and created are a reaction to the loss of life from aviation accidents. So, to begin with, we have a couple of different documents in aviation that really surround how we develop the process for developing. From those tragic events in the 70s of lost aircraft and passengers on board, the aviation industry found itself in a position where they needed safe software considerations for development. That work ended up in the release of DO-178 in 1980. From there was additional considerations for hardware that came in the form of DO-254, released in 2000. Safe system development with ARP 4754 was released in 2002. Those three key documents form the bedrock of all modern aviation certification processes for equipment and aircraft. If you want to understand the process behind code reviews and software requirements in aviation, look at DO-178. If you're looking for hardware development, DO-254. ARP 4754 for systems of systems development. Now, what's really interesting about these documents is that they tie specific certification objectives directly to safety levels as defined in the Code of Federal Regulations, the CFRs, which is legal law here in the US. These documents form the basis of how applicants can show compliance so that regulators can find the compliance. Nothing in aviation development is granted nor should be assumed. So if these documents are about compliance, why do they matter at all? And let's dive into DO-178 just a little bit further. So here are a bunch of checklists from DO-178. I truly, personally, believe that DO-178 is one of the most important documents in software development that nobody talks about. outside of the aviation sector or really knows about. This single document has saved countless lives. And it's not a document about software. It's a document about software development objectives. This document and the other two, 254 and ARP 4754, only tell you how to produce the artifacts for the compliance process. They only tell you how to show your work. DO 178 forces a team to have a development plan, software design documents, multiple layers of requirements, and test plans to verify the code that is written. But more importantly, it requires you to document your code reviews and the control the release configuration of your software. It even requires independence and objectives if the software is required for functions that could be catastrophic if it fails. And I'm talking about catastrophic in the legal definition of loss of hull and loss of lives. When I say independence, I don't mean that you have your pair programming buddy look over your work either. When I say that, I mean that the person who implemented the code cannot be the person to test the code. It has to be a completely separate organization. The same goes for requirements integration with independence. They can't be the same organization or management structure. There's a total of 91 design objectives in 9 major documents that are defined in DO 178 for software development processes. Now, I'm not a mind reader, and I'm here on this live stream with you all. And I can already feel that everybody's thinking the same thing. This is a lot of process. And you're right, it is a lot of process. That's true. It's a process document. And here's what I want you to take away from this. And to think about it a little bit more. You can adopt the process of other industries without bearing the burden of their weight. Now, that's a pretty bold statement right there. The process itself does not add significant development burdens. For aviation, it's the regulatory environment that adds the burden. The burden is proving that a team has developed compliance showing to the standard and that a regulator can find the compliance to the same standard, independent of one another. The burden is proving that your work is correct. The process burden is assurance. Those 3 documents, DO 178, 254, ARP 4754, define the safety levels as design assurance levels. You can adopt pieces of processes from other industries and not have to show the same level of assurances that they would require. Wouldn't we have felt better if we knew that there was some process assurance for a, I don't know, certain piece of software that had the ability to take endpoints off the network because it was a network endpoint protection software when it was suddenly updated and started crashing? We would have been in a better place if there was better adherence to good software practices and processes. In the aftermath of that software affecting multiple companies worldwide, we asked them to reassure us of their processes. We self-regulated them. And it seems like I might have a little bit of a ghost in the system here this morning. All right. So with that, I would like to take a little bit of a deeper dive into security aspects from these different industries. Some of these industries have regulations behind them, others more than others, and some more than others. In those industries, like the financial sector, they have very specific regulatory obligations and controls for security. Those fall a little bit outside of what I'd like to cover today, but let's take a look at what we can find in reports. The references in the aviation cybersecurity certification documents point directly at the general cybersecurity best practices and standards. And these are the documents that form the bedrock of cybersecurity certification. And why wouldn't they? They would be foolish to ignore all the experience and literature that had been created in the cybersecurity community. Without all the standards and best practices in the cybersecurity community, the aviation cybersecurity standards wouldn't be as well developed as they are today. And when we look at other industry standards in the technology industries around, they've taken best practices in cybersecurity industries and adapted them into operational frameworks that are very specific to those industries. For example, here are two other medical device industries and automotive industry standards. Each one of these documents is a slightly different lens in which to view common approaches to the activities like threat modeling and threat classifications. Just like in aviation, nobody outside those industries goes to look at specific processes and industries that these industries have built. They're treated as if they exist in their own little silos. And that's because these documents are tailored towards specific objectives for those industries, just as we discussed. Now, in my time volunteering with the Aerospace Village, I've spoke to a wide range of cybersecurity professionals at different conferences. Some of them are recent graduates. Some of them are new entrants into the field that come from a non-cyber background, like myself. Some are experienced professionals. All of them want to know about challenges in aviation cybersecurity when I speak with them. And when I tell them that the difficulties in aircraft system architecture and safety integration, most common response that I hear is, I didn't know that cybersecurity was so important in aviation. Followed by, that work is very intense. And then finally, how do I find out more? Well, the greater cybersecurity community isn't aware of the work that are done in all these different industries. The villages and their volunteers are typically the first contact in understanding the challenges in each of these industries because we come from those industries themselves. The work is either hidden away behind standards paywalls or sealed away behind certification work. And so, my last thing that I want to ask you all to do is to get curious. Go to the standards. All of these different various community standards are already aligned with the cybersecurity preferences developed by NIST and ISO. Common references are a thread that ties all of our industries together. Again, it's the specific objectives in each industry that makes them different. Understanding those objectives and how you can adopt them into your own processes is the key. And you don't necessarily have to go directly to the standards. Go to someone that knows the standards. Many of the villages or professionals that you find online are deeply involved in implementing or working on these standards themselves. Many of the standards bodies have materials online talking about their standards or how they're used. RTCA and EuroK in the aviation industry hold online summits where they have professionals that develop these standards talk about how they're used in aviation. These videos are freely available to watch. Idaho National Labs holds an ICS training that is a great way to start learning about security objectives in the ICS environment. There's a lot of material and trainings to start with these days, so seek out the information and stay curious. Now, we've covered a lot of material this morning. We've discussed how all of these industries have grown their own standards and approaches to cybersecurity by adopting common best practices and standards. It's time that we look at these other standards that these industries have created. And I'm going to point back to DO 178 for software certification again. Developing a strong plan for software test coverage and verification makes it easier for everyone to lean on those plans as necessary checkpoints before a code release. Understanding systems engineering processes processes and tracing how requirements flow outwards in a system development ensures that there's coverage across that system. If you don't see the coverage, that tells you that you don't understand the risk for those systems. It may be about the formalization of all these ad hoc processes that you currently use in your job. As you start to look at how different industries approach cybersecurity, use a beginner's mind approach. Ask questions about why all these processes grew in the direction that they did. In many cases, like aviation, this was because some event happened that spurred the formalization of those standards and processes. Look at the ideas or implementations that they've developed to see how the ideas that they have defined can be adopted. Is it on domain separation? Are you looking for ideas on IoT integration? Or do you see parallels in your own high availability systems to these other industries? But also look inwards. Chances are you have experiences from your own work and education that you can pull on. Some of the work that I did on mitigating single event upsets in avionics looks very similar to mitigating memory or processor tampering. Developing plans on how to use model-based development was highly beneficial in understanding DevSecOps workflows for safety critical software. Even my mechanical engineering undergrad classes helped me explain how lockpicking works from the perspective of manufacturing and tolerance stackups. There's a lot of historical issues that I've worked on that have application to cybersecurity compliance today. I hope you see how important it is to take inspiration from the most unlikely of places. The untimely accident of a prototype aircraft led to the normalization of checklists and eventually to worldwide improvements in the standards of care for surgical procedures. This presentation hasn't even scratched the surface for the amount of standards that are out there for security. So I would encourage you all to stay curious, to think about how to develop your systems for security objectives rather than implementations, and get ready for our fantastic series of speakers here today. Thank you.
Lillian, thank you. Great information. And wow, that was just a lot. There's so much to that. I have a couple of questions that if you could shoot me your ideas and thoughts on, I would love to get. First question I have, so how do you feel that us as cybersecurity leaders and practitioners can encourage our teams to think outside the box and adopt these cross-industry practices? Just your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so one of the best ways to get started with that is to encourage your cybersecurity teams to go out and take trainings in different sectors, right? That's the fastest and easiest way to get yourselves immersed kind of into the different sectors and how they do a lot of work. I referenced Idaho National Labs with their ICS training. Part of that training is an intensive 8-hour live fire exercise, essentially, where you're running a company or part of a red team. And that exercise really gets you to think about the security that's necessary inside of that company that you're running, or about the exploitation of the resources and how an attacker might live off the land within that environment in order to disrupt ICS processes and industrial processes that are going on. So there's all these different opportunities for training. For instance, there's also trainings on, if you're interested in space systems, there's trainings on space systems these days and satellites. There's trainings for how the automotive industry does a lot of their work. So there's a lot of these different places to go and experience that.
That's awesome. Awesome. Another question that just personally from my ideas here. What do you feel are some of the biggest obstacles that organizations face when trying to implement any sort of strategies from other industries?
So the very first one that everyone's going to ask you is, how much is this going to cost us, right? Is this going to slow down our processes? And in a lot of times, there's this acceleration of these processes that is attempted to be done. And uh, one area that a lot of these regulatory processes, or one thing that these regulatory processes do is they do slow down things. They pull things back. They require checkpoints to be met. And if an organization is willing to stick to the checkpoint systems, to stick to processes, one of the adages that I use a lot of times is slow is fast. If everybody knows the process because the process is well documented, people can make their way through the processes very quickly because they know exactly what the expectations are at every checkpoint along the way. So a lot of times you don't get a lot of the crashing or confusion that starts to happen when people are starting to get through and develop changes to a system or changes to software. But having this predictable, easy process is a lot of times much faster than having no processes at all.
Awesome. That is fantastic. I checked the chat. Doesn't look like there's any more questions out there. Those are my questions for you. I want to thank you so much. That was amazing information and such a lot to think about, especially and take back to our own, professions to look at different options to learning how to, all mend together in this. So thank you so much for everything.
Thank you very much, Jared.
Absolutely. All right, so we're going to start to transition over into our next speaker in a few moments. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys just a little hype up of our MCCOE. That's the reason we're here today. We're trying to raise money to help this organization get together so we can, train a new breed of cybersecurity professionals. Remember that our goal today is to raise $5,000 for these guys. We're looking to help promote this. Remember that every $25 donated today, you're going to get your name entered into a drawing to win prizes from Try Hack Me subscriptions. You're going to get a lot of signed books. We have merch that's donated from all sorts of our creators today. Also, if you follow this QR code that's up here on the screen right now, you can also purchase merch as well. And any of the merch that is purchased through the CyberSpeak Labs, half of it is going to be donated to our MCCOE. So make sure you're looking at, checking it out. This is all going for a great cause, guys. So we want to definitely try to help these guys out as much as possible. I will lead into our next speaker, give a little bit of an introduction here. This is Mr. Phillip Wylie. Okay, you've heard his name out there. You've seen his LinkedIn. You've seen his podcast. He has the Phillip Wylie Show. It's fantastic. I've checked out several episodes on there. Also, Phillip basically, let me give you the rundown. He's an experienced offensive security professional and ethical hacker with over 21 years in cybersecurity. A former system administrator and adjunct instructor at the Dallas College. He's specialized in network, Wi-Fi, and web app pen testing. I love my web app. Phillip also co-authored the Pen Tester Blueprint, which is a fantastic, basically a path, follow it. If you want to get into ethical hacking and you want to follow a certain guidelines, if you have any questions whatsoever, that book is fantastic. I have read it. I have a digital copy of it, and it is fantastic. It's inspired by his teaching. Phillip is also a frequent speaker. He's a workshop instructor and mentor, and just known for helping others break into ethical hacking. And if Phillip is ready, I'll go ahead and we'll bring him on and we'll get him talking about what he's got going on. Phillip, welcome to the show.
Thanks for the warm welcome. And thanks everyone for joining this morning. So excited to be. This is my first virtual conference of the year. We did a lot of these back during the pandemic, so it's kind of reminds me of those times. We had so many virtual conferences back then.
Bringing back
Yeah.
the old stuff. All right, I'll kick
Okay,
off your slide for
sounds
you
good.
here, Phillip.
Okay, welcome everyone. So how do I control this? Do I just have to ask you to progress the slides, or how does that work? Okay, I see that I can control that. So thanks everyone for joining. This presentation was inspired by my experience working at a large global consumer product company as the red team lead. And one of the funny things was it took me several years to actually realize that the CISO that hired me didn't know the difference between pen testing and red teaming. So this was kind of the inspiration for this presentation. And later on, I added some other pieces like some of the gaps that you see in offensive security programs. So you kind of mentioned my background, but I also have a new podcast I just recently launched on Simply Cyber with Gerald Auger and his Simply Cyber Media Group. So I'm over there as well too. And as mentioned about my book, but my current role is I'm the ex-IoT or extended IoT security evangelist at Phosphorus Cybersecurity. And so kind of some fun facts I like to share with folks, especially for those trying to break into security, just to kind of help motivate folks is security wasn't my first professional career. And, you know, he mentioned earlier that I was a sysadmin in IT, but even before then, I didn't know what I was going to do when I graduated high school. So I was a power lifter, and my friend said, "Hey, you should be a pro wrestler." So I went to wrestling school, did that for a couple years, and ended up having to find a more stable income because I got married and I needed health insurance and those type of things. So uh, I worked a lot of different jobs before finally going back to trade school, going to trade school, learning AutoCAD. Did that for a couple years, and then found out about IT, pivoted into IT, and then into cybersecurity. But so these pictures here, so the one picture on the left is me that's wrestling a 750-pound bear, and the picture on the right is a wrestling match that we put on at the nightclub I was a bouncer at. And so these pictures were both taken in the same place. So I wrestled in the WCW and WCCW. Some of the people, more notable people I wrestled was Mick Foley, who wrestled in Dallas as Cactus Jack Manson, as well as the Freebirds and the Road Warriors, the Midnight Express and the Rock and Roll Express. So I like to share this slide because back then, you know, younger Phil never thought he'd ever use his mind for a living. And so this goes to show you can do anything you want to if you put your mind to it. You just put in the time and effort, you can do anything you want to. And so the agenda, we're going to cover an introduction to offensive security, the types of offensive security approaches, identifying gaps in offensive security programs, strategies for optimizing and overcoming gaps in offensive security. So intro to offensive security. So offensive security involves assessing the security of in-scope targets from a threat actor's perspective or a malicious hacker's perspective to identify vulnerabilities, weaknesses that could be exploited by threat actors. And I like to say threat actors here are malicious hackers to show that, you know, the media has made hacking look bad in general, because sometimes when people report on things they don't understand, they kind of label it with certain labels, and that label kind of stuck. So computer hacking originally wasn't actual computer hacking. It was more hacking really came from people that were building things, enhancing capabilities, getting things to do things to do tasks that they weren't intended to do. It was a lot of innovators and creative folks. And so there's still a lot of that innovation and creativity that comes into hacking, but I like to share the difference so people know that, you know, just because you're a hacker doesn't mean that you're doing nefarious things. I try to explain what I do for a living to people, and I've told people that are just outside of IT, outside of security, and tell them, I'm an ethical hacker, and they ask, is there such a thing? And there is. So that's just one of the things I think we really need to communicate that well. There was an initiative going on for a while, hacking's not a crime. Chris Roberts, really well-known OG hacker and CISO and longtime security professional, has done a lot to try to defend the name of hackers over the years. So I just want to make sure that we're using the term properly. And so this can include techniques such as hacking, which is more common to your pen testing, social engineering, and physical breaches, and is used to proactively identify and address risks before they can be exploited. So if pen testers and offensive security professionals can't find it before the threat actors do, this could lead to, you being exploited and your company being breached. Offensive security is an important complement to vulnerability management and provides a way to validate effectiveness of vulnerability management efforts to ensure that critical vulnerabilities are prioritized and remediated. So as we mentioned in the previous slide, offensive security is a complement to vulnerability management. So pen testing or offensive security is testing the effectiveness of your vulnerability management program. Your vulnerability management, we'll get into a little more details, but this is a way to grade that you're doing those properly. Offensive security also is a way to grade your overall security posture. How good of a job are you doing with your security architecture, your defenses, your incident response, and all that? There's a way to test that and validate that with offensive security. So the different types of targets, and this is, there's more items out there, more technologies that can be tested outside of this. This is kind of what's most common, and there'll be things on this list another year from now, or whatever, because we see how things keep evolving. One of the things that wasn't an issue before is AI. AI wasn't as accessible. AI has become more accessible, so LLMs need to be tested. Other parts of AI need to be tested, and that wasn't a common thing. Just like cloud, whenever I first got started in pen testing, cloud really wasn't a thing. There's a lot of IoT came about probably my first or second year into being a pen tester. And so things evolve, and the need for the OT and ICS that has been around for a while. IoT was kind of a new technology then, but we keep adding more things, and medical devices, things like that need to be tested. At one time, people thought, why would you need to test a medical device? Who's going to hack a medical device? But who's going to assassinate or harm people? Think of it in that context. We need to make sure that we're protecting people that are using those devices. And one of the things that's kind of interesting on doing these tests and stuff, I've done Wi-Fi pen tests at hospitals before, and just seeing some of the medical devices in the emergency rooms and operating rooms connected, and just realizing how risky that could be. There was a case where I was doing a pen test of a hospital, doing the Wi-Fi pen test. During my reconnaissance, I noticed all these medical devices connected in the operating room. And so I went back to the CISO. We decided to go to a vulnerability assessment instead. We didn't want to risk trying to hack anything and cause injury to someone. And we'll get into some of the details of why you would choose a pen test over a vulnerability assessment and the differences between those two types of assessments. But one of my tips for anyone that's starting out in pen testing or trying to break in, make sure you're focusing on some of these newer skills, because some of these newer technologies, people have been doing this for a long time, may not learn AI pen testing. They may have not specialized in some of these other areas or learn these other areas. So there's always a big demand when these new technologies come about for people that can test those. And it's not always the 20-year veterans. A lot of cases, it's people that have just newly got into the industry. And also, too, just a tip in general for anyone, any level in your career, is keep up with the latest technologies, keep up to date with that, because eventually you're going to have to learn how to defend or assess those technologies. And so the type of offensive security approaches, so we've got like a little asterisk here by the first one, because vulnerability management's not truly an assessment, but it's an important function within this ecosystem of vulnerability management and offensive security. It's something that's very important and needed within this. So it's definitely worth mentioning to describe it as well as how it fits in this ecosystem. So the different assessment types, once you get to the legitimate assessment types, vulnerability assessments, penetration testing, and red teaming, also known as adversary emulation. And when you see sometimes some of these job descriptions for those that are interested in careers in pen testing, if you see VAPT, vulnerability assessment is that part of that vulnerability assessment in pen testing. They'll list jobs as VPT. If you can do the pen testing part, the vulnerability assessment part is even easier to perform. So vulnerability management is the cyclical practice of identifying, classifying, prioritizing, remediating, and mitigating system and software vulnerabilities, any kind of vulnerabilities within that pen test. Vulnerability management is integral to computer security, network security. The security of any kind of technology must not be confused with a vulnerability assessment. So you can kind of see the little life cycle here or workflow of a vulnerability assessment, vulnerability management. So you do asset discovery and inventory, vulnerability scanning, remediation, including patching. Sometimes people don't think about the patching part, but this is an important part of your vulnerability management program. And this process is repeated. I would say most cases, you would at least aim for once a month, if not every 2 weeks, or as frequently as you can. So vulnerability assessments. So vulnerability assessments are this kind of takes off with where the vulnerability scanning left off. So you're using this to assess security for flaws, but vulnerability assessments can also be done manually. There's a lot of manual tools that can be used. It can be used with automated tools like vulnerability scanners, as well as manual tools. And I recommend that you do both, that you use both, because there are some things that vulnerability scanners might miss. You can use more than one vulnerability scanner. There's things that Nessus may pick up that Nexpose may not pick up, and vice versa. So sometimes if you're running more than one vulnerability scanner, you're able to find some vulnerabilities you may have not found before. So you're kind of lowering the risk of false negatives and also rolling out false positives by validating the findings. And using a secondary vulnerability scanner is one way to validate those vulnerabilities, as well as using the manual techniques. Some of the hacking tools like Metasploit, they have auxiliary scanners that can be used. Nmap can be used, and you can use these as ways to look for vulnerabilities and validate the vulnerabilities, because there are some cases you may find something that has a CVE, but there could be mitigating controls in place that prevents it from being vulnerable. Maybe it just takes a firewall rule to block a certain port or to disable certain types of activities to prevent exploitation. So just because you find the CVE does not mean that it's exploitable. And that's one of the values by doing vulnerability assessments as well as pen tests. That's part of the value of doing that. And so penetration tests is similar to vulnerability assessment. You're doing your discoveries. You need a good asset inventory. You're doing your vulnerability scans. You're validating those vulnerabilities. But where this differentiates between this and a vulnerability assessment, whatever you find that's exploitable, you go and exploit those vulnerabilities and do post-exploitation activities. So you just don't stop at the validation, because there are some cases that you may go through and validate that it's vulnerable, but it still may not be exploitable unless you focus on trying to exploit it. And so the different types of pen tests. So you've got black box, also known as blind pen test. You got gray box. You've got white box, also known as crystal box or assume breach. And all these have their purpose. And so the first one, black box or blind pen test, is more of a threat actor approach, more of the way a malicious hacker would approach something. This is going to require a lot more reconnaissance on the side of the offensive security professional performing the test. It's going to take a lot more time because you're having to do discovery scans. You're doing a lot of reconnaissance to be able before you can really start testing. With the gray box, this is more commonly what you're going to see in most pen tests. This is going to be a well-defined scope of IP addresses, domains, and subdomains, or any targets in scope for the pen test. This way, you're not going to miss anything that needs to be tested. With the black box approach, one of the cons here is if you don't have that full scope, you may miss out. You may miss, if you don't have a full defined scope, you may miss vulnerabilities. They may get overlooked. So you want to make sure that you have that fully defined scope. And one of the things you can do is you can start out with the black box approach, trying to see if you can gain a foothold in. If you can't gain the foothold in, then you can move on to a white box approach. And this used to be, white box used to be more for applications. This would be credentials at every level of access on that system, so the pen tester could make sure that each level of access is secure, that lower level users can't get access to admin level data. And there's some data that sometimes that even an administrator doesn't need access to. Someone that administers the application doesn't need to see social security numbers. So we need to make sure that everything is secure on every level. But where this has gotten really popular in recent years as an assumed breach model. And so what's happened to encourage assumed breach is you have a pen test firm comes in, maybe they've tested this company several years. This company's been doing their due diligence. They've been doing their patching. They remediated all the vulnerabilities, did any kind of mitigation, patched their systems. And as time goes on, they're implementing new technologies. Their endpoint detection systems are making it harder to gain a foothold in the system. Just because you can't gain a foothold doesn't mean it's totally secure. So this is where an assumed breach attempt comes into play. And this is where you've got, just like on the application, you've got an account on the network, on that system. In a lot of cases, this is going to be an average user, not admin, although there could be instances where you could use admin credentials, but you're wanting to see what would happen if an average user, gets disgruntled. You have an insider threat scenario. I forget what, over the years, you always see these stats on like a high percentage. It's usually close to 50%, over 50% of all attacks are insider threats. And so this is, an insider threat can also be ransomware. So someone clicks on malware or something, it's executed, although it's coming from the outside, it's taking the persona or perspective of an insider threat. So we need to test for these. There's credential leaks. Maybe someone in the organization still likes to put their passwords on sticky notes and it's under their keyboard or on, around their desk or on their monitor. Credentials get in the wrong hands, so we need to test what can happen in those scenarios. Also, this is a way to test for ransomware resilience. So by going in and doing an assumed breach, if someone clicks on malware, it's got the same level of access as they do. And we're getting into some of the details a bit more about, ransomware resilience in further slides. So red teaming, this is more, this is really adversary emulation. It's been, I really think it's, in my opinion, I think it's the vendors that create products that kind of encourage the use of red team over adversary or over pen testing, or just using it generically for offensive security. You can't, nowadays it's really come to where you say it's right or wrong. If you really have been in the industry and you've worked around this, you know the difference. But one of the things is, as a consumer or someone in the industry, make sure you know the difference. So if you need a red team engagement done, you need to make sure to specify, or if you need a pen test. And one of the differences between a pen test is you're looking for all the vulnerabilities that can be exploited and exploit those. With the red team operation, you're doing something that would be equivalent to a breach, what a threat actor would do. You're going in, trying to be going low and slow, trying to go undetected, trying to gain access, to the environment, to gain access without being detected. So you want to make sure that you're, taking due care to not get detected. So there's reasons for both. For instance, you wouldn't do a red teaming all the time because you're going to miss out on a lot of vulnerabilities that can be detected and tested to see if they're exploitable. So you want to kind of do a combination of those things. And red teaming is something that you do as your organization matures. And the interesting thing here is you hear about pen testing sometimes. You hear people talk about maintaining persistence. So maintaining persistence is important on the red teaming side. So there may be cases where you lose access and you have to go undetected to try to regain access again. So that's one of the things that you want to make sure that you've got some way to maintain access. Red teams typically use command and control. So command and control makes it easier to gain access back to systems, easier to deliver payloads to those systems. So it's important to know the difference, although it's, because red teaming, blue teaming has been kind of the common terminology, but you really want to make sure if you're hiring a consulting company that you're on the same page with them, that you're stating what you actually need. When I worked at the large global consumer product company, you don't have red teaming done against applications, but they were talking about one of our directors wanted a red teaming done against an SAP application. He wanted a pen test done, but just, one of the things that fortunate enough that the consulting company that was hired to do this assessment knew the difference, and they were able to communicate that to make sure that they're on the same page, because they asked them specifically, you actually want an adversary emulation done against this? And finally explained it well enough to him that they were able to get on the same page. And so this slide here is pretty similar to the one I created when I was there in the organization. One of the things I realized was that, and this makes sense, because whenever you work in an area, whether it's IT or security, you kind of expect some people to know a little bit about what you do about your area, and we shouldn't assume that. And so I created this slide for our organization that shows the difference between the different types of assessments, because they were having vulnerability scans done, and the application security people didn't know the difference between a vulnerability scan and a pen test. So I created this slide. So across all these different types of activities here, there's some kind of discovery going on. So with vulnerability management, and actually up to pen testing, this actually can be also referred to, reconnaissance can be referred to as asset discovery and inventory. You have to have a adequate and accurate asset inventory to be able to assess the security and defend and secure systems. If you don't know what you have, you can't secure it. So you need a good asset inventory. And kind of back to the experience of global product company that I worked for, one of the things we kind of saw was that we had a big budget to spend on security at the end of the year, and we needed some web applications tested. So we outsourced our web app pen tests to a company, and we got ready to do the pen test. The application security team didn't have a list of all the applications. They didn't have all the URLs. So it took about 2 weeks to collect all that information. So this is something you should be keeping up to date and keeping collected on an ongoing basis. There's tools you can run your environment as part of your vulnerability management program and your configuration management databases, is run these different types of softwares to keep a good, accurate asset inventory. And during your vulnerability management, you can do discovery scans of those subnets to find things that may have been missed prior to that. Same thing you do on a pen test or these other types of assessments. So the next step would be vulnerability scanning in the vulnerability management program. And then kind of follow up on all these, you're going to do the remediation, which includes patching, and then this is going to reoccur on a frequent basis. So vulnerability assessments in pen testing are very similar in the fact you're doing your reconnaissance, you're doing the asset inventory, you're looking for vulnerable systems. With the assessment, you're going in after your vulnerability scans, you'll go through and validate the vulnerabilities along with performing some manual testing and see if they're truly actual vulnerabilities, not false positives. With the pen test, after you validate this, you're going to exploit those systems and do post-exploitation activities. With red teaming, your reconnaissance, you're going to be a lot more quiet. Red teaming, you're depending more on phishing campaigns and social engineering to gain footholds. You're having to be really careful. You really can't run vulnerability scanners here, although I've done pen tests before where we were taking a dual approach to a pen test and adversary emulation. and we got down to the last day of the pen test. And what I did during this last day of the pen test is we had to go in on site, and we started running Nessus, the vulnerability scanner, and doing a lot of testing that should have been detected, and it wasn't detected. So that's one of the things there. One of the takeaways from this also for the defenders, people that do purple teaming. Purple teaming is very important. Make sure you're tuning these endpoints, because you can have the best tools, the best software, best hardware, and the best team. But if your systems aren't tuned to detect these activities, then you're going to miss out. And having all this talent and technology is not going to help you. And one of the things too about the red team engagement is that you're testing the blue team too. So one of my favorite quotes is from the founder of Dallas Hackers Association, Wirefall. So Wirefall has been in pen testing for over 26 years or more. So I mean, he's not very many people have much pen testing experience, but his definition for red teaming was the red team tests the blue team. So this is not only you testing the technology, you're testing the people and the incident response. So this is a good way to test your incident response program. And one of the best outcomes I heard of a red team engagement wasn't the fact that, wasn't that they didn't block the intruder. This was actually a legitimate red team operation. You had the red team in there. They got in the environment. They'd gained a foothold. The blue team saw that there was some malicious activity. They brought in the incident response team they had on retainer. They were working to isolate the threat and remove the threat from the environment. So the manager for the blue team calls up the CISO and says, hey, we've got an active breach going on here. We have the incident response team in-house working it. And the CISO came back. So this was authorized. So this is the kind of outcome you want to see. Even though they gained a foothold, they discovered it, and they were working to neutralize the threat. So one of the things we think about sometimes, and if you've worked on IT side, sometimes companies will do they'll do disaster recovery and business continuity exercises to make sure they can recover. This may not be as common nowadays, since a lot of organizations are more cloud or a combination of cloud and on-prem. But at one time, this was an important thing that was tested to make sure businesses could recover from disasters. And so this is kind of a way to do the same thing in the same spirit of tabletops, but only physical. You're actually testing to see what would happen in those scenarios. But in red team operation, only the control group knows this is happening. And usually this is upper management, the CEO, maybe the physical security people, management of those teams, because you really don't want anyone to interfere with these exercises. It's not like you're trying to trick anyone. You want to see if these things are being detected, so that way you can adjust your incident response plan, your processes and procedures, your technology to catch these type of attacks. So this is kind of an addition to this this presentation here that I added like the year after I first gave this presentation, was to identify the gaps. So there's gaps in offensive security programs, just like there's gaps in any kind of program. But one of the things that's happened is you have to kind of understand the history here. So the great thing about compliance-based pen testing, like PCI, DSS, payment card industry data security standard, what this really helped was it brought the visibility to pen testing, the need for it. So a lot of companies weren't doing pen testing prior to compliance. What it's done is it's brought the visibility. A lot more companies are having it done. Compliance requires that you have it done, so there's no way around it. You have to have the pen test done. And so, but one of the things is what's happened though is all the money, the budget for scope was focused on PCI. So some of these other areas weren't being addressed. Some companies that were doing pen test of all their organization, all the technology and scope, their budgets became thinner overall and was more focused on PCI. So some areas didn't get tested. And sometimes folks outside of offensive security think that there's no need to test those areas, when also if you have an area that is, say you got your PCI compliance, say one of those other connecting areas, there could be an instance where maybe the firewall went down that's segmenting the VLANs in that organization, protecting that card data environment. What if one of those goes down, someone gains access to it? Maybe there's a jump box that separates those two areas that a threat actor can exploit and gain access. So there's other areas connecting outside of that, maybe even isolated from those environments, that can be exploited to gain access. So it's really important that you're not just testing those environments. But the thing is, back to the history lesson, this was what brought about the popularity and helped let people see that you need to be performing pen tests. And so some of the other gaps is the frequency. So assessment frequency. So pen tests are a security posture snapshot, commonly referred to a time box test. So companies commonly are doing this once a year, and time between tests are opportunities for threat actors. And one of the reasons this is a high risk, one of the companies I work for as a consultant, we performed a pen test. They fortunately were wise enough to have a 90-day retest done of that same environment. It was an external pen test, so it was being tested from the internet. During the assessment, during the pen test, I found criticals, highs, and mediums and lows, and some informationals. So I came back 90 days to test it, and all the criticals, highs, and mediums that I discovered on the first pen test were remediated. The only thing left were the lows and informational, but the caveat is one of these low criticality vulnerabilities now was critical. Between tests, a security researcher had come up with an exploit for that vulnerability. So it was now exploitable. If I hadn't retested, then that would have left open for a threat actor. A threat actor could have exploited that particular vulnerability. So this is one of the reasons why frequency is important. And we're going to get into some of the things that also can be done within that to help with that frequency. So identifying gaps in offensive security programs, continued overlooked methods. So physical security controls. So you can have the most secure endpoint detection systems, the most secure hardened host-based systems, whether it be a server, desktop, or laptop, or maybe a dumb terminal. Those can be super secure, but if someone's able to gain access to a system logged into the network, they don't have to have these elite hacker skills. So this is one of the things you really want to make sure you're testing your physical security controls. Social engineering is a common overlooked method. One of the things that's happening with social engineering too is companies are using these phishing campaign softwares which don't have a payload, and you're testing security awareness, so they're not really doing a thorough social engineering test. They're relying on these tools. And then red teaming. Some companies have been doing pen tests for a long time, but they're not really testing what would happen if a nation state or a threat actor was trying to gain access to their environment. So performing these type of assessments help you protect against those type of attacks. Assumed breach methods. This is widely overlooked. So if you're not doing an assumed breach, you think no one can hack in our systems. But what happens if someone gets leaked credentials? You can have a very complex password, but sometimes these end up in credential leaks, and threat actors and pen testers alike will use these databases of passwords to try to gain a foothold in environments. So even though you have secure passwords, sometimes that's not good enough. You need to rotate those passwords. And then purple teaming is one of my favorite new types of assessments, also referred to as controlled validation. So you're testing your endpoint detection systems. You're also on the desktops seeing what kind of tools can be executed. So if you can detect and prevent any type of hacking tools, then you can reduce your threat landscape very considerably. And one of the things that here is performing pen tests, doing remediation takes time for your environment to mature. But if you're doing stuff like purple teaming, you're able to help your defenses detect and prevent these type of activities earlier on, and your security posture is going to mature much faster and make it a lot more difficult for threat actors to gain a foothold. And so other gaps, overlooked environments. So wireless networks, cloud, IoT, these are different types of ways that people can get in. Think of your supply chain type of attacks. There are ways for people to get in, so you need to make sure that these environments are being included in your pen test and thoroughly tested. And so strategies for optimizing and overcoming gaps in offensive security. So frequency, increase pen testing frequency. Implement automation. So there's tools out there like Pantera, Horizon 3, and XBOW that are autonomous pen testing platforms. They can do what is equivalent to a medium, a mid-level pen tester. They're not finding O days yet. These systems aren't. So you still need actual human pen testers. But these are good ways to scale what you're doing, because whenever I worked at a large US bank, we had 13 people on our pen test team, and we're only getting through half of our PCI pen testing per year. If we would have had one of these tools like Pantera or Horizon 3, we could have tested those environments multiple times a year. So we really need to embrace automation in any area of security, even not even just pen testing, to be able to scale what we're doing, because companies are cutting budgets and they're running with less. So the more automation we can use, the easier it is for us to do our jobs, and can make our jobs a little easier. So also implementing bug bounties and responsible disclosure programs on any externally accessible applications. You can even add this to internal applications, APIs. Bug hunters specialize in a lot of cases in specific kind of bugs. And with bug bounties, you don't have that short window of time that you can test frequent and for long periods of time, more like a threat actor, and you're less limited in preventing you from trying to find bugs. So implementing those as well. And also one of the things that's also going to help is doing vulnerability scanning. Back to that case where I shared how that vulnerability, an exploit came out within those 90 days of the retest. And if they would have just done a vulnerability scanner, I was using Nessus, so they just ran the Nessus vulnerability scanner, they would have saw that it was an exploitable vulnerability, that the criticality had increased. So just adding in the frequent vulnerability scans as part of your vulnerability management program, this would have helped a lot. And then also implementing like your purple teaming, as I mentioned, how that's good at improving your security controls. Social engineering, including phishing campaigns. One of the things companies are relying heavily on, and these are good tools, they use tools that are automating the pen test, the phishing campaigns, but what they're doing is there's no kind of payload. They're only testing for clicks. What happens if someone clicks on that malware, that ransomware? You need to test with payloads to see what happens. And one of the things I would say, even if you use the payloads and no one clicks on it, then as part of that pen test, you should go in and execute that ransomware or malware from a desktop and see what can happen from there. Then run the pen test from that host to see what is capable of there. And this is a good way to find ways to prevent those type of attacks, reducing the type of permissions that each user has over their system, as well as tuning your EDRs to prevent that type of attack. Physical security control assessments. Someone's able to get your data center, a keyboard is logged in, or someone's able to get into the CEO's office, his keyboard's unlocked. So some of this is going to also be with social engineering and physical security assessments, security awareness training, and just follow-up training after these types of assessments is very important. That way, otherwise, some of the lessons learned are going to be lost. So you want to make sure that the CEO and different board level folks, different management types, even people that are the administrators to important officers and management within the company, have anyone with access to sensitive data needs to understand when they leave their computer, they need to lock their computer. They need to put away any kind of printouts of maybe they had printed a sheet of certain sensitive data to implement like a secure desktop rule. So you're locking anything away that no one can come along and get that information. Performing adversary emulations, AKA red teaming operations, and then purple teaming. The thing about purple teaming, this can be done on a pretty frequent basis. There's tools out there that you can use to automate this process. Attack IQ, Scythe, as well as Atomic Red Team has some scripts that you could do this for free. And like with some of the Atomic Red Team scripts, you can run certain types of attacks that doesn't have a payload built into it. So it's safer for less experienced teammates to be able to use without causing any danger or any risk. Because just like there's one of the Mimikatz, which is able to dump passwords in clear text, they have a version of that where you can run it and it doesn't dump passwords. So that way, whoever's running it, you're testing to see if that type of attack can be detected, because it's using signatures, and that way you're not actually showing passwords if it is vulnerable. That way you're not exposing these passwords, because in that case, then you'd need to kind of have everyone with an organization that was involved in that password dump to go back and change their passwords. So, when you're doing these type of assessments, you need to be really secure with how you store the data in the reports, since the data needs to be redacted, because this can be leveraged by threat actors. And one of the stories I like to share, and it's kind of a funny coincidence, a very good friend of mine, one of my best friends, was working for this company as a contractor doing pen testing, and they did a pen test of the Dallas Independent School District. They tested 2 back-to-back years. My buddy was able to gain a foothold over time, dump password credentials and all this stuff. Went back the second year to test. They were still vulnerable, found more information, and they wanted the passwords from the password dump. And he told them, he said, if I give this to you, you need to store this securely. And they did not. So a couple of students within the school found this password dump, as well as the pen test report. They were able to use the pen test report to go through and hack these systems. It was basically a roadmap on how to gain access to these systems. So they were able to use this information to go through and hack all these systems. And they were kind of taunting the IT and security staff there, because they were printing out pages of the pen test report on the printers. And they sent an email, said, we're just a couple kids. We're not professionals, but if you want us to, we can fix these vulnerabilities for you. And so they were, so this is another reason why you want to make sure you're storing these things securely. But the funny thing is the local news asked me to be kind of like an expert to interview about this breach on the news. And it's really kind of funny, because I knew, about this, but I really couldn't say, hey, I know this person, because I really didn't want the media to go to him or the company he worked for and bug them. But at any rate, that was kind of interesting story, and a good story on how you need to secure your pen test reports. You need to make sure you're securing those passwords. And that even goes to like your developers, IT folks. Make sure you're storing passwords in a safe place. Use password management tools, as well as things like CyberArk, that you're able to check in, check out admin credentials. That way they're not out there where threat actors can get a hold of those. That is a popular technique of pen testers and threat actors alike, is to go after desktops of people that work in IT or cybersecurity and get credentials. It makes their life a lot easier. And sometimes these shares are not always locked down very securely. You hear about a lot of these breaches in the news, and it's not always some elite level hack. It's sometimes an S3 bucket that's not secure. On-prem environments, it's like a insecure network file share. So other things, overlooked environments, make sure you're testing your wireless networks, your cloud, your IoT, and also the physical part of it. IoT devices, including cameras. The interesting thing is how these can be leveraged to gain access to your internal environment. So IP cameras and security cameras, there's sensitive data that if a threat actor gains access to that. So threat actors and curious people alike will go on Shodan and look for security cameras. They'll look for these security cameras and see what they can find just for fun, or sometimes it can be used as reconnaissance. Sensitive data sometimes can be revealed with these cameras, as well as privacy of people within your organization, which are two very important reasons to secure these. But there was a recent attack. The Akira ransomware gang was trying to break into an enterprise, an organization. They couldn't gain the foothold in the environment, so they attacked a security camera. So they were able to exploit the security camera, gain a foothold of that. They were able to do an S&B share to the internal network and then spread the ransomware that way. So internal environment sees one of their IPs, they trust it, you're able to gain access to it, they get access to that environment. And this is one of the things people don't think, that a security camera is risky outside of that. You also have to look at your printers too. So printers are a prime target for threat actors. Pen testers have used those for years, as well as the cameras. A lot of times there's default credentials being used on those devices. There's lists out there that do nothing but show default credentials for different devices. So sometimes they're really easy to access, even with the printers. So if you're able to gain access to a printer and get the printer data, sometimes it will have an account, the account information. So a threat actor could use that printer account information to gain a foothold in the environment and then elevate their privileges past that. Some cases, when these printers are set up and way some applications and services are set up, sometimes they're given too much permissions, like admin, NT system authority, or root if it's a Linux or Unix system. And it doesn't take much for a threat actor to gain access to that and have control to those systems or that environment as a whole. And so that concludes my presentation. And if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to take those. And please connect with me. I'm always happy to answer your questions after these type of events. And I love connecting with people, because one of my favorite things about connecting with people is when we get to meet in person. It's a very fun experience.
Phillip, thank you so much. That was amazing information about everything, encompassing of the pen testing, web app, everything on there. I know that last story you told about the school district, that hits home for me, because I'm an information security analyst for one of the largest school districts in Missouri. And so hearing that story and hearing, just how detrimental it is to be secure with all the documents, no matter what it is, somebody gets a hold of that, it's an open passageway to everything you have. So yeah, it's scary. I do have a couple of questions for you, if you don't mind. I know we touched on some of the overlooked areas. Like, what are some other common blind spots that that traditional offensive security assessments, and how can organizations make sure they're hitting those
Well, one
points?
of the things I can say is, I mentioned several of the different things, physical security. One of the things too is to consider the different individual devices. So I used to work for a bank, and we had someone pen test our ATM machines. But some cases, some organizations don't do that. If you're a bank or you're a company that has some specialized technology, you need to have those tested. So if you're like on airlines, you have the different kiosks that people check into. And this could be, I used to do pen tests for a large airlines. And one of the parts of the pen test we performed is we went into what their awards club is. American Airlines is like an Admirals Club, whatever, but forget what the name of this particular airlines club was. Is some of those check-in systems, we actually pen tested those. And one of the things that gets overlooked a lot too is on these special systems, if you're doing a pen test of a network or application, there's really not a lot of need to threat model, because the common threat vectors to go after, to try to gain a foothold, to assess. But with an ATM, you don't always know all the threat vectors as someone that's managing those systems. So threat modeling is very important. And honestly, I'd go a step further. I think people should be a practice of threat modeling their organization. That way you look at all the different types of maybe bank locations you have, different type of store locations, because you got an ATM in a rural area out in the country somewhere at a gas station. It's not 24 hours a day, and it's outside. Someone could actually physically steal that ATM. So physical controls are going to be very important, and you need to really test the physical controls. An ATM machine, say like in downtown Atlanta or Dallas, New York City, where there's high traffic, law enforcement, and security constantly going by, physical security isn't going to be as much of an issue, because no one's going to walk away with that ATM. Could, but it's not going to be as highly.
Yeah.
But you're going to have to, then you can focus on what's important. But yeah, just look at the different technologies and stuff. Even if it's things that you have beyond your control, I had a friend that worked for a medical device company, going back to those companies and asking for, copies of their pen test reports, seeing if they're SOC 2 compliant, if it's like a SaaS-based solution or some of these other, make sure you're doing your due diligence with, follow up with these companies. Maybe you don't have the permission to pen test, but make sure that they've got pen test reports. They should at least provide you with a redacted report, because they're not going to want to give you IP addresses because you can hack them. But those are some measures that could be taken there.
Absolutely, absolutely. Just kind of going more a little bit in a different direction with another question here. How can companies balance the need for offensive security testing with limited resources, like especially with the smaller security teams? I know that in Missouri, a lot of the school districts, for example, only have 1 to 2 people that are actually doing any of the security portion of it. And, for some cases, we're talking about upwards of, say, 1,500 to 2,000 employees with one person doing the security of it. What's a good way to balance
Sure.
what they
This
can
is
do
one of the
in
places
there?
where you're going to have to leverage automation. And when you're using something like Horizon 3's Node Zero or Pentera, some of these different automated pen testing platforms, it's a way to scale what you're doing. So you're able to do more in less time. One of the things I would advise is maybe some cross training. You may have to leverage some consulting. I'd highly recommend using some kind of automated platform. That way you can test more frequently, and then cross train. Say if you've got someone that's doing the firewall, the blue team, have them work together and just do some cross training there. I would say that if you could get people within the bank, maybe if within your organization, if you have interns there, people in other areas that are going to college that are interested in breaking into security, let them shadow your security professionals and kind of help out. That way they can kind of leverage a learning opportunity, as well as, when you let them shadow, you see they have the aptitude and pick things up, then you may have your next resource. And being able to recruit someone internally can be less expensive than trying to hire someone from the outside. But you just really have to leverage your automation and just being smart about what you're doing, leveraging things like purple teaming and security controls validation to make sure you remove some of these risks and stuff. Yeah, it's a lot more difficult, but the good thing for the people in those roles, it's an opportunity to learn a lot. When you're in big organizations and get siloed, there's a lot of things you don't get to do.
Absolutely, absolutely. And this last question is a two-parter. Okay. What's your predictions for the next 3 to 5 years with the growth of cloud infrastructure and AI for offensive security? And the part 2 is, will we be seeing any updates to your book?
Okay, so the first part, of course, AI is going to be more widely adopted in cloud. Of course, cloud seem to be not as quickly adopted as AI is. It's as time goes on, it seems like people adopt the new technologies quicker. AI is going to become a bigger deal because everyone's including it in their products. It's opportunity for bug bounty hunters because of vibe coding, because you got people going to build their own apps that don't know how to code to begin with, much less code securely, because there's people that code that don't know how to do it securely. So I think it's going to open up more opportunities. It's going to help us do more with our automation, but I know there's a lot of fear with losing jobs. The scary part to me is when you take people that get too happy with cutting roles, that worries me, that they don't understand those areas. And I saw this through some friends that worked for a company that they brought in someone that had never worked in security, and they were trying to apply an agile approach to offensive security. They got rid of engagement managers that understood pen testing. They thought that you no longer needed network pen testing. So some of the fears with it is just bringing, so hopefully companies will do like this company did, find out this person didn't know what they're doing, remove them. But those are some of the scary things. But I think it's going to scale what we're doing a lot. I'm more anxious to see what it does on the defensive side, how it's going to help with the defensive tools, because there's so much opportunity there, since you figure what AI does so well is pattern matching and stuff. So just the whole how that's going to evolve is great. So as far as the update on the book, The book really wouldn't take much of an update. The only thing we really need to update, I would put more emphasis on using stuff like Try Hack Me and Hack the Box over really building a home lab. If you've got the IT experience, if you can build a VM and do all that stuff, you can network. You need to spend more time hacking. So using stuff that's pre-built, and people build these CTFs or build those CTF-like environments, know what they're doing, and it's a better learning experience. I'd highly recommend that. I had been asked to write a book on pen testing, so I still got to, this one would be educational, it wouldn't be just a career book, but I've been asked to do that. So I need to put some serious thought into that. I talked to the publisher, the owner of the company at Hardware IO back in Santa Clara back in May, and he asked me about it again. And so, yeah, I'm not 100% sure yet, but yeah, I'm strongly thinking about it. Yeah.
Yeah, as a person that spent a lot of hours on Try Hack Me, Hack the Box, and even on TCM security, there's a home lab is fantastic, and it's a great way to learn the ins and outs of it. But the actual, like, to have the environments created for you and be able to go through them like that is so beneficial to be able to see the real world environment stuff.
It is, because there's some things you can't do, because I believe even now that Try Hack Me or Hack the Box has like some OT and IoT environments. Those are hard to replicate.
Yes.
And in cloud environments, that stuff's hard to replicate. So you really need those labs like that.
And like you said, I mean, the creators on there, it's just getting better and better. The more they throw out, the better it is, and the more challenging it is as well.
Yeah. And,
awesome.
And that's one of the big things too. CTFs are awesome. One of the things I've heard people downplay the OSCP because they say it's CTF-like, but one of the things I'll say about anything that's CTF-like, it's more difficult. It's not easier. So the thing about more CTF-like, if it's a more difficult challenge for you to solve, then when you come to a system like that in the real world, it's got that vulnerability. Some cases it may be easier to exploit. So think of it as a gym. These things you do in training may be more difficult, but once you get out there and play the game, then that's a little bit easier.
It is for sure. Phillip, thank you so much. That was such great information. I know everybody's getting a lot of good stuff. I know I got great stuff from your presentation as well. Appreciate you coming on here and helping us out with this today.
Yeah, thanks for hosting me, and it's been a pleasure. And thanks everyone for joining. And please connect with me on social media.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And everybody go check out his podcast. It's fantastic.
Thanks.
All right, guys. Okay, so we're going to be transitioning into our next presenter. And let's just go ahead and remind us again that what we're doing this for today. We're here for the MCCOE, trying to raise money for our interns and making sure that program gets off its ground so we can teach these guys how to succeed in the cybersecurity world and learning all the tricks and trades of our profession. And that's just, it's a fantastic environment. Our next presenter is Mr. Chris Lindsay. Okay. Chris Lindsay is a seasoned speaker and security expert with over 15 years in the cybersecurity field, 35 years plus in software and security architecture. He's led multiple teams across programming, solutions, and security, and spent 3 years building a mature application security program covering all AppSec tools, compliance, training, and risk analysis. Chris has currently created a podcast and online community to share these insights because, you know what, we don't believe in gatekeeping here. We want to share with everybody, so we all need to learn. The more that we learn together, the better we are off in this field, and we can protect what we need to. I'm going to go ahead and bring Chris online real quick here, and you can speak with him, and we can get this going. Chris, welcome to
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. I'll go ahead and kick off your slide for you, and I'll let you begin.
Sounds good. All right, guys. All right, cool. So let me get started and introduce myself. My name is Chris Lindsay. I am an application security. Well, I've been in application security forever and a day, as said. So I'm grateful to be here. I'm field CTO over at Doc Security. So we're doing amazing things. Today's conversation is one that I'm very passionate about. So let's just get started. So dark side of AI. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about Prompting, we're going to actually build an application, front end, back end. We're going to look at the different things that come out of it, the things that we should be focused on, the things that are the gotchas. We're going to look at it from a security standpoint, seeing what can we do from a security standpoint with a GPT type system. And then we're going to look at an enterprise tool. We're going to compare, we're going to talk about it and go beyond that. So we're going to talk about common prompting because that's key. If you don't know how to do really good prompting, you're going to struggle. We're going to build our application. We're going to review the code and go on. With that being said, I always love starting with a quote. So for those who are Rush fans, if you choose to not decide, you've still made a choice. Putting your head in the sand for AI, you've still made a choice. It's going to bypass you. All right, so let's talk about why this matters. All right, so really, when you look at your day-to-day, AI has become really pretty much integrated with all the development processes. It's also there for security. So when you look at it from a security standpoint, you look at all the tools, they're AI enabled, they're doing more and more things. Your developers are going out and they're using tools like even Visual Studio, Visual Code. They have all these plugins that just have AI built in. And so they're just utilizing it. And the problem is they don't really understand fully the implications that come out of this. So 76% of the developers will develop with AI. Actually, when I wrote this slide a couple of months back, in preparation for this, it was one of those things where that was the number. I probably should update it because it's probably in the 90 percentile. I know that 97% of developers have used AI coding tools at some point. Again, you may or may not know that you've done so. And then you have a lot of employers at this point starting to actively say, hey, you should be using AI enabled this and AI enabled that. And part of the problem is a lot of your C-suite do not understand some of the things that it does. It's great, gives you great code at great speed, but it comes at a cost. And we'll be talking about that today. And then Google is planning on generating 25% of their code base with all new code through AI. Gartner is saying 2027, 50% of code engineering will use AI, up from 5%. So let's talk about quick prompting. Let's get going here. So prompting, right? So be specific. So when you're in the GPT, you're in your Windsurf, your Cursor, be specific. Give examples. If you have example code, like for example, if you're writing an API backend or creating an API method that has certain aspects of it that are, your company and what you guys typically do, then all you need to do is make sure you're providing at least an example or two of that. That way the code that's being generated actually kind of mirrors a little bit closer to your stuff than just taking a stab. And so that's one thing that will get you if you don't. So it's a good thing to do. Provide data. So don't just say connect to a database and do X, Y, and Z, but provide data structures. I'm creating methods that talk to the database. I need stored procs, I need whatever. Provide the database structure, the tables, the links, because then that way it could go ahead and build some of that stuff for you, again, at amazing speed. So when you provide what to do, you're going to have a lot more results than what not to do. And so that is something there. And chain of thought. I know this is silly to mention, but a lot of people don't realize chain of thought is there. You can ask a question and then another question and another question, and it remembers the previous information. It remembers what it sent you. It remembers what you've asked. So it knows the context of what you're doing. You don't need to put in a 4-page paragraph or essay to get the results you're aiming for. You're better off actually doing smaller chunks. And then finally, understand your results may be wrong. Hallucinations still happen. Things have gotten better over the time, but it's still something that will bite you if you're just not prepared or ready. So that is something to be aware of as well. All right, so let's talk about some common prompting because this is what people are doing. So I asked GPT, what are people actually doing? And this is the results that I received. The reason why this is important is I'm going to have another slide that's a little bit better, slightly tweaked, and you'll see it. This first one here that says generate a basic C#.NET web application is what we're going to use to actually build our site. I wanted this to mimic exactly what you guys are doing. I didn't want to come in there knowing the security, knowing the programming, knowing my background. I could go in there and get great information out of it with still problems. But I wanted to keep this as real and common mainstream as possible. So generate a basic C#.NET Web Core API project with CRUD operations for person entity. So person, first name, last name, address, phone number, that kind of stuff. And AI actually knows all that. So again, we're kind of giving it, hey, a person entity, it kind of guesses, right? Entity framework for, framework core. So we're talking .NET, Core, and SQL Server. The rest of these you can take a look at, and the slide decks are available, but these are the common prompts that people are using. And database integration, create a C# entity framework core, DB context with models and a person entity, and we get a little bit better, but we'll kind of see the other side of this, right? So validation and error handling. Using GPTs to create your test cases is a great example of being able to get value out of .NET or through the GPTs and through AI. So again, there's so much benefit that you get out of it in documentation. Now, the thing that you need to be worried about is when you're looking at documentation and you're uploading code, you need to make sure you're not just uploading your own code, your company code, without making sure that it is something that's within policy. Make sure that you're doing things right. The vast majority of the time, it's out of policy. So, going in there and actually doing it is most likely not allowed. So just be cautious there, right? So better prompting equals less hours and time spent doing code, right? So, similar to the first one, generate a React. Now we're telling it a language that's a little bit more definitive, a React front end that connects to a .NET Core API for CRUD. So we're giving it a little bit more. Set up an Angular application, create a simple Vue application, write a React component that fetches. You would be surprised, just that little additional information goes a long way. And so, tables, pagination, filtering, deployment, build and deploy a React front end, .NET Core backend as a full stack using Docker. Again, we're describing a little bit more stuff to work from it, right? So how you prompt is the difference between success and failure. And I want to talk about how I did this. So we're going to spend a lot of time in Claude 3.7. I know 4's out. I'm actually currently working on rebuilding this with the Claude 4 because they've done some improvements, and it's a lot of fun. But I'm still seeing the same things. So it's one of those things. The ChatGPT I used, and one of the things that I ran into is we're about to see, it's very inconsistent. And with the ChatGPT, well, let me just show you. Instead of just talking about it, I remember that entry. I want to create a .NET Core application for person entity with CRUD, create, read, update, delete, and all that. What it gave me was a smaller app with only the get. It didn't give me the update, the delete, or the add. It didn't give me any of those. It just gave me the get. And so I asked it, update the web page to include the fields in the person model and add a button that calls the API backend. It should have been done the first time. It should have come through. It didn't. And what it did is it actually removed my get and actually gave me an add. So it removed some and gave some. And so for the developers that are online, this is the code diff. This is what it changed just by simply asking that. So the problem becomes, what else are you breaking in your applications when you use some of the tools out there? So just be alert, right? All right, so let's talk about Claude. Claude 3.7 to me is like a senior developer who knows how to write software. We're going to see that it's a little too good, actually. And then we're also going to see that it just doesn't understand security. And that's okay, right? Because that's what this is all about. So with that being said, these are the prompts that I'm actually going to use to build the application. So in order to stay within time, I have screenshots, I have video that does all this. So we'll kind of blow through it, but it'll the points there, and we truly do build this through this process, right? So Our goal is to mimic how a developer would attempt to write a basic application, front-end, back-end, APIs, the basics securely. So we're going to generate a basic C#.NET Core Web API project with CRUD operations, create, read, update, delete, for a person entity, so first name, last name, and the basics, and using a entity framework core and SQL Server. What we're going to see, and I'm just giving you kind of a preview, what we're going to see missing is role-based access, security tokens, data validation, and more. We'll turn around and we'll say, well, what security issues did you find? And fix them. And it's going to tell us, and it'll fix it, right? Then we're going to look at it again, and we're going to say, well, what more security issues do we have? We're going to find more, and then we'll fix those. And at this point, we're going to stop simply because it's actually an endless loop. We can keep going, and it'll always find something, and it'll always change something. So just be aware of that. So there is the point that you can reach where there's diminishing returns. So with that being said, so when it created, this is what it created. So my generate a basic C#, it gave me a lot of different classes. And if you're a developer architect, or you may have developers talk about following solid principles, this does follow the solid principles where it's separation of duties and all that. But as we'll see, it actually created the .NET Framework 7. So we didn't get 8 or 9. And the dependencies that it created, just so you know, kind of a heads up, when we actually, you know what, I'm going to show that later. So we have dependencies. All right. So again, kind of like that senior developer, right? So, and again, from the security standpoint too, security guys, as you're looking at this looks legit, right? You've got a required field. You've got a first name. It's defaulting to 100 characters. It's got the getters and setters, so you can populate the information. If it's an API or a backend, you can't exceed 100. Now, this is where that database context would have been helpful, because then we would have known what fields and what lengths, but it did an okay job, right? So it did the basics. So it's in there. And then as we look here, the DTOs, we have the getters, the setters, we have the CRUD. So we do have the create, read, update, delete. It gave us everything. And that's kind of the difference that I ran into. Now, later on, I will talk about it, but I did look at local LLMs and more than just these two. I also looked at Copilot and others. So similar thing all the way around, right? So we've got our getters, our setters, our information. So we're looking good. So we've got a great start. And let me come back. Yeah, there was a video to this. And I don't see how to play it. All right. Well, we'll talk through it since the video. Let me try one more time. If it goes to the next one, then come back here. All right. So the video, essentially what we're going to do is we're going to generate the basic C#.NET Core backend. We're going to see that it created all the pieces we're going to look at on the right-hand side. We're going to see that it actually did so much for us in regards to what we're aiming for and what we're looking for. So that did a good job for us. I do not see the play, so we'll just move on. Okay, so what it did is one of the things that it did for us is it created an application settings file. Now, one of the things that we try to not do is we try to not use connection strings, commit them into GitHub repositories, Bitbuckets, or wherever, simply because even from a development standpoint, if your repository has visibility access, now all of a sudden, everybody that has access, even read access to it, can see, well, where's your development environment? What server are you using? Are you actually hard coding in a username and password, or are you using integrated security? There's so much more to it. And the reality is what we would typically do, and we'll actually see this coming up, one of the big things that we would try to do or want to do is make sure that we're actually going in and using a secrets management tool. By doing so and coding it from the onset, from the very beginning, this will ensure that from a security standpoint, we're secure. From a development standpoint, we can simply walk through the different environments. We can go from dev to QA, staging, UAT, production, all that very smoothly and eloquently. So this is nice that it actually stubbed it out. I'm not going to, ding it on it, but this is not a good practice moving forward. About 5 years ago, yes. Today, not as much. All right, so we asked it to build all this for us, and it did. And the really nice thing about Claude and what it did for me is it actually came in and it laid out the project structure. Here's what I did for you. Here's the different bits and pieces of what I did. So it really does a good job explaining. It created the gets, the put, the delete. So this is kind of nice that it gave us the update. Okay, so one of the things is, we turn around and said, all right, what security issues did you find? What kind of things are in here that we need to address or be focused in on, or just at least be alert on? And so it kind of comes in and it's like, all right, well, the API has no authentication mechanism. Well, we didn't ask about JWT, but it did say, we should implement a JWT authentication and role-based access token. It didn't have input validation. It was missing HTTPS enforcement headers and quite a bit more. So for us, the thing that's kind of the gotcha is we created an app and we didn't tell it securely. Even if you added the word securely, you're still going to miss most of these. Just so you know, I've done it. And you'll have the actual command prompts that I use, so feel free to. But a lot of this is still missing, even after you do secure. So that's good. All right, so we said, all right, please secure this. Please do all your findings that you had. And so it did. It actually came in and it gave us a JWT settings. It gave us an auth service. And so again, what's really interesting here is you're seeing how it actually goes to the extreme on this, following the solid and other principles. And one of the things I'll bring up now is the code that's generated from the front end and back end is 80,000 lines of code. And when you look at that separation of duties, and we'll see that on the front end and how it actually segmented it out, and each page has its own area and all the details, it's great. But the problem that you run into is 80,000 lines of code from a management standpoint is near impossible, because if you have a bug or have something you need to track down, you have duplication of some of the things you would normally create, classes and ways to thin down your code. I mean, you should really only be 3,000 to 5,000 lines of code for this, and refactor it and do other things, but 80,000 lines of code. So it created an auth service. Again, the separation is good. From a readability standpoint, that's not bad. It does give us what we need to work with. So we asked, fix this for us. We received. Okay. All right. So it even came in and added error handling, which we didn't ask, but it did. So that's, again, something that's really neat. And as we see here, you can kind of see on the bottom right-hand corner, it even created a logging class. So whoever's code that it borrowed from or used to do this actually did things pretty well. And again, I would give Claude kind of that senior or architect level, because it thought of, hey, we need to do the logging and we need to do additional things. So that's actually a good thing that it's done for us. All right. And then we're going to look here and we're going to say, hey, remember what I said about that database connectivity and doing a secrets manager? Guess what? It actually thought about this. When we said secure it, it even put in the Azure Key Vault for us. It plugged it in. It's got it all working for us. So, we have to still do some modifications and configurations, but guess what? It's put it in there. So this is one less thing, it's there, right? So again, Claude is like that senior developer doing amazing things. So unlike ChatGPT and some of the others. All right, so let me see. Any chance that this thing can kick off? All right. So what we're going to see here normally with the video, I'm sorry, the videos aren't working. I thought they would be working here. Let me see if there's nothing I can do. So what we're going to see here is we're going to go in there and it's actually going to lay out, and we're going to see on the left-hand side, and this will be included in the slide deck, so you'll be able to see it. I'm sorry for this. I didn't realize that the video wasn't going to play. So from here, what we're going to see is we're going to see what it suggested. It's going to come back and it's going to tell us that we have header issues, we have other things, and then it fixed them. It came in, it did the headers fixing, it fixed all these extra things. It thought of so much more that we didn't even think about, which is great from a technology standpoint. Going, look, if you have a junior developer and he's using this, guess what? This is far further along from a security standpoint than most of your junior developers been even seen, out in the field. So they just haven't seen it, and they're just not, familiar with it. So we'll see that, and then we'll come in and we'll see that it kept all the stuff. So what we've seen with Cloud is we're not losing code, we're actually gaining code, we're getting the modifications we need. And again, when you're using Cursor and all this tied in, the quality of everything that's coming through is really good. From a secure standpoint, when you're looking at it from a security team, you're looking at the code going, look, it looks clean, it looks right, it has other things that we would expect, so we're in good shape. The developers are looking at this from a code review standpoint going, it's clean, it's excessive. I would never pass this when I was doing senior tech reviews when I was still doing development, because of a lot of the things that I've seen creep in from here. And this would be all stuff that would need to be addressed and looked at from a development team standpoint. But from a high level, not terrible. All right. So then we come in and it comes back and it says, all right, one of the things we would have seen is it talked about the implementation of some of the classes. And one of the things that it built for us that we didn't ask is basically a check live. It basically a method that says, are we alive and what's going on for the APIs. So it's one of those things that's nice. Whenever I would create APIs, I would always have a method that I would create that then when you do updates to servers like maintenance weekends or whatnot, you can call and it will come back in. And if you're authenticated properly, you've got the right information, you would be able to not only keep it alive, but also give you kind of a nice status on the back end. I can talk to the database. I can do the certain things that are important. So, and one of the things that I talk about frequently, and as we see here, it's actually pulling in the IP address. And so as part of the logging for API, one of the things that I talk about frequently, and one of the things that I did was always log the incoming IP address. Now, if you have your servers, your F5s and all that configured properly, you'll actually see the client, the person who's calling in IP address. If you're seeing the same IP address over and over and over, that's an F5. You just simply need to do pass-through. But the thing that's nice about it is when I ran, the last application I was in charge of was a medication prescribing system. And if we had a prescriber log in from Atlanta, Georgia at, say, 9 o'clock in the morning, and we had somebody in California logging in at, say, 9:05, 2 or 3 things could be true. They could be traveling, but somebody logged in locally from the main office. They could be on a VPN, or somebody could be maliciously logged in. And again, you have 2FA and all this other stuff. So highly unlikely, but by tracking the IP address, this can tell you and give you great information for your SOC, as well as your NOC and other areas, to be able to track and build baselines. Because when you can build a baseline for these customers always log in from this environment, this area, and you could even do geolocation based on IP address, which is helpful. You can do so much more. So logging by IP address is actually a really nice thing to do. And it thought of it, which hats off to it. I was very impressed. All right, so one of the things that it did is it came back through, and for the people controller, it actually said, I found cross-site scripting on the API backend. For those who have lived it or been there, my question I usually ask the audience is, how many of you guys would fix this on the API backend? It showed up on your SaaS tool, it showed up on your security reports. Would this be something you would try to address on the backend? And usually you see hands or people commenting. And then I always follow up with the no, you don't want to modify it or change it on the backend. And the reason for that is because anything that's an API to an API call, a B2B, a B2C, or your applications, that should be handled on the front end. That should be handled when it's generating the HTML. That should be handled right over there. On the back end, as you have other systems that are utilizing your data, the problem becomes is if you do the encoding here, they're going to see it as text. They're not going to see it as the encoded area. They're going to see it as text. And then they're going to be saving in their system everything encoded, which becomes a problem. So that is something to avoid. So the answer is no, we do not want to do HTML encoding on the back end. All right. The next thing it came up with is it said, hey, I found a SQL injection capability. So I did what a good security system would do, and I took care of it. You have SQL injection. I have remediated that. I've mitigated that for you. There's nothing more to do. We're good here, right? Well, the problem with that is what it came up with. And again, I always ask the audience, how many of you guys would fix a problem like this, going in and seeing does it contain and remove and tweak and regexes? The answer is no, you would never want to do this, because really the right way to fix SQL injection is command parameterization. You would always go that path versus coming in here, trying to clean the string up, trying to remove things. And this is where your junior developers struggle, because they think that this is the right answer, when in fact that it's command parameterization. And so with that being said, it comes in, it goes, all right, fine. Do we contain SQL? Yeah, we contain it, we'll clean it up. So this is the wrong way to fix it. And so again, it's kind of misleading, because somebody who doesn't understand what they're looking at or doing is going to think that we're good and nothing more to see here and move along. Okay. And then we have a video that goes in, and we're going to say, all right, fine, you cleaned it up. You've done all this good stuff for us. We're very happy. We're very pleased. The next question, is there anything else here? So this is where we would have done that second pass through, where we come back in and we say, all right, we found things, we cleaned them up. We just did our quick pass, you and I, and we talked about it. Now we're back. We're going to ask it again. All right, now that you've done the thing, let's do one more pass through, right? Is there anything else that needs to be addressed? And it does come back with quite a few things. It says, hey, you've kind of tightened it up. You've done a good job. And so from that standpoint, we're good. All right, so then we're going to say, all right, fine. Go ahead and give us the files. We'll work forward from here and go forward, right? So, all right, let's move over to the front end and see what we can find there, right? So with that being said, let's look at our Claude 3.7 front end. Again, what we're going to be doing is these are the prompts that I used to generate a front end web-based application that ties into the backend API that you just generated for me. Remember, it has the context, it has the information, it knows the backend that was created. This should be in the same language and have the same hooks to connect into that API that you just created. So basically, if you created an endpoint, tie into it, get it all there, do everything for me. We're going to ask it, what security issues did you find? And it's going to come back and it's going to say, hey, we have token storage and public property. We have a missing SRF. We have weak credential handling and other things input. So again, it's going to come back and say, hey, I found a lot. Now, keep in mind, inside the context, it knows that it's supposed to be creating secure code. So we would hope to see everything being created here. And that is, we'll see. And then we're going to say, hey, please secure the code from identified security findings. And it's going to come in. And as you guys know, from a security standpoint, JSON serializer is one that you absolutely want to avoid pretty much at all costs. But it's going to use it, and we're going to talk about that, right? So with that being said, all right, so we created the project. And again, we're using .NET Core 7, which isn't ideal. The thing that I didn't say before, I'm going to go ahead now and talk about, is the libraries that it created, the dependencies that it used on the back end, even the front end, are not compatible with the version that it gave us. So in some cases, it gave us a very, very insecure version where, why didn't it give us the updated version? And then in other cases, we're looking at this and it gave us a dependency and it even tied it in and coded it in to something that doesn't even work with the language. So now when we talk about that speed that the junior devs and the senior guys are getting out of the system, when you do the big bang for the whole application, these are some of the things that you're going to run into. And so these just be cognizant. Again, from a security standpoint, you're looking at the code. If you don't know and don't have a development back end, you're going to think everything coming across is good and clean. And look at all the security stuff it thought of for us. So we should be in good shape, right? Well, not really. One of the things that came across on the back end, again, I wish I had the video working, is it created the password for the person entity, which was great. It had a minimum of 12. The front end created a minimum of 8. So now we have a disconnect. It has the field, it's all there, but the difference is the 8 versus the 12. And so somebody that's looking at this going, well, the front end took 8, took 9, we're good, but the back end is failing. These would be bugs and functionality things that you would run into trying to do this, that you would normally not have had you coded it. If you went in and you're coding in, okay, I need to create a password management system, and here's what I'm doing. What you would have done is you would have created the back end, you would have done the storage, secrets manager, however you would have done it. And then you would have gone in, created the store procs, everything on the back end, and known when you create the front end, hey, here's what I did. Here's how I coded it. And so these are the gotchas that you're going to walk into if you just are just throwing code out there. Okay, so when you have a multi-tenant system, such as a banking app or pretty much anything that you guys are using, you would always go in there and make sure that the person logged in has access to the information, that they can do everything they want. What it did here was this method that it created for us actually is just passing in the ID. So the problem is for those who are on the, watching this, who are pen testers, man, this is great. It's a buffet. I could go in there and say ID 5, ID 6, ID 7, ID 8. It's just going to give me the data. And so when you're looking at building your APIs, make sure that you're giving examples that have that multi-tenancy stuff in it. Otherwise, it's not going to know, and it just kind of puts it out there. So problem is there's no validation on the back end, and a lot of what it's doing here with the injections is dangerous. You can do so much more to it than just that. Okay. The people view. So again, this is how we ended up with 80,000 lines. We have a people index view, a people create view, a people edit view, a people details, and on and on and on and on. It makes it, from a management standpoint, really hard to maintain and work with. And there's something that I'm going to talk about here in a few minutes. The other thing too is we look at this. It's handling the cross-site scripting on the front end, but it didn't do it the right way, unfortunately. And so the thing that's a gotcha is, again, your junior developers or even your mid-tier guys are going to go, hey, this method that it did display name for, that's great, right? This works. It handles it well. Unfortunately, if you're a pen tester, you know how to bypass it, and you can probably bypass it all day long. The information's there, the details, the data, all that stuff is readily available. And so again, it gives that illusion of being more secure than it actually is. So it's just kind of a thing that you just need to be worried about. All right. Again, I have a video, and unfortunately, not being able to show the video is going to make it. But basically what we do here is it's going to generate the app. We're going to see all the different parts and pieces. We're going to talk about, from a secure standpoint, of how it's got all the different parts and pieces. We're going to see how we're going to ask it, are there any security issues that you found? It's going to come back and say, hey, we fixed all these, but there's plenty more. There's a lot more to be dealt with. And we'll look through those and we'll talk about those. And so ultimately, at the end of the day, even though we're utilizing the secure methods, we're telling it to be secure. Again, from the security team, you're looking at this, and had you run a security report out of the first version, you would look at this and go, look at this. This is terrible. We have 200. And then you go through and say, please secure this for me and do everything for me. And it's going to come back and it's going to go, hey, guess what? We now have 100 or 80 or something. And from a security standpoint, you guys are looking at this going, look, you've decreased your security risk dramatically, and you're happy with it. The developers are happy with it. And then you get to the real, where the rubber, meets the road, and look at the real security behind it. And that's the problem. So just be cautious with these. These are absolutely important to just be aware of. All right. So what did it do for us? It came in, it says we missed security features, content security policies, the sub-report resource integrities, token refreshing, password complexity, account lockouts. It's going to give us a lot of great information to work from. Again, if we look at the right-hand side, we see that it has a try-catch. It still has the logging mechanisms in there, just like we did on the back end. So from a security standpoint, it did an amazing job. And it does, the settings correctly, the first name and how you would normally do it as a developer. So it did a really nice job. And then again, we're going to run this through. And unfortunately, because the video is not working, I can't show it, but we'll talk about that here in a minute. So one of the things that it did for us is it said, all right, fine, I need some I need some CSS, I need some other things. So one of the questions I would typically ask the audience is, would you ever go to a content delivery network or anything externally to pull in a file? If you have a dependency that you're using, would you point it out to the library version? Would you go straight to GitHub? Would you go to content delivery? What would you do there, right? And so a lot of the entry-level guys don't know that's terrible practice. The right way to do it is you would always want the dependencies on your computer, on your web servers, wherever they're going to be utilized within your environment. And the reason for that is because when you control the library directly itself, you have the ability to know what has been, what security issues are there with it by using your SCA tools and other things. So your risk, your threat model, your landscape. The problem is if you're pointing out to an external source, it could get compromised, even for 10, 15 minutes. And that time span may impact your actual customers, which is terrible. So one of the things that it did here, which is really kind of cool, if you don't know, and I always ask the audience, how many of you guys know about the integrity option when dealing with links? And the vast majority do not. So I'm going to share that with you. You have the ability to get the hash, to get, here is the checksum, and apply that. I'm pulling in this library. I'm going to validate the checksum. Does it match? We're good. So in theory, we could pull a library from an external source, and as long as that checksum matches, we're great. One of the things that, and I'm just going to share it here, one of the things that I ran into when I downloaded this and got it going, remember, the dependencies weren't necessarily the right ones for the library, with the programming language, with .NET Core 7. The problem that we ran into here is this integrity number that it created is not the right one for that file. And so when you try to run this and you try to work with this, it's going to fail. And so when you're looking at this, it's cool that it thought of the integrity. Guess what? It's a learning experience for your developers. Developers, guess what? You have this. Security guys, guess what? You now know about integrity, and ask your developers to add in that integrity, because that's an extra check to make sure that somebody hasn't modified or compromised the file. On the flip side, if you have that and somebody modifies it to a newer version or an updated version, and you're storing it in one common location, you're now going to fail your application. So there's good sides and bad sides. There's too much security or not enough security. So it's a balance that you'll have to decide for yourself, but that is something that's out there that you can be aware of. All right, so we're going to actually go in and we're going to build it. These are the commands to build it. It created different folders. We save it with Cloud. When you see all those areas over on the left-hand side, those are all classes. You go in, you download them, they're there. With the other GPT systems like ChatGPT, you can say, bundle it up, zip it up, give it to me, and it will, and which is extra handy. So anyway, so here are the commands if you want to build this on your own and get it to work. All right, so let's review what we ended up with when we said this whole thing was, good and done. All right, so like transformers, there's more than meets the eye, right? So where the rubber hits the road, here are my observations for you guys to just be aware of or share it. And the Q&A will be a lot of fun because there's lots of back and forth, right? So every GPT system created code that looked good. Senior developer quality for some, drunk developers for others. And we'll see that here in a minute. The generating insecure code, even when told to write secure code, even after multiple attempts asking GPT to clean the code up, it still had security issues and just kept going round and round and round. ChatGPT acted like a drunk coder. However, code did compile, and it was missing the vast majority of what I asked it. Again, crud, and it gave me the read, missed everything else. And actually, there's a lot more that was missing. It was just nowhere close. And I could not, in good faith, come in front of you guys and share that. That would just be absolutely just terrible. Copilot, I'll give you code that looks right, but good luck trying to do anything with it. So Copilot did give me code, couldn't compile, couldn't do anything. And it was just very messy. Now, things have improved, over the last month or two. So new versions are coming out. So with my revised, we'll have some additional updates for that, right? So when I'm reviewing the code, right, we had 78 plus errors when I first loaded it. I've resolved 22 to get to the point where I just gave up. And actually, eventually, I did finally get through it. The reason why is I spent a couple hours. Why won't this thing work? That integrity tripped me up. I knew about the integrity. I didn't think that it would give me something wrong. And so as soon as I removed the integrity and some of the other things out of the dependencies, things started working a little bit better. But here's the other gotcha. With all that code that it generated, there were still missing pieces of code that it never gave me. So I had to go back and ask, would you generate this missing piece? And then it would, and then back and forth. So it just was one of those things where if you want to build a whole application from scratch, I know Cursor and Windsurf and those are a little bit better at being able to make sure that they compile and do things, but you're going to be stepping into a lot of landmines that you're just not ready for. So going deeper, right? So GPTs can only take you so far. So how about security tools? So the reason why I bring this up, and we actually do some really cool stuff after this, we'll get into. But the reality is there's a lot of teams out there that are looking at GPT, asking it to secure their code. And the reason why this is both a good thing and a scary thing is because if you understand how GPTs are made, models, they're using gradients. How many of you guys, when you had your phone, did the thumbprint or fingerprint and you had to do it multiple times because it takes multiple angles of your thumb just to make sure, is this Chris? Yes, these multiple views are Chris. So that's called gradients. By applying gradients to code that it has ingested, hey, here's 200 variations of how I do certain things. So when it's building this code for you, it's just randomly picking bits and pieces of it. It's not going to give you somebody's actual application that it ingested. It does this because it's obfuscating, anonymizing, and doing things. So the problem is when you look at the gradients and understand how all that works, when you look at it from a security standpoint, you may have people doing things, securing code differently, some that are a little bit better and some that are not. So these are the things to be aware of. So what I wanted to do was, hey, look, according to GPT, we're good and we're clean. Let's take a look at enterprise tools. Now, to be fair, we'll see ours from Ox Security, but I did check check marks. I did check pretty much a lot of the competitors out there. So I think I went through 7 different tools to look at it. And a lot of the results were very close. Some had a little bit more than others, but the reality is they're all pretty close. Enterprise tools are important to make sure that you're running through. So looking at this, GPT can only take you so far. So we missed token expiration date, mass assignment vulnerability. We have log injections. We have insecure JWT validations. We have cross-site script forgery, even though it said it fixed it. We have insecure deserialization, cross-site scripting, stack trace explanation. We have additional things, denial of service, DOS. the reason why we're seeing more lows is because since I couldn't get it to compile, the system goes, oh, it's not using that. So it marks it as low in our system. But as you see here, path traversal. So insecure, I mean, it's just on and on and on. And these are the things that GPTs, you're good, we're fine. And it basically gave us probably an A- bill of health out of GPT's system itself, or better. And as a security team, if you saw this, you would ask it to not go to production and you would ask it to fix this. So that's there. Regular expressions, non-structured logging. So there you go, right? So I thought it would be fun to ask GPT, what's the difference between using GPT to clean your code from security and actually using security tools? I'm not going to read them all. I'm going to hit them kind of quick, but GPTs can only take you so far. This came from ChatGPT. Enterprise security tools like SAST, DAST, SCA are significantly better at finding security vulnerabilities than AI coding assistants. And I didn't tell it what I used, but it came out and said ChatGPT, Copilot, and Claude, because those were the major ones, and those still are the major ones. And there's more that are popping up. But when you look at enterprise security tools, they're designed specifically for security scanning. They're using pattern matching and other things, and they're designed to be better about what it's looking for and working on. So that's one of the benefits that you're going to get out of an enterprise security tool, where AI coding assistants, like the gradients that I was just mentioning, is trained on a mixture of secure and insecure code, multiple angles and aspects. And so when you're looking at it, it may think that it's giving you good information when in fact it's leading you down a terrible road. Code-based coverage is better because, again, enterprise tools are there. I'm not saying that everybody needs enterprise tools, but I'm just saying these are the reasons why you want to make sure that when you're building applications as a team, that you're making sure that you at least get one scan out of your security team for everything that you're working on. And your security team is going to want to know the threat landscape. If we're going to put this application out, this application, I would never allow in my environment that could, even though it's externally exposed, to be able to reach my internal. I would put this on an island. I would send it far away. I would not give it any capability to talk internally because of the security issues that I've seen with this. It could get compromised and compromise my company. Again, that's why these are there. False positives, false negatives are better with security tools, security specific, regulatory, and I'll let you guys read the rest. With that being said, there is no magic bullet when it comes to development in AI. AI does amazing things. It can generate code at lightning speed. When you understand the risks of what it's generating and understanding that everything that it generates needs to be senior tech reviewed and highly criticized, then you'll have great things come out of it. A human intervention is key for success, and just because you can doesn't mean you should. And I'm going to throw one more thing in here as a final thought. I talked about it on LinkedIn yesterday about how a lot of companies are no longer hiring some of the interns or starting to not hire junior developers in lieu of all this using AI. And one of the things that I'm worried about, and just make sure that you kind of take this back, one of the takeaways, still bring in the junior guys, right? Because at some point, your senior guys are going to retire, your architects, and you need that backfill, and you're going to have a knowledge gap that's being created with this. And so that is something to just be at least aware of and just ready for, right? So anyway, guys, thank you so much for coming. Let's talk about Q&A. What questions do you have?
Man, Chris, that was fantastic and such an incredible amount of information on there. I apologize about the videos section of your presentation. I know a lot of people are definitely looking forward to checking out the slides themselves, and we'll get those out to everybody that wants them, because I know I'm interested because there was so much in there. Just a couple of questions I got to throw your way if you're cool with that.
Let's go.
So from your experience, what kind of specific patterns or phrases and prompts tend to trigger that insecure code output? Or do you think it is just straight a lack of not being specific?
It's more about being specific. So remember, one of the, when you're actually doing it, the right way to do it is asking it what to do, not what not to do. And so if you're throwing out ideas and you're not giving it direction, it's not going to be able to assume what you're thinking. And so put in what you're aiming for versus what you're not aiming for. You'll have better success.
Makes sense. On the aspect of time frame, obviously, using AI to generate this is going to save so much time on the back end developing, and you're going to, have all that time available to do like quality control checks and stuff like that. How should teams balance, that speed difference?
Right. So realistically, I would almost argue that you're actually going to slow down. And the reason for that is because even though you're generating all this code up front, somebody still needs to review the code, make sure that it doesn't have the problems in there. You've now generated a massive amount, potentially a massive amount of code that needs to be completely reviewed, and you don't know where things are because it generated it for you. When you write your own software, you know where all the functions and features are. If you actually wrote your own application, most of the time you're like, look, I use this method all the time. I'm going to refactor it out. I'm going to put it into a library. I'm going to tie into it. And all of a sudden you get great reuse. Whereas when you use AI, it's going to regenerate that same thing. So you may have a method, as we saw on the front end, it created all those different versions to create, read, update, delete. And the problem with that is you will run into, if there's a bug or a security issue with one, you're going to have to go find every instance of that and make sure that it's addressed.
Yeah, that quality check, and just, taking the time to look back on that, and also recognizing the pain points of the AI. I mean, it's almost as if you need a checklist, be like, okay, I know I said for it to do this, but I need to make sure and go through each one of these, line items, and make sure that it's hitting those points, even if you have to, separately ask each time, all right, check for cross-site scripting, check for this, check, it's you got to just continue to, go through that. So let's see. Do you foresee any sort of, like, with the growth of the AI coding and whatnot, do you see any sort of, industry standard certificates or benchmarks emerging from this? Do you think it's going to be a situation where they're going to start throwing out, CompTIA stuff or anything like that, that's going to be like, hey, we have this certificate because you need to look for these things? Do you think that's going to happen?
I would love to say yes. However, I don't know how practical those will be. OWASP has put an amazing top 10 list out there. OWASP is doing so much in this area. Do not overlook it. Go look at the OWASP stuff regarding AI. I know a lot of the guys that have worked on it and that are working on it, and they are thinking through things that nobody thinks of. And I would love to say there would be a great certificate program, but here's one of the things that we're running into. You look at AI. I wrote and talked at LastCon last year, back in September, about the promise of AI. At that point, in February of last year, it became really kind of more mainstream. Late previous years when it kind of came out more publicly. And so the problem is you look at how far we've come in such a short time. Even when I did my LastCon talk, over 60 to 70% of the things that I said, hey, here's what I see coming, here's what would be cool with AI, those have come. They're here today. You can go grab those and use those. And so when you look at where the future of AI is going, the speed, I mean, the second you start doing someone writes the curriculum, it's already outdated. It's moving so fast. And that's also something else that kind of came out interesting with that post on LinkedIn yesterday about, building and not having the junior devs, is colleges and computer science that can't keep up with AI. I mean, you can learn things faster with AI and online than you can in college. And so that raises some interesting questions. I'm not here to debate or talk about where that's going, but I do find that is something that's fascinating, that we're headed.
No, you're absolutely right. And like I said earlier in the presentation, I don't know if you were online, but I in industry, and so watching the progression of AI being used for learning techniques, it makes it so much faster and it's so easy. But I also know that there's a certain amount of stuff that is probably missing, and getting overlooked due to the amount of information that's being put out so fast.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let me see if we have any other questions here real quick for you. Let me check the chat. A lot of thanks and congrats. I know that everybody's super excited to see this slide. I know that a lot of people in the chat are super stoked about this. So that's all my questions for you, Chris. I know you got your LinkedIn QR code up there. So everybody connect with this guy. He's got a lot of great information out there. Chris, I want to thank you so much. That was a great presentation. Really appreciate it. And appreciate you donating your time today so we could hear all this.
Thank you guys so much for having me. I appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you, Chris. All right, everybody, let's go ahead and do a little reminder, real check-in of what we're doing here today. We're raising money for the MCCOE. We got interns that are, fantastic, eager for knowledge, and they're looking to progress. And a couple of different ways that you can help us out. Of course, we have the donation QR code that's right up there on the screen right now that you can see. You can go to that site. Just a couple of ways. Donate $1, you get a link to our escape room. Do a little fun if you want to take a little break from some of these conferences. I know it's a lot to get through during the day, but we're going to keep rocking and rolling. But you can take a little break and go over to the escape room. You can also just donate, and every $25 that you donate gets you entered in for some of those great prizes. We've got a couple of books, we've got Try Hack Me subscriptions, and of course merchandise, and also some options to go over onto our Harmony Growth Lab, included you get registered for if you spend $25 or more. So there's a free membership there included. And then, of course, the merch from the Cyberspeak Labs. Anything you purchase is going to have half of that donated to the MCCOE. So we have a lot of good stuff out there and ways that you can help this go through. I want to go ahead and talk about our next presenter here, Mr. Will Klusowski. Okay. He is the Samurai Keyboard podcaster, and Will has about 24 years of experience, has a broad industry knowledge across retail, tech, healthcare, life sciences, financial services, and insurance, nonprofits, manufacturing. This guy's done it all. Okay. He has a lot of experience and a lot to bring to the table. Let me go ahead and see if he is ready to go and see if we can get him up. Looks like he might be taking a second. We'll give him a second to get his stuff. Okay, great. All right, I'm going to go ahead and turn his camera on. We're going to bring him up real fast. There he is.
Hey,
Will,
man,
welcome
thanks.
to the party.
We're excited to be here and do this, man.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for taking time to sit with us today and go over your stuff. I'm going to go ahead and start your slide. You can do a little intro, and we'll get this going.
All right, great. We're going to get right into it here. So I had a client, Fortune 100, 200, 500, somewhere in that top area, very large manufacturing organization. Consulted with him for a long time. As mentioned, I've worked in consulting managed services for most of my career. So I'd spend time with the CISO, the CIO, the deputy CISO on a regular basis with this organization. We would, we were part of their budgeting team. They would show us a roadmap every year. We'd sit down and take a look at things, help them understand what they're working on, how to drive things to improve things better. We also did, typical project work. So we would do risk assessments, maturity assessments, things like that for them. When the organization I worked for at the time, when we would do our maturity assessments, we were pretty tough. Like, we were very much focused on making sure that we were assessing for risk, assessing for security, and kind of holding people accountable, not giving them any kind of not an easy path, so to speak. So, obviously, as big as they were, they had other players in there, larger organizations, small organizations, niche, they're working with a lot of people. So when we would do these assessments, we would give, say we might give them a 2.5 out of a 5 on one area. Some of the other organizations might give them like a 3 or 3.5. So a little more favorable rating. So they would obviously use those. Now, it wasn't that they were using those because they didn't care about security. It was because of their business strategy. So they're in the manufacturing space. For those who aren't aware, manufacturing tends to kind of lag in cybersecurity. But what they would do is they would actually judge themselves or rate themselves against the pharmaceutical industry, which was a higher regulated organization. The reasons they did that were, if something were to happen, if they were to be breached, to find themselves in a courtroom or in front of Congress or something like that were to happen, they were completely legally defensible because they could show on a maturity scale that they were exceeding their industry's requirements, and then they're working at, meeting or exceeding the requirements of a higher, more regulated organization. So it was kind of at that moment that I realized that organizations aren't doing security just to be secure. Yeah, they cared about it, but there's always a business issue to it. This also, made me realize that, business is really what's driving the security. That organization, you're there to protect that organization. So a lot of these programs that we're going to talk about and how to build them are built not just because the framework says to do it this way or because the organization is, wants to be 100% secure. So you're going to ask me kind of, okay, well, what is a security program that you're talking about here? So, as a CISO, as a cybersecurity leader, you're going to have an overarching program that's going to help your organization understand where they are managing risk and growing and maturing. Within that, you're going to see lots of little programs. So that's kind of what you see on the screen here. We've got the fellowship showing us kind of what all these other little programs look like. So, you look at your GRC stuff, you've got your risk compliance. What frameworks do you have to be compliant with? What frameworks have you decided to adopt and use for your organization itself, right? What policies and processes and governance exists and gets pushed down to all of these other areas that you see here, right? You may have, the technology is going to be configured in a certain way based on how GRC says it is, right? So how do those things integrate? You've got your infrastructure teams who are, keeping all the architecture up and running, doing patch management, all of that good stuff, monetization projects, all that good stuff. Your security operations center, that's where I say like all the smart people sit, looking at all of the information coming across, searching into potential activity that's going on. What could really the front lines of protection should be closely tied with that vulnerability management team doing the scanning, working with pen testing, whether that's internally or outsourced through a service provider or something you just do on a regular basis. But taking all of that intelligence, that information that we're getting from our vulnerability stack and feeding it into the security operations. Continuity planning, disaster recovery, right? If something goes down, if we need to rebuild something, if we get some data gets all messed up, how do we recover it? If there's an incident, how do we recover it? If there's an actual physical location thing and we have to bring something else up, right? That whole business continuity side of the house all feeds into there. Your DevSecOps, right? What we just saw in the last presentation, are we doing secure coding practices properly? Do we have, are we looking at all that from a vulnerability standpoint, as well as, maintaining the right levels of, of services we need around that? Then training, and, which goes beyond just the end user training, the phishing email stuff, all that kind of stuff. It's also, everybody has their sort of annual training, but also there should be something around role-based training, right? So, me as a CISO typically go and like talk to each department, go talk to finance alone, one-on-one, let them share their knowledge and their concerns, go to talk to HR because everybody's thinking a little different, right? So, having a more comprehensive training program and it's not just a piece of software. And then of course, identity access management, which is kind of the root of everything, right? All of your access controls sit here. All of your foundation for zero trust is here, right? Understanding how we're going to allow people to use these systems and look at things organizationally structured, all that good stuff. So you can see, just in talking just for a few minutes here about this one little area, all of these small programs that kind of exist and have to be developed, and then taking all of this stuff up, you're like, well, what do I build first? How do I build that out? What does GRC need to look like? What versus, my vulnerability program? How do I figure all of that out? So that today is what we're going to get into. But before we start talking specifically and walk you through the process to do that, there are some things that you need to take into consideration first. Number one is user impact. Anybody, if you're going to implement technology or process that is going to change the way that the end user goes to work every day, you have to make considerations for that. You need adoption, right? You cannot you cannot assume that just because the CISO said so, we're going to do this. It's very important that the users agree to it and they wholeheartedly accept it. We like to think about ourselves, in the security space as kind of being like ninjas, super secret squirrels, special forces. We're on the front lines fighting the baddies. But that's really not the case. Like, there's a small fraction of us who do that. But for the most part, something I learned a long time ago, security, much like IT, is better when it's quiet. It's one of those things that needs to be, most people only care about it when it's not working. So if we're highly visible, that's because something's going on probably, and you want to make sure that those things are not going on, right? That kind of impact changes things. So I usually try to explain it to everybody as in, think about a race car. Like, the business's job is a race car. No organization that I can think of, and I don't think one exists, goes to work every day only like where their mission is cybersecurity themselves, right? Even me working in a cybersecurity organization, we still try to control our spend and make sure that we're addressing the right risks and the right things. Every company has a goal, and most of the times that company's goal is to make money through some process or support if they're a nonprofit or some healthcare, they're supporting whatever. Nobody goes to work every day and says, our job is to do security at our organization, right? So you don't have carte blanche to do whatever you want, right? And you do want to make sure that what is laid out and designed is practical, and you've thought about and considered all the right aspects of how you're going to do that. So I say all that because you don't want to impact the user. So if I'll use a good example of data protection program. So if you're implementing the DLP technology, going to work, as soon as you turn that on, all of a sudden, all your users' email is going to be different. You're going to start seeing labeling and tagging coming up. Every time somebody creates a document, they're going to be shown all this stuff about that they don't understand. Like, oh, I've got to put a sensitivity label on this now, or they might not know now they no longer have access to something else that they used to have access to. And all of those things are stuff that's going to impact that user experience and make them all raise their hands and say, I don't like this boss. I can't get my job done. And then all that money you spent on the DLP tool in this case is going to get unplugged because you haven't realized that you're the brakes on the race car. You're not the race car, right? Our job as security professionals is to make sure that when the business comes to that high-speed corner, they tap on the brakes and they work. And then every other time, we need to just be confident and happy they're there and not have to think about us, right? So user impact, huge consideration before you start talking about what you're actually going to spend money on and implement. Next thing here is management. So this is not your manager telling you what to do every day. Hopefully they don't, but this isn't necessarily that. What we're talking about here is there is no set it and forget it in our industry. I'll stick with the data protection, the DLP solution, data loss prevention. If we're going to buy that tool and we're going to put it in place, we need to know, well, okay, how are we going to run this? The GRC team is going to have policies and procedures laid out for data classification, data criticality. Okay, that's going to tell us what labeling needs to look like. We're going to have to do some e-discovery and figure that out. Okay, so that all of this paperwork stuff sort of feeds into how the technology is going to get done. Most who have kind of grown up in the kit world, the tech world, are going to be like, design, implement, manage that kind of stuff, and may not think about the requirements gathering at the front. But then you think about, okay, well, now this tool's in place. Who's going to run it? Is the infrastructure team going to put on another hat? Are we going to hire another team, another member or 2 or 3 to make sure this tool is maintained? How are we going to make sure that we are working proactively so that when regulatory requirements change and now we have to change the encryption or the protection that we're using, that happens? Is there going to be a committee that makes discusses the changes that we're going to have? How is this going to fit into change control? Right. So all of this stuff, are we going to do it ourselves? Or are we going to hire somebody else? Are we going to get a service provider that's going to do this for us? And if so, how does that work? How do I tie this into the SOC? Right. So if you go back to the fellowship we just showed, there's a lot of integrations that need to happen. It's not just, in this case, we're not talking about just buying a DLP tool. We're talking about implementing a data protection program as part of all of these other programs, which again feeds up to the bigger one that we have and is all predicated on, what is the business's mission? What is their goal driving towards? The third consideration here, which is, these are all equally important, I'd say, but if you want to have adoption and you want to limit impact, you've got to do organizational change management. So anybody who's kind of taken a basic business course or kind of came up through the consulting world, maybe even understands OCM as, data transformations. It's something very much in like changing the mindset of an organization. It's very much a people-focused aspect. So if I stick with the DLP solution, all this is getting in front of the problems and challenges and the change before it happens. So if we're talking DLP, before we even start looking at which technology we want and maybe figuring out, what classification structure we're going to use if we don't have one. Once we kind of know we're on that path and this program is approved to be built, we're going to start going to the other parts of the organization and socializing what's happening. So we're going to start letting users know, hey, this is coming. Your email is going to look different. This is coming. The data you have in your SharePoint area or in your shared storage, we're going to need to reorganize it, or you may not have access to it. We need to work with you to do that. This is how the working together as an organization part of it so that you get that full adoption. So you work through all of that so that when you do turn on the DLP solution in this example, everybody's like, oh yeah, they talked about this. I see how this is going. I understand. We've kind of rolled this out slowly and we've got everybody to understand what's happening. And that helps with the adoption. It reduces the user impact. And then that makes the CISO and team very happy because they're able to implement the controls they want without ticking everybody off. So we've talked about the considerations. Let's go ahead and how you build this big program. How, as a security leader, security professional, are you going to come into an organization or maybe just within your organization and say, hey, we need to build a security program. So this is the process that I'm going to walk you through here. Number one, you've heard me say it a couple times. What's the business mission? If their mission is, we make widgets and we need to sell those widgets and we sell those widgets through these ways, then you need to understand based on that, how does security fit into that? Or if they're using a lot of e-commerce, great, then we are a critical part of making sure that that is secured. Or maybe they're outsourcing everything to another e-commerce provider. In that case, then our goal is third-party risk management because we want to make sure that provider is safe, right? Tying things back to the mission. This is where this is the starting point for everything, right? Without mission support, security will be seen as that roadblock. We want to avoid being seen as a roadblock. We want to be considered a partner. In order to be a partner, you need to understand what the business mission is and how do you align with that. Second step down here, we're going to go down is culture and risk appetite. So now we kind of know what the business mission is, what they want to do. So now we can prioritize, okay, how are decisions going to be made? It's going to be made based on the fact that, this is the mission. So these are the important factors of that. How do we fit into it? Great. Okay. So we'll take that culture and that risk appetite, and the culture is really, the culture and risk appetite kind of go hand in hand with the leadership of the organization, right? Some organizations will find it's very easy to accept risk, right? And so this is going to define how much they're willing to kind of accept that risk and take that risk, or how much they're willing to spend on it to reduce that risk a little bit. But it's important to have this up front to kind of, again, align with that's going to help you decide how you're going to build this program out as we go along. Third step is the compliance aspect of things. This is really, hey, what do you have to comply with? What must you comply with? So if you're in retail or you're processing transactions, you've got PCI. If you're doing work with a defense industrial base, you've got CMMC. If you're in the financial services sector, you've got a list of regulations that are this long that you have to deal with, right? Maybe you're in manufacturing and all your requirements are all ISO stuff that's, really rolling to the shop floor. But again, you have to look at all of the stuff that has to be complied with, because you're going to have to account for that here in just a bit. So now you know what you have to comply with. And actually, I would say the other part of this too, which kind of comes in a little bit later, we'll talk more details, is also kind of how you want to run the organization. What framework, if any, are we going to adopt as an organization? So is it a NIST CSF? Are we an ISO shop? Are we going to combine, all of our HIPAA requirements with all of our PCI and just make one big monstrous thing, whatever that may be, right? But understanding what it is you want to do. And again, that's going to tie back to the risk appetite, because we're going to start to see, here's the things we must do. And then this is where the organization will question, well, do we really have to do that? Like, what's the risk if we don't? Like, maybe, we're starting to think, so they're going to start getting their gears turning about that. And that's why I'm going to talk about this in the order that I am talking about it. So you've got all this right now. So this really is going to lay out the security strategy. At a high level, we understand the mission of the business. We understand our appetite and culture. We understand what we have to be compliant with. All of this kind of bubbles up. And now we can kind of say, okay, we're going to do these things. We're going to make decisions this way. We're going to assess risk this way. Okay, we all know what we're getting into now. What this is really like the first step of like the actual work, I would say. So step one is your BIAs, a business impact analysis, and asset management. So those are two different things. One, you have to know what assets you have if you're going to secure anything. And this is not just a list of printers and laptops and desktops and servers. Assets are your applications, your data, your critical processes, physical locations, all of that stuff. So everything that you have needs to be inventoried. You need to know what you have and where it's at. And in addition to that, it needs to have an owner. And the owner is not IT, and the owner is not security, right? The HRIS system, the owner is whoever runs HR. That's their job. Accounts receivable, whatever technologies they're using, they own that. Whatever business processes they use and integrate with, they own that. They are the decision makers for those systems. We are not. It is our job to understand where they are and how critical they are to the organization and how to protect them, to present those ideas to those organizations, but let them ultimately make the decisions. People get kind of tied up in thinking, the CISO and team, they're going to tell us that we have to do this. No, our job as security professionals is really to identify the risk, present the risk back to whoever owns that risk, the options for it and the potential impact, and then they make the decision, right? It's not us making those decisions. So we've got kind of an understanding of assets. That also goes further into, when I say processes, some people think very simply about, oh, well, here's, a procurement process does this, ... but you're going to have other processes that can get a little more complicated. So this is where doing things like data flow diagrams are really important. I would say it's, while it's not an engagement type itself, it is, to me, part of the business impact analysis. Because in order to say, well, let me talk about the business impact analysis. So the business impact analysis is, now that we know all of our assets, what's most important, right? If we're an e-commerce site, then, wherever we're getting our supplies from, or if we're manufacturing on the shop floor, then that's the most critical thing. Because if we're not making widgets, we're not making money. And then if we're selling those widgets online, then our website needs to be up and our card processing needs to be up. So that's also critically important, right? That's going to be less important than some of our other, tertiary systems that are sitting in the back end. So this impact analysis is really taking everything that we do and making it and putting it into a prioritized list that says, okay, here's everything you have. Here's the order of importance, right? And then we get into the data flows and we can start to see how things connect. Because as soon as we realize, well, okay, the applications, the tools that are feeding the shop floor, that's important. But we also have CAD systems that are creating those tools, that are creating the widgets that we're making. And we're doing that on a regular basis. And that can't go down for more than a day or we start losing money. All right, cool. And now we start to see things going together because we know this system is tied to this system and these data starts passing around. So once you really start untangling things, it gets pretty interesting. I've always said, I've done a lot of assessments in my time. And, they'll go in and they'll say, oh, you're going to talk to this, well, PCI. Yeah, we have like 2 people that deal with that. And I'll go in and ask them. And as soon as I start digging into the processes of it, I'll say, well, what happens when this situation occurs? I'm like, oh, we don't do that. Mary does that. And then they'll go bring Mary into the room. And then I'll ask Mary a few questions and she'll be like, oh, Bob does that. And then we'll bring Bob in the room. And within an hour, I've got 15 people in a room, when management thought, well, it's just these 2 people that do it, because they didn't realize that there was some organization that we work with that doesn't work with our payment system. And so they actually send something over by email, which is incredibly, terribly wrong, but that's the way we do it. And we've got all these other band-aided systems they don't think about. In my experience, when you look at how things are done, there's usually 3 ways. There's the way that it's documented, if it's documented at all. There's the way that management thinks it's done. And then there's the way it's actually done. And that's what happens when you get into doing these assessments and kind of building this out. And that's why you go through this exercise of understanding the assets themselves, the impact they have to the business, and how it all ties together. So data flow is super important when it comes to that. All right. So now we have all our systems. We have all of our everything that we need to run the business. We know the priorities of it, hopefully. We've documented all the data flow. We know how we're going to make decisions about this now, because the next step is taking a look at everything we have and then assessing the risk. Now, risk assessment can be very light and it can be very, very laborious. And it really is going to depend on, again, that security strategy right there, top and center. How much do we need to assess the risk before we start figuring out how much money? Are we comfortable with just taking a look at, our level 1 critical assets and kind of doing some poking around and saying, oh yeah, that's fine? Or do we want to actually do like some deep threat modeling, go grab some threat intelligence and see who's targeting industries like us and what's the most likely avenue of approach, and then really get into quantifying, impact and likelihood and all that stuff. And I'll explain all that now, because this is what the risk assessment is. It's taking a look at all of those systems and understanding, if this goes down, what's the impact to the business? Now, how likely is it that this is going to go down, or that this is going to get compromised, or that this is going to cause a compromise? This is where the data flows come into effect. Our critical systems may be, this server over here, and we've got it pretty well protected. It's VLANed off, all of this really good stuff's coming into it. But there is this one data flow from an old legacy system that has, ties into the database to it and potentially could get there. So we really need to conduct a penetration test for that specific threat vector to say, hey, what's the chance of this system going down, right? So you can see how quickly you can kind of get into really digging into the specific risks as much as the bigger, broader risks. And again, this is going to depend on your organization. specifically, and their sort of the security strategy, the risk appetite they have, which is how much money do you want to spend figuring this stuff out before you're actually controlling, implementing controls and things like that. So we understand now at this point, we've gone through the risk assessment. We're like, okay, we know these bad things could potentially happen to us. We think we have a good hold on, what's the most important stuff to us, and we know what we have and how we make our money, right? So now what do we do? So now we go back to the industry compliance box, and now we think about how we want to run our organization. If you don't have a framework, your framework is your map, right? Building a security program is going on a journey. You have to know where you're going. It shouldn't be an adventure, right? There will be some things that are adventurous because that's the way it is, but it shouldn't just be putting on a backpack, walking out the door and seeing what happens. You should know where you want to go and how you want to get there. Think about it like, it's a Clark Griswold road trip. Everything's laid out and we know where we want to go. If you don't have a framework that you've adopted, then you can't say where you're going or how you're going to get there. So that's the current state, desired state that we look at next. So you're going to take all of your musts from an industry compliance perspective. You're going to take the framework that you've decided to use, NIST CSF, the ISO 27K, whatever it may be, an amalgamation of different things. You're going to take everything you have, and then you're going to conduct that assessment. So the current state is simply taking a look across all of those checklists and saying, okay, where are we today? Are we doing this thing? Are we not doing this thing? Yes, no, or maybe we're doing a little bit of it. And then that's where we start to lay out the desired state. Now, I mentioned in the beginning about an organization I worked with who, we talk about maturity ratings, which is typically a 1 to 5 scale. Everyone's goal in life is not to get to a 5. Everybody does not need to be at a 5. For some organizations, a 2 is okay, right? For some organizations, lower, higher, it just depends, right? And it's not about just the company, their business mission, their culture, appetite, all of this stuff we talked about. It's also their industry and the overall risk that they hold. So, organizations that are, much less at risk, don't have necessarily a bunch of sensitive data, don't have a lot of IP, they're going to be looking for lower maturity levels versus an organization that is, heavily reliant on their intellectual property and, maybe definitely publicly traded, all that stuff. So understanding where you are, that's going to give you that first spot. Then it's defining, okay, where do we want to get to? Now, at this point, we're thinking idealistically. So we've got 1s and 2s or 3s and whatever, all the way down the different areas and domains. Where are we on these things? All right, now let's go ahead and define where we want to push ourselves to. And we think we can get to, this state. This is going to be an acceptable state for us here. That laying out of the desired state gives you your roadmap. Well, your fantasy roadmap. Because the next thing you have to do is now you have to figure out how you're paying for it. So as a security leader, you've got all of this stuff laid out in front of you. You're like, hey, these are the things we have to do. Great. You go and have a conversation with the larger powers that be. And then they come back and say, they ask all the questions about why and how, and then you get X amount of money to do that. And now you have to take that money and figure out how you're going to spend it. And we'll talk about how you get the buy-in here later, but that is, again, a big part of this is you can't just, even as a security leader, you can't just walk up there and be like, hey, here, I need $5.2 million to do this thing, or I need, $100,000 for this one thing. You've got to kind of go in and get the buy-in from the rest of the organization. You've got to understand the culture. You got to understand the business mission, talk about how all that works. And we'll hit on that in a little bit later. But ultimately, you're going to get that budget, and then that's going to give you a roadmap. An actually executable roadmap, because now you're going to know, okay, we have an IAM project we're working on for the next 18 months. We have a zero trust project that we're going to be working on for the next 24 months. We've got digital transformation for our security infrastructure that's going to take 3 months. It's going to cost X amount of dollars to LOE. So all of this stuff is laying out what needs to be executed and thinking about all of the money, the costs, the time, the effort, the duration that's going to go into it. And that's literally how you build the program. From that point on, you take your roadmap and then you just execute against it. And then from time to time, you will go back and cycle through some of these things. If you've built good programs, a lot of this stuff should stay up to date. So if you build a good asset management program, You're not going to have to go out and do a laborious, physical touch of everything, or maybe you have a good tooling, but you're going to want to make sure that that stays up to date, because as that changes, it's going to impact the risk you have throughout the rest of the organization. So I have had a client I worked with, just executing on this, right? They didn't really have much of a program in place. They were doing a few things here and there. Come in, went through this process, took a look at their mission, align things, get all the deep asset management laid out, get the impact analysis, understand the data flow, understand how everything's working, do the assessment, get through and say, okay, we've got 8 programs that we need to build out. Going back to that fellowship photo. So start to look through each of these programs and figure out what's it going to cost, what's the level of effort, what do we need to buy, take all this stuff, put it together, present it. Everybody's in agreement. They're like, yes, we need to fix these things. This makes sense. Well, this is great. Let's, get into some of the details. Some things like, oh, well, it'd be nice to have a GRC tool, but it's more important to have a data protection tool. Okay, great. So we know we're only going to be able to get so much money. So let's, again, prioritize the risk based on the spend based on the risk. So we go through create all these 8 programs or so, get it laid out. Everybody's on board. Awesome. Sets it up, go and get the budget for it. So this was a 90-day plan that I had gone in. So the organization wasn't very large. We were able to kind of get through this process pretty early. So within 90 days, we knew what we were working on, and we were able to start some of the things that needed to be done. So we're, improving policies. We're, documenting asset management. We're getting programs sort of defined and built out. And we've all agreed this is the money that has to be spent, and here's the things that has to be spent on. Well, 3 more months goes by and nothing else has changed, right? Everybody's in agreement on what we need to do. We've laid everything out, but yet all of the work that's being done is still, internal, our teams executing and making it happen. None of the new spend that we have is actually there yet. And I say all that because regardless of how well we do things in cybersecurity, there's always going to be some politics that come into play, and there's always some processes that come into play. It's never as simple as, well, yeah, we did all this work. It makes sense. Absolutely, we should execute on this, and we need to do it right away. So we'll talk a little bit about that. The first thing is, as security leaders, security professionals, we talked about understanding the business, but we also need to understand the other leaders in the organization, right? If I'm a CISO, then I'm working closely with the CIO and the CTO regularly, but I'm also working with the HR chief as well as, the CFO. They all have different metrics than we do, right? So you need to understand what's important to those individuals as well. Just at the beginning, when we talked about what the business does, how we as a security organization need to support that, because if we're not supporting that mission, then nobody cares. So how do we make that alignment? Now we need to get buy-in and work with the other teams as well. How do we get that buy-in? So understanding what the CFO's goals are and mission, and how does that roll up to everything else? Understanding the COO's goals and objectives, and how does that all fit back? They have their own roadmaps as well too, right? They have their own programs that they're building, and it's just as much as we would not expect them, or as we would not expect to have to learn everything about finance so that we can help them make decisions. We can't expect them to learn everything about cybersecurity, which goes into the second point here, which is the communicate aspect of things. We need to be able to speak in their language. Now, for us talking to a CFO, that is numbers, right? So that means understanding how to translate what it is we need and the impact that doing nothing or allowing this risk to go unchecked. Or a good example is, hey, we know this asset is worth this much, or this machine makes us X dollars a minute. every time it goes down. If it's gone for a day, that means we lose all this money. Okay. It's really easy to say that and then to go, okay, if we do this thing that's going to cost us whatever to protect it, isolate it, implement, monitor it, it's going to reduce that risk significantly and the likelihood is going to go away. It's very easy for a CFO to understand, oh, this is how we make money, and this is what it's going to cost to make sure we keep making that money, right? So it's a mindset shift for those of us who are trying to get that buy-in that we talked about, to get that support from the rest of the executive team, because that helps us, again, back to the beginning, talking about user adoption and acceptance. So being able to come to them and understand how to speak to them in their language. Now this goes all the way down, right? So if you're running a vulnerability management team, you may find yourself presenting to executives. If you are, you're not talking about CVEs when you do it. You know, ideally, you're talking potentially about risk. You may be just presenting, hey, here's the things we did and here's what happened in the result, right? You may not even get into the risk aspects of things, right? So you have to learn to bubble up your information. And a good way, I highly recommend being able to do that, is to be able to take the data you have and visualize it, create it in some kind of way to make it where people can see it and understand what's going on, right? That's the communication part. So now we'll get into the support aspect next. Again, looking back at making sure that, everybody, I'm not gonna say everybody likes us, but everybody understands what we're doing. The thing we want to avoid is security being seen as a roadblock. And the way you do that is understanding how those organizations work, which I just talked about in the understand part here, little Tony Stark, right? Being able to understand how those organizations work and then where security fits into everything. So as an example, we'll take systems acquisitions, which is a fancy word for procurement. If HR wants to buy a new HRIS system, they're excited about that. They're going to start looking at vendors immediately. They're going to have mass meetings with all the different department heads within their group and start talking about features that they need and all the cool stuff that they can get out of it. And they're going to get really excited. They're going to start putting together an RFP and start looking at vendors and asking questions and getting demos and all that stuff set up. If the process for procuring something like that does not involve the security folks, then we are absolutely going to be seen as a roadblock, because it's a piece of technology and they can absolutely go down that path on their own. But at some point, they're going to want to plug it into the network and spin it up. And the CIO, the CTO, and the CISO are going to find out about it. And then we're going to come in and be like, hold up, right? So the key here is to make security part of those processes and helping them understand why they need to be part of those processes. So in that example, to make sure that security is not seen as a roadblock, we create a policy about systems acquisitions around procurement. We get together, we sit down with the HR leader and say, hey, or not the HR, I'm sorry, we sit down with the CFO most likely and be, what's the procurement process that we use today? Okay, where can we put in a check and balance that says you need to bring in security now? Because when you're going off and buying that new HRIS system, the security team's got questions about their DevSecOps, right? What's their do they have secure coding practices? Are they teaching people how to code properly? How are they maintaining their systems, right? Are they using, how are they're making sure they're reusing code? Where's the JavaScript stuff lie? All of this. Are they scanning on a regular basis? Are they, is their hardware involved? How is that done? How is their integrations done? What API security do they have? What's the organization themselves have, right? Third-party risk will tell me, it's great that you've got this application that I can buy and we want to use it, but also, I'm very concerned with your organization and your partners. If you've got an HVAC company who has access to your systems because they're monitoring the AC in your building and our stuff is hosted in your building, I need to be sure that they can't jump their way into our stuff, right? So all of these questions are going to be asked as part of that process. And it's going to be really, really annoying if we ask all those questions after they've already made their decision about who their favorite is. So by putting it into the process and getting the security team involved in those kinds of activities, and that goes, this is just an example of, that one procurement option, but you take a look at all the other processes the organizations have and integrate yourselves with them, support them, understand, this is where the communication comes, and you're not coming in to make things harder. You're coming in to make it easier for them, because guess what? If you don't involve us, then that's going to happen, right? So that's the politics of it all when it comes to it. So I think everybody knows the CIA triad, right? Confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So, the C is at the top for most organizations, because confidentiality, protecting the data is usually the most important thing. Obviously, we want things to be, we want non-repudiation. We want things to be available. But another CISO I was working with in the healthcare industry. I say all this because in the CIA triad, things are upside down. And that's because, in the healthcare industry and in manufacturing as well, things are upside down. Because when it comes to somebody's life is on the line, they absolutely care more about availability than they do confidentiality, right? The systems that they need to keep those people alive or to help save lives is more important than protecting the data behind them, right? So you have to understand the priorities are a little different. So I'm talking to the CISO in the healthcare organization, and he asked me, he says, "Will, do you know what CISO stands for?" And I'm like, "Yeah, of course." Like, but you're going to tell me something different. So what is it? And he said, Chief Inside Selling Officer. And I kind of laughed and I giggled. And I was a little confused. He says, "I spend most of my time going around to other leaders in the organization and explaining to them why they need to do these security things, why it's important to them, why going over to the VP of IT and the medical side, and going over the enterprise side. For those who know, a lot of healthcare organizations will have medical IT and then regular IT, right? The CISO's got to go talk to both of them, be like, hey, here's why we need to do these things. He said, I spend my entire day going around and selling, essentially working with them, collaborating, making sure they understand that we're here to help them not make their lives harder and to find ways to work together." And I say all that because security, just like anything else in business that we do, is just about people. That's it, folks. I'll take some Q&A.
Will, thank you so much. That was a lot of great information. Man, I know personally, from developing a security program within, like, on my side, the education side, a lot of the stuff that you touched on, like, getting the buy-in and getting, the just of the people and, how to develop it in there. It's difficult, and you wind up finding situations where people are, scared or sketched out to even try to. How do you, what's your best practices for, buy-in, just an expansion, just with the people? Say, for example, I'm going to throw out an example, in my line, when we do phishing tests, we have a lot of teachers that get very, very upset that we're, testing them or gaslighting them into these, training videos. And it's like, we're not gaslighting, we're saving you, we're protecting you. Like, what are some of your best practices for combating that?
I love the phishing one because I hear it all the time. And the reason for that is, and you as an educator, you'll know, it's because you have to do it with positive reinforcement, not negative reinforcement. Right. So with phishing specifically, like, and I get, everybody's like, oh, you're tricking us, or you have some, like, I work for some places that have really good people who enjoy their job, and I'll get an email. I'm like, oh man, this is a really good one. But like, I know, I'm in the industry, like everything's phishing. So, but it is really about, like, in that case, it's about spinning it to make it about positive reinforcement. So in those cases, usually like gamification of those types of things to make it like, hey, this isn't a punishment. This is like, we're educating you, and the better you do, you're going to get these cooler things and whatever. And again, your culture is going to define how that kind of works out. I think that's the specific kind of approach I have for that one. The other one where people are like, I've walked into a lot of organizations, and I'm just assessing security. Like, my job is just to go in and be like, I'm here to help you and make you better. But as soon as somebody who doesn't understand it gets that invite from the security guy, they go to their boss like, what's this about? Do I need to be scared? What do I need to bring? And I'm like, no, I just need to know what applications talk to what applications. So I think the other part, like, kind of went back to what I said at the beginning, would be like the OCM, the change management, and not even being that like predicated about it, but just communication, over communication, just being able to let people, hey, this is what's going on. This is why it's happening. This is a good thing, right? And getting that by, and I think, there's an element of leadership all the way down. Like, when we communicate this stuff out, like, tell my directors, tell my managers, like, go and have conversations, let them know that it's not a big deal.
That speaks volumes too, because it's such a, you can speak to the user level all you want, and one of the things I like to do is, if I do receive any sort of, like, why did I get this? Why are you testing me? I like to approach it in a very, very personal, manner. I'll speak to them. I'll ask them if I can come see them, and I'll just be like, look, these are the reasons we do this. These are the things, and try to make it a more personable thing so that they don't feel like this is just some random out of the blue thing that we're just trying to trick you with. But again, to caveat onto what you said, it starts at the top. If you don't have buy-in and continued support from the top, it makes it so difficult when it doesn't trickle down. In the education field, we've got principals, we've got assistant principals, superintendents, and it just goes down and down. And then by the time that it reaches our teachers, it's so diluted and filtered that it seems bad. And so it's so important to really speak to the upper level about getting that taken care of. It's wild the way that goes.
It is. You need that buy-in at the top. And it's funny, I just had a flashback. I served the Marine Corps, and it's the whole, like, colonel says be there at at whatever time, and then the lieutenant colonel adds 5 minutes before, and then the major adds 5 minutes, and by the time it gets down to the enlisted men, we're there like an hour and a half early.
I'm right there with you. That I served on the Marines as well. So, we've been in that same situation. It's like, if you're 15 minutes early, you're late. And it's like, wait, how many times do we have to keep going to this 15 minutes, guys? I do have a couple of questions that kind of stemmed up on here, and just want to get your insights on there. Okay. New organizations, they obviously know that cybersecurity is very important. And of course they don't know, obviously you touched on a lot of the great points here for starting that. For the people with limited resources, and maybe they are very small, like, what do you think are the best steps for prioritizing those first steps of building that program?
I'm going to tell a story real quick, a short one.
Yeah, please.
I'm a handy person, right? There were times in my life where I was way more hands-on than I am now, just because of age and time availability. But, my microwave goes out years ago, and I'm like, I can fix that. So, I go to Home Depot, I get the stuff I need. I come back, I take the microwave off. Oh, I'm missing a thing. I go back out to the store, I come back, I take a thing off. I get it up there. It's, oh, this is different. Half a day later, I have it up. It's there. My back is sore. I take a bunch of ibuprofen, have a drink. So the next time I did it, I paid Home Depot like an extra $150. A guy shows up literally in my house for 15 minutes. I didn't, I heard like a little bit of noise, and he's gone, and the new microwave's up. The mess is cleaned. I say all that because as much as you have limited resources, and I talk about this a lot on LinkedIn too, with like startup organizations and organizations, like, just because you can, or maybe you can figure it out, doesn't mean you should, right? So, like, really evaluate those resources. And if something is important to you and it's not something you're going to do long-term, and it's not a job you need to take, then pay somebody else to do it. And this doesn't mean like you have to go and pay for a huge, like, you partner with an organization who is going to, I work in sales and marketing on the security side. And, my mantra to everything is, man, we're partnering first. I want to understand your business. I want to learn from you. And then I want to help you, and whatever is the right way for you. And so you find that kind of partner who's going to kind of tell you what you need to do. And, we can take a look at things, and then be like, you know what, we'll pay for this little thing here, and then that's going to give you this little step, and you know, a good organization that can support you is going to kind of give you a lot of information for free and help you understand where you need to spend the money.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's funny. Your answer actually leads into a portion of my next, question or, thoughts to discuss with you. Having an outside enemy enemy,
Well, we all do.
Yeah, enemy, obviously. Having an outside entity come in to evaluate and help you design that is so beneficial. Like, just even if it's even if you're an already established company, having someone in and just reevaluate your stuff is so critical.
Yeah, like the story I open with is something that I usually have a handful of clients every year that I can go and sit with the CISO and their team, and literally they show the roadmap and say, hey, well, what are you seeing? Or whatever, like, and I challenge my team to do the same thing, right? To bring in people to say, well, here's an outside perspective. Like, this is what you guys are working on. Well, why is that a bigger priority than this? Because like, we're seeing more people spend money in this area and you guys are doing this. And then they explain, oh, okay, cool. So it is when you work in a silo, and I think every CISO I've ever worked with would agree and appreciates that, like, having somebody else who's not in your silo come and take a look at things, because we get so ingrained in our world. And you see this everywhere with anything that happens, anybody who works in one department, you ask somebody else to do something, and if they don't understand every single process, you're like, what? How do they not know this? Because they don't go to work and do your job every day, right? And so you managing the security of your organization versus what are your other peers. That's why so many are in other peer groups and things like that. So it doesn't always have to be also paying for that, right? Finding those other resources that are going to come in and kind of help you keep in line. And I'd say even, because I've seen it in the chat here a little bit, mentoring, that's something big I talk about. That's what a good mentor should do for you as a person is call you out on your crap every now and then and make sure you're not just going down the wrong path.
Yeah, no, exactly. And having that, and it goes back to the old adage, having a second set of eyes,
Yeah.
because yes, you get ingrained in your procedures and policies and you get in a routine, and the longer you're in that routine, the more difficult it is to see the problems. So having that second set of eyes or having that other person come in, it's crucial to things that you've missed and stuff like that. And that's goes along with networking. We're all part of our community, and we all have all these great and minds that we're connected to, like on LinkedIn and Discord, and bouncing ideas off everybody and being like, hey, what do you guys do for these practices? What do you guys do for this thing and that thing? It's so important.
100%. I absolutely agree. And that's, again, the story I said, I can almost guarantee I can come into an organization and they're going to say, this is how something works. And I only have to ask 2 or 3 questions to find out it's not exactly how it works. It kind of works that way.
Right. It's like, you might have missed a few things on here. Just let me give you some, small tips or hints, I got one last question for you on here. Okay.
Sure.
With everything that changes, I mean, cybersecurity, IT information, it's changing every single day. How do we ensure security programs remain agile without becoming disorganized or losing focus on our goals?
Oh, that's a good question. I think there's a couple of things that I recommend. One is that business alignment, right? So whoever is running the security part of the organization, and this is business in general, right? Whatever the business mission is, the whatever, I'm going to use big, enterprise terms, but whoever that C-suite or that top line, they need to have metrics that tie to that goal. And then their VPs, directors need to have metrics tied, and that all needs to flow down. So as an individual contributor, you go to work every day and know that I'm helping my boss do this and that his boss is doing this. And this all goes up to us being, this type of company. And so with security as part of that and understanding how it supports one, that keeps that top line visibility and everybody kind of understands what they're doing. The second part is being reasonable. So much in cybersecurity is very big and complicated, especially in the GRC stuff. One of the clients I work for, I'm in a state where you need a governance policy, right? It doesn't need to be 300 pages, right? It just needs to be the simple thing that says, here's what we're going to do. And then it needs to get educated. So that's a lot of times too. A lot of organizations will create policy and processes and all this good stuff, and then be like, it exists, and not go tell anybody, and then be mad when they don't follow the rules, right? So it goes back to that buy-in, that inside selling, right? If you're going to say every new piece of technology has to get a security review, but you don't go to help procurement that they have to do it, right? I think that's it. And then again, the last part is the programmatic approach I talked about, which is when you build a program, think about that specifically. When something changes, how are we going to know, and how are we going to react to it, right? So with GRC, it's easy. You can set up alerts for all things. You know when the new PCI DSS comes out. You know when the CMC stuffs are changing. You have people who are responsible for doing that and coming back and communicating it. So it's about building those programs and processes, and not just like putting your security program on a piece of paper and then forgetting about it for a year.
It's ever changing. We have to grow along with it. It's one of the things that one of our initiatives at the school district that I'm with, we already had stuff in place, but we want to make sure with compliance changes and compliance updates, we have to constantly evaluate that. So whether that's every 6 months or once a year, I don't recommend once a year because things change so fast anymore, but being able to evaluate that stuff when it comes down and seeing what changes we need to make, it's staying on top of it is the most important thing.
It's tough. And you think about, it's not just us. I mean, tax laws change all the time. You guarantee the finance people know about it. Like, I have friends and connections who just do things around tax law, right? I mean, like every industry has to keep up with things. It's not like we're not that special.
Right. It is everywhere. And it's crazy to think how different each one is, but similar, it's the same, but different, and it's cybersecurity is a hard spot to be in because at the end of the day, unless you're, an MSP or whatnot, cybersecurity and IT is not a revenue driver. It's one of them things that's it's always going to be a cost. And so it's something you have to approach of the benefits, outweighing the cost of these, precautions.
It's a protective measure, right? So I don't like to say think of it insurance. I haven't found, like, the reason I use the race car analogy is I think that's the best analogy for it. It's like the business's job is not brakes or seatbelts or airbags. The business's job is to go fast, right? So they're gonna do that, but like they can't do that without us, right? So it is a critical part of making that happen, because if they go into that corner really, really hard and the brakes don't work, guess what? You're gonna crash. And so that's the way. And by the way, for everybody listening, if you want to know how to talk to people outside of security so that they understand, use metaphors. Just use metaphors. It helps. They really understand. They get it that way.
Yeah, and that's, you have to find a way to relate to your audience. Like you said earlier, and you got to know who you're talking to. You're going to speak to a CTO way different than the way you speak to a CFO.
Yeah, 100%. It's funny because I will get asked all the time when I meet new people, or they're like, "Are you technical?" And I'm like, I don't know. That depends. If I'm talking to a CFO, yeah, right. I'm a technical genius. If I'm talking to a red teamer, no, I'm an idiot. Right? Like your level of technical has to be, you have to define what, who's the audience.
Exactly. Yeah. Are you technical? Well, that depends. Who are you? All right. Well, Will, thank you again so much. I don't see any more questions in the chat. Of course, we got, Wes said framework is so critical. Absolutely, Wes. And, I know everybody else enjoyed this, and I really appreciate you coming on here, taking the time to talk to us about this. Thank you.
I love
Thank
it,
you
man.
so
Anybody's
much.
got questions after this, I'm happy to hang around for a while. I'll hang out in the chat, and of course, you can hit me up on LinkedIn. I'm always happy to provide any information I can to anybody. I'm here to educate. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Will. Have a great one. All right, guys. Thank you so much, Will. Of course, all of our presenters have been amazing today. Again, let's talk about the MCCOE. I just saw a message earlier that we're just about to $1,000 on our donation. So thank you guys so much. That is fantastic. We want to keep on going as much as we can. Any little bit helps. If you're coming on here, donate $1. Go check out the escape room. If you've got $25, get entered into one of these, drawings for this stuff. We've got a lot of good swag to send out to our people that, donate a little bit more on there. So it's awesome. We got a mid-conference keynote coming up here in just a second here. So I'm going to go ahead. Let's see. It looks like Mr. Neil Sleggo is here. So let me go ahead and give you a little introduction for Neil here, and we will get him going. So Neil is actually local for us here. He's our Director of Information Systems for the City of Springfield, which I'm right next to. So he's got 29 years of public sector IT experience. Previously held leadership roles at the state of Michigan's Department of Technology, Management, and Budget, where he led major IT initiatives and received 2 governor's awards for his contributions. Also, another former Marine, Semper Fi buddy, and a certified CISSP since 2002. Neil also served as the Deputy CISO for the state of Michigan and is currently the treasurer of the FBI's Kansas InfraGard chapter. So he's got some knowledge up there. He holds a bachelor's in physics from Michigan State and an MBA from the University of Michigan. I'm gonna go ahead and get Neil queued up here, and we're gonna see if he wants to tell us his stuff. He's gonna be sharing his screen with us today. Neil, are you there, buddy?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can. Welcome to the party. How you doing?
I'm in sunny San Diego right now. It's about 73 degrees. Got to get out of Missouri where it's hot and humid, and so I'm actually at the ESRI conference, and when I had those tickets already booked before I was going to be asked to put on this presentation. So I've been busy all week learning about some of the geographic information systems and some of the AI and stuff that they're using in that. So that's part of an area that is part of my group, and the manager's been trying to get me to come out here for a while now. It's just, GIS is not something that's always reported up to me. It didn't at the state of Michigan when I left there, and so, but here it's a very important part of what we do, and they map a lot of things, and it's all tied into a lot of the safety stuff. So anyway,
absolutely. Yeah, no, I'm jealous of you being out there in San Diego. It's been a few years for me being out there. I went out there for a buddy's wedding a couple of years ago, and I just love it. I grew up in Southern California, so I know what you're experiencing, and I am totally jealous. So,
well, being a former Marine, I mean, I've been to Pendleton quite a few times, and I was stationed in Yuma, Arizona at the Marine Corps Air Station there for a couple of years. So I know this area pretty well, and so I've been to San Diego quite a few times. So it's not anything really overly new for me, but it's been fun being back. But I definitely like the weather. There's no humidity out here right now.
Absolutely. Well, I know that you've been screened, so I'm going to go ahead and let you take over.
Okay, let me just go ahead and let's see. And can you see that? Are you still there?
Yep, we can see it, Neil. Go ahead, buddy. Yep, you were on.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I see my, I'm only seeing myself.
Yeah,
here,
it was up and then it went away.
Okay, all right, just a second. How, is it there now?
Yet.
Is it there?
Yet. It was.
Okay. I don't use Google Meet, so I'm going to try sharing my screen again.
Yeah, no
Let's see what happens. How about now?
Now it's there.
Okay. I'm just going to maximize my screen a little bit here.
Yep, sounds
okay. Good. Hopefully I don't lose you.
Yep, still here.
Still
You're
there?
good to go. Take it away.
Okay. Okay. So this is this presentation, I want to give you a little background on it first. If you come here for learning how to do, learn about how to set up two-factor authentication, this is not for you. This is, I'm kind of going in a roundabout way to try to solve a problem. Dr. Shannon McMurtry, who's the undergrad cybersecurity professor over at Drury University in Springfield, him and I have been on the Regional Homeland Security Operations Committee for some time, and we've been quite frustrated because it seems like the region gets a lot of money and grants from the state, and in Region D, which is the 18 counties in the Southwest Missouri, we're the only ones, even statewide, are submitting cybersecurity grants, because a lot of that regional money, they're looking for suits and boots. And the people that are part of that are your FEMA, your Office of Emergency Management, and then also your police and fire. And so they want communications vans, they want other things. So this is kind of born out of that, trying to figure out how we can come up with a way to get these entities to try to figure out what it is and how they're doing cybersecurity, because there's a lot of local governments, cities, there's a lot of small townships and stuff in that region D. But this is not just a state of Missouri problem, although this presentation tends to be a little bit focused on state of Missouri. This is a statewide, and it's also a national problem, because the same issues or problems are happening that way as well. So this is really trying to get to the as is. In IT, we look at three different areas, right? We look at the as is, the to be, and then we're going to look at the gap analysis, right? So we're trying to get there. So that's why I've titled this really, it's really trying to get to the as is. And so it's not a very technical discussion. I briefly talked a little bit about that, but I wanted to make sure that your audience understands that really I'm trying to figure out how we can get a lot of that information. So I'm going to go through that. It's about cyber defense of city governments, and I think that can be a conundrum, and it's not easily definable. It's about how to get to the possible answer to resolve issues with cybersecurity in city governments. So if you haven't worked in government, you may be surprised about what we do and what we have to contend with. And we have traits like businesses and corporate entities, but we're not businesses or corporate entities. And so that can be a little, I have vendors all the time, they don't know how to do business with governments. Well, that's because we operate a little bit differently. There's probably 23 different departments. So I got 23 different lines of businesses out there, and each one has a different way of looking at security. And we'll go into some of that when we get going here. And so that the number one thing is safety. If you look at any budget presentation from any city, and you can see them, you can go out to their websites. Most stuff is all sitting out on their website, and you can read about it. And the very first thing that you're going to see out there is safety. Safety is number one. So all cities, if they're not putting safety first, that's number one. Police, fire, your health department, your CAD systems from E911, those are the priority. Then they go into planning and development, and then quality of places issues. And you'll see that if you look back to the last 3 years on our budget, you'll see that we still have the same top priorities. So, cops will just break out a clipboard, and then they'll go, after they pull somebody over, they'll go write them a ticket. If they have to, they'll just do it manually if the system's down. Only the downside of not having the network up is the cop doesn't know who he's pulling over, because there's a lot of information that now comes on the screen for the officer. And same thing with fire. If fire has to go to a particular fire, they need to see the maps They need to get that computer-aided dispatch from the E911, and they need to get all that information passed back over to the fire department. So city governments provide these types of constituent services, and I'll try to talk a little bit about that as we go through this. So let's move on to the next slide. So I hope you don't think that this, it seems the presentations I've seen lately, they're all grabbing this slide here, but I wanted to emphasize that I do think it's a problem, and it's a severe problem. So basically, Houston, we got a problem. So when Jack Swigert, the command module pilot from Apollo 13 in April 1970, he uttered that the crew realized when he uttered this, the crew was having a problem with the oxygen tank in the service module, and they had to come up with a solution pretty quickly, and that's what I'm looking at as far as this is concerned. Well, it was through leadership, and that's where I come up with this. So it's really through leadership. Gene Kranz said, "I never lost American in space, and I'm sure as hell not going to lose one now." They're going to be coming home, and his commitment emphasized the importance of belief and teamwork, overcoming challenges. So I'm hoping that I can overcome this challenge because, and I got to figure out how we're going to resolve this issue of trying to figure out what's going on with cities. So let's talk about attack vectors. So much of this information is probably somewhat obvious, but I'm going to be focusing down on cities. According to IBM in 2024, according to IBM, abusing valid accounts still remain the preferred attack vector into networks at 30%. And successful phishing, although successful phishing attempts had dropped by 50% since 2022, there's been an uptick in phishing emails containing info stealers, with 84% detected on a weekly basis. Now, if you're unfamiliar with what an info stealer is, and I know I have a variety of people that are on this call, that's malware that targets credentials, financial information, personal data, business data, or files and documents. And I'm sure with the rise of AI, we're going to see even more of these types of malware vectors that are going to probably be coming in. And then, of course, at the end, exploited software vulnerabilities were up by 25%, according to IBM. So this is for systems with outdated or very slow patching cycles. Okay, so okay, I'm sorry, I'm on a laptop and I'm not on my network. I'm trying to run this from off the network. I'm in a hotel room, so might see some pop-ups that are coming in. So all right, so let's just move on here. Okay, so according to the Con briefing, there are approximately 20 cyber attacks involving local government as of April 25th of 2025. And that's when I actually put the presentation together. And the Con briefing reported approximately 53 cyber attacks in 2024 involving local government. There's a lot more of these cyber attacks on the Con briefing. The Con briefing is authored by a guy named Bert Condris, and he's out of Germany, Stuttgart, Germany. And really, I'm pulling this information because I'm getting information on public sector. His research is regularly quoted in national and international media. So I'm in the public sector. So this is really the public sector area, which he includes municipalities, education, finance, county administrations, healthcare, insurance, universities, airlines, aviation, food, somewhat I think of not exactly traditional ones. Hospitals, legal, logistics, media, newspapers, transportation, and wholesale items as well. It's a little bit broader categories than I would have included, but when I was looking for this information, I was looking for just some substantiation that, you know, this stuff, these types of hacks are hacking local government, and they're focusing on that. Okay, so here's a couple of, and this is in the presentation slides. If the I've given them over to Rihanna. So any one of these, you can see some of these. I'm just going to expand one here. I think I can. Let me try and move to the next slide. Yeah, they're not coming up. But each one of these links, they talk about municipality at Bethel Park and Bethel Park in Pennsylvania, city governments in Virginia. So you see, I'm focusing more on the governments. Here's one city attack in our own Midwest, and county government in Kansas, in Atchison, Kansas. So these are just some of the attacks and that have been occurring across the country that are focusing on that. Significant. So some of the breaches for a jurisdiction, they can, if they get hacked, it can be pretty significant. It affects a lot of different constituents that live and work in the city. So the Con Briefing tracks these things worldwide. Like I said, you can go out to this website and then you can drill down on some of that. I'll just move on to the next slide. So what's impacting local governments? Okay, not surprising, rising cyber threats. Local governments are prime targets for cyber attacks as hackers exploit technological gaps. Reactive strategies prove insufficient against dynamic threats, impacting national security and public trust in government. I don't think people realize that companies have reputational issues when, and that's why they don't want to disclose that they've been hacked. Governments have another more serious problem. You know, the mayor, you know, and also the city manager and some of the other people will get called out. I've been on the local TV station a couple of times just when events are happening around the area, and they put me on KY3, and which is the local radio station. They're wanting to know, Neil, what's going on, and do we need to be of concern? A lot of cities are reactive, and so you know, when I got here, we had a time clock server. I know it seems somewhat benign, but I'd been sitting out there for 20 years, and it failed. And this was part of some of the problems that I was facing when I came to the city of Springfield. And I turned that around. I flipped it on its head. I said, we need to change those servers and switches and routers on a more regular basis. And so we're trying to be more proactive than reactive, but that's not always the case, because you'll find out as we get going on here that there's some fiscal pressures that affect why they will not replace some of that stuff. Vulnerabilities in municipalities. Many municipalities lack adequate cybersecurity measures due to outdated systems and insufficient IT staffing. And these vulnerabilities are revealing risks associated with managing sensitive data and personal records of residents. And this is one of the things I found also too, is that sometimes there's not a good patch management process in place, or they don't have the resources to perform patch management on a regular basis, or they're not getting feeds from some of the different nonprofit and federal agencies, you know, to alert them. Even my cybersecurity company, insurance company vendor, has sent me alerts, because part of their process is to probe the outer interface of my network and then see whether or not, you know, what kind of technology I'm running. And then they'll say, hey, we see you're running some of this type of equipment. I'm not going to name what I have. And you need to, there's a patch for that and you need to install that. So a lot of them may or may not have that ability to do that. And then here's the impact: limited budgets and resources, and local governments, they're constrained by budgets, often resulting in understaffed IT departments and outdated technologies. Remember what I said before, fire and police, they get bodies, they get FTEs, full-time equivalents or employees, but the IT department doesn't get one. I think there should be a rubric. I think when you get a police officer and you get a fireman and you get somebody in health department, if those are your safety agencies, there should be some kind of rubric. So I also get somebody because I've got to support those technologies. And of course that makes you very attractive because they don't have the controls in place. Then you can have a significant risk of breaches. And this just talks a little bit about constrained budgets and fewer resources. But a lot of your locals don't have IT departments, or they have inadequate cybersecurity training. Here's the thing: I went to in Raymore, Missouri, a couple of years ago. I went to a cyber summit hosted by CISA, the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, and also with one of our representatives, Vicki Hartzler, and she was putting it on. And at a break, I and the person I was with, we went over and we had a couple of gentlemen come up and approach us, and they were probably in their 30s and 40s, and if you're familiar with Missouri a little bit, Lebanon is a fair-sized town, and they were talking about, well, what can we do, Neil? How can we provide the technology to mitigate risks that we have? And I said, so how many people do you have? And there was just two of them there, and he said, just me and him. And that isn't, if you don't realize that is very common across a lot of the cities, because when you're thinking about going into IT, you're thinking about going into security. Governments they don't sell themselves well, but they also don't pay enough for their resources. So that's why they, like I said, if they have money, they're gonna get a cop, they're gonna get a fireman, but they're not necessarily going to be looking at adding FTEs. Since I've been here, I've added 1 FTE in 5 years at the city of Springfield. So there's a lot of constraint against our particular organization. And we have about 2,000, well, just slightly under 2,000 people, employees at the city of Springfield. And yet my shop only has about 32, including my secretary. So we don't really have a very large organization. So I'm sure you're wondering, or maybe you hadn't been wondering, why do we even care that cities are secure? If they, most people think that they're kind of a burden for them. But I thought what I do is indicate that what are some of the reasons that I think we should care? Well, cities provide a lot of services to constituents, and they provide these services, but in order to do that, they collect a lot of data on their residents. So let's talk a little bit about what those are, because I don't think you may or may not have sat down and say, what are all the things? I mean, you might go get a permit for a building, or you might try to get a permit for a new piece of a new shed, or a new augmentation of your current home with the city. So you might say, yeah, I've got a hassle with the city, I've got to go do that. But here's some of the the data. Some of the data types, at least in Missouri, these are some of the data. So I'm sure if you're in the UK, I'm sure they're collecting similar things. Or if you're in other parts of the world, I'm sure that very similar. So here's the first thing, population data. Cities collect data on the population. So that would be size, age, sex, race, ethnicity, and even your household characteristics. How many people are in your family, what the ages are, all that kind of stuff. Community infrastructure, that's data on housing, transportation, utilities, and other information and infrastructure elements are also tapped into. They want to know about that. Oh, and here's another one: births, deaths, and marriage. That's not surprising. These are considered to be called vital records. State calls them vital records. Cities call them the same thing. This is your birth, deaths, marriages, and divorces. So they're keeping track of that. Neighborhoods, data on neighborhoods, including their characteristics and their needs, are collected. And when they're doing planning, right, they want to know how that neighborhood is laid out, what kind of people are in there, what kind of income they have. There's a lot of reasons why they would want to collect information on neighborhoods. They like to know what they're getting into if they decide to make a new development, new housing or something. GIS data. You probably don't realize that in the city of Springfield, as an example, that we track all the trees. We track all the sidewalk space. We track all the buildings. So there's a lot of data. We map all the city. So when fire trucks have to run out and go to a resident, well, we have to keep track of that data. So it's graphical. It's got street data, property data, aerial data, zoning, and other types of city maps. Health data. We all know that COVID came through about 4 or 5 years ago. Well, we're tracking health data, and we're tracking influenza. We're tracking a lot of different types of things that are going to be affecting people in the city, and our health outcomes. So diseases, health behavior, public issues, public health issues like COVID, as I was talking about. So we're tracking that, and we do mapping, and we have to provide graphical maps. You could probably go out to the city's website, and you can see a lot of that kind of information. Emergency services, data on police, fire, emergency services collected to assess and improve response on resources, especially computer-aided dispatch. Crime data. Cities collect data on crime rates and types to inform law enforcement strategies and resource allocation. So how much crime do you have? How many officers do we have? So they're going to be tracking that and how they dispatch them. We even have, we do maps for the cities and where some of the larger crimes are at. Environmental data. Okay. This data on waste, recycling, sustainability, and hazardous materials are collected to address environmental concerns. How many people are using the sewer system? Where the sewers are at, where they potentially might have a break or something. And education data on schools, students. Sorry about that. I don't know if you can see that link coming up, but it wants to keep having me log into Teams, but well, I'm not going to. Let's go. So I was talking about students, educational outcomes are collected, how many people are passing their grade, and then how to improve the education system. Employment and jobs, data on employment, job seeking, and job openings are collected to address economic needs. Business and industry, data on businesses, industry, licenses, regulations are collected to support economic development. That's one of the big pushes that we're doing in Springfield right now. We got a new city manager and he wants to build. And so they need to collect that information about how many buildings they have and what kind of businesses do they have and where the zoning is and where there's not. And then there's data on city departments, elected officials, voting and services. Those are collected to improve government operations. Oh, and here's a good one. And I'm sure you've heard about these. These are citizen service requests. You got a pothole. Cities collect data on citizen service requests, and there's an app. There's 311 systems. They track issues and then also whether or not we resolve those requests. Permits and inspections. And I was talking briefly about this. Got a new business coming up. You need to do a commercial permit. We have a permitting system. We have Route 66. It came through, they do their festival regularly here in Springfield. And we have to worry about crowds. And so we create maps, and we have to make sure that we got fire and police deployed at certain places. So they have to have that information together. But we also have a July 4th just passed, and we have permits on fireworks, you know, and who can have them and who can't and where you can have them. So that's all the data that we have. We have lots of different kind of data. So now I'm just going to briefly I'm trying to build the argument here. So I'm going to talk about a little bit about the data types that are governed by some of the data that we have. Privacy Act of 1974, it's a US law. It establishes a code of fair information practice. It governs the collection of maintenance, use, and dissemination of personally identifiable information. So this data that we're collecting, we also have regulations around that. So we have to have controls in place for different types of data that we collect. HIPAA data, very familiar. Most of you guys sign that when you go to get an appointment for the doctor. This is Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. And so that is the, that was in a federal rule. It's for medical records and personal health informations. And more importantly, it lays out responsibilities for safeguarding patient information for healthcare providers and companies that manage health plans. You know, you can't disclose somebody's cancer diagnosis, you know, to the right parties, you know, and who has access to your data. So we have to maintain HIPAA regulations. GLBA, which is the Graham-Leach-Bliley Act, and that's for securing data management systems for consumer information. So it applies to financial institutions and financial services provided in the U.S. Banks, lenders, brokerage firms, data collectors, and investment advisors, and we collect financial information. COPPA, the Children's Online Privacy Product Act, Protection Act, I'm sorry, prohibits unfair or deceptive acts related to collection and disclosure of information about children on the internet. So we, as caretakers or as surrogates for a lot of the constituents, we are responsible for some of that. Okay, a lot of people are using this as the payment card industry data security standard, which regulates cardholder data and prevent fraud in payment card transactions. So this is something we go through a PCI DSS audit every year, and we are required to segment we have point of sale devices that we use for, because we take credit cards in the parks department at the zoo and things like that. And so we have to make sure that that data is segmented and that data is also safe and that we're collecting the right kinds of that data. So we get audited every year from PCI DSS so that we can maintain our credit card for use. So otherwise I'll take it away from you. And here's another one. And this is not an exhaustive list, but here's another one. This is CJIS. So this is Criminal Justice Information System. And this is information, this is law enforcement, and it's a division of the FBI that provides services and security standards for law enforcement, national security and intelligence, community partners. This is a very important one. All police departments are required to be CJIS compliant. And so we have to be very, very careful about how we're mixing data. And if we get audited by CJIS, and if we fail the audit, we can lose access to the state police mule system. That's used to pull up data on all the data that's being collected by all the different law enforcement jurisdictions around the state of Missouri. So CGIS is something that is national, but each state has its own. They have to use the same CGIS requirements, but they all have their own group that manages that at the state level. Okay, monetary and threat impacts to the city. So the cost of a malware attack on a small city can vary widely depending on the severity of the attack, the type of malware used, and the city's preparedness. I'm just going to click through this. The potential financial impacts could be significant, ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars. And if cities get hacked, it doesn't really matter the size, but majority of the smaller ones, they're going to bankrupt the city. They're bringing in revenue. Where are they going to get the money from? And there's no reimbursement for this type of thing. So they'll have to issue bonds or something so that they can recover some of the funds. Just some statistics, ransomware and extortion costs from 2017 to 2020, paid per event in municipalities was around $125,000, almost $127,000. And then recovery and remediation costs. Hiring specialized security vendors for incident responses could be very expensive, potentially exceeding $100,000 depending on the extent of the problem. Then there's system restoration, restoring systems from the malware attack. Legal and regulatory costs, identified some of those. There could be costs associated with that, fines that could be imposed. And then there's indirect costs, downtime, productivity loss, and I talked about once before, reputational damage. So it can be very expensive for cities, and they hold so much information, like a power store of information, that it can be very disruptive and very impactful. All right, so I'm going to quickly go through this. I thought it would be relevant. This is Salem, Missouri. I've been talking to Sally out there. She's a city administrator out there. I was talking to her on the phone about what she can do about cybersecurity because I was hooked up with her. And so we talked through a lot of the different types of things, but I'm going to quickly go through some of these slides just to kind of substantiate some of the things I've been saying. So cities run on grants and other revenue that they collect. All cities, they're pretty much doing that. They collect fees for services such as utilities, so your electric, sewer, water, trash, etc. And here's some of those. There's your electric, so your sewer, also the water. Okay. And this is some of the things that Salem goes for. They go for grants with the Missouri Department of Natural Resources. These are all the grants that they recently went for. Sewer plant, new municipal water, lead service lines inventory, and a grant for inflow infiltration for sewer. So this is all real money. Missouri Department of Public Safety, they were approved for a grant to replace their storm siren system, and they're waiting for notification of funding, according to Sally, and also their hazard mitigation at the sewer plant. So they're receiving funding for that. I hate to say it, but a lot of cities, they don't have money, and so they hold their hat out and they say, hey, I need it, because otherwise services stop. MoDOT. So the Missouri Department of Transportation, they had a downtown sidewalk and need lighting replacement, and it's in construction. And then there's also airport grants, and we get a lot of money in the city of Springfield to build new hangars and also to extend the terminal. But also small cities have those as well, and they have hangars, and they require funding because they don't have the constituent base to be able to provide the funding in order for them to do that. Oh, and here's community development block grants, workforce development. So construction, trades, building at high school, you probably hear about these things. You know, the city's providing some building training and getting you ready for the permits. Sewer plant upgrades from there. And homeland security grants. So homeland security grants for law enforcement. So that was a city that, and you can see that they have a lot of grants, and that's what they work. They spend a lot of time working on trying to get these grants. The performance on the grants is usually about 2 years. And a lot of times, sometimes the money gets 100% gets to them, or other times you might have 90%, and then you got to put in 10%. So really, it depends on the grant, and it depends on the organization. So you've probably been hearing about the federal government's been pulling back on a lot of the funding. Well, it's going to really affect some of the things that and it's going to also have them start thinking about other ways that they have. What are they going to use their funding for? You know, and so they don't really have an understanding of cybersecurity so much. And so they're going to go with what they know, and they're going to probably put that funding towards things that we would think were, well, I don't know if I would do that, you know, but they're going to be looking at safety, and that's what they're going to be focused on. So these organizations here have been really good about providing advice and tools. I'm not sure that's the best way to do it. FEMA had a big grant for $2 billion under Biden, and in the first year of performance of that, that was $1 billion for 50 states, and so you divide it by 50, and that's 250 million, and then you divide it out over 4 years. So the money just keeps going down, and by the time it hit the states, it was really probably about $250 million a year. But you had to come up with 90%. I'm sorry, you had to come up with 10% the first year, and you got 90% of the funding. And then they were very restrictive about what you could use it. Incident response planning, assessments, all important things. They want to be able to start and see if they would do it. But I don't think a lot of the cities are really capable of even doing that. So I think the federal government, and I think a lot of these organizations are great because they're providing a lot of tools, but I don't think you can't just throw money out there. And you will see why in just a minute. FEMA was processing the grant, the big FEMA grant from for all the states, the CISA, the Shields Up program, great guidance, cybersecurity advisories, preparedness resources, tools for cyber, but they're not doing anything directly. These are more indirect types of things that they're providing for the cities. The state of Missouri and the CISO team up there, they provide a lot of really good advice. As cities, we all get log into that, and then we can look at a lot of the documentation that they prepared for the cities and stuff. And then but in order to get the grants, a lot of this money that gets pushed down from the state, they require us to fill out what they call the nationwide cybersecurity review. And I'm just going to show this really briefly. It's a no-cost, anonymous annual self-assessment coming out of the Center for Internet Security, part of the MSISAC. It's all state and local governments are encouraged to participate. So it's more of an encouragement. And then they'll use the results of the NCR to deliver a report to Congress. The problem is that the only ones that are doing it right now, because you're not required to do it, is going to be cities that are going after these grants. They get metrics, reporting, and resources to help you prioritize, gain access to more informative resources, and they fulfill the assessment. So what do we do with local governments? Just quickly look at problem solving. And I'm watching my time, so I'm trying to get going in this. You have to identify and define the problem, analyze the problem, generate and evaluate solutions, you implement the solutions, and then evaluate the outcome. First step is trying to address your cyber risks. Local governments often lack visibility into what it is that they have a problem with. So it's difficult for them to quantify those threats and prepare for those. Analysis, understanding the underlying causes. Local governments face challenges such as outdated systems, limited budgets, insufficient IT staff. I was talking about that, which exacerbate their susceptibility to attacks. And then, of course, you go into solutions generation. Problems are identified, analyzed, generating outcomes. There's brainstorming sessions, all the different types of things where you say, well, this is how we're going to go about doing it. And then after you've done all that, then you go and you implement those particular cybersecurity measures in a planning phase, and make sure that you get the resources and all the training and components. And then after you get that outcome, you implement the solutions to measure your success. Additional feedback mechanisms are part of that. So looking at cities and let's follow that process. Looking at the cities, let's identify and define the problem. Can we do this? Yes, we can do this. Cities are targets for hackers. I think hopefully I've made that argument apparent for you. Small cities have limited or no in-house resources, limited staff that wear multiple hats. IT is usually outsourced to a small IT company that probably specializes in PCs and not cybersecurity. We know that cities don't attract the best in breed IT resources because they just can't pay. They can't pay and a lot of people don't think about, staying with the city. They might start out there to get a little bit on their resume, but they're not going to necessarily stay there. And we know cities collect data, right? As I showed you, and they provide services, and we know that they have smaller budgets. So let's talk about analyzing. Can we do this? Well, this is a little dubious. It's not really obvious. There's no requirement for cities to perform a cybersecurity risk assessment. And if they're not getting a grant, they're certainly not doing it. If they want grant money, they may have to complete the NCSR, which I talked about on the previous slide. It's possible that they could perform an internal risk assessment or contract with a third party. And without comprehensive and complete assessments, we cannot fully analyze the problem. So we can get to steps 3, 4, and 5, but we can't get to steps 3, 4, and 5 until we get to that as is. So we got to do some kind of analysis. So here's my solution. Now, I've talked about a lot of different types of things here. I know it's going to seem very simple, but it requires leadership and it's very political. I don't think grant funding should be predicated on self-assessments. I think we should mandate that the cities have third-party risk assessments for any grant monies. Why? Because third parties provide professional credentialed assessors. I've seen the reports, and they provide professional presentations. So they can, sometimes when you bring in a third party and you show them, hey, this is what you got going on. I don't know what it is about bringing in the vendor, but the vendor seems to carry much more weight than the in-house resources. But they do provide a very professional and I guess you could say an objective review. They have experience performing assessments. A lot of them, that's what they do. They submit their staff to background checks, which is real important for cities because we require that of our own employees. And they can guarantee their assessments. So we have a contract with them. We're expecting that they meet the requirements of the contracts. And we think they are accurate to the best of their abilities. And in addition to that, some will provide services to mitigate issues. You think this thing is over with, but it's not. I just got a couple more slides left. So here, I'm just going to really quickly go through this. Cities are targets of attacks, and they store sensitive citizen data. Assessing the security of our cities is a problem. Cities receive a lot of grant funding to run their cities without being required to secure them. We can assess and implement consistent and repeatable solutions. Then we can evaluate city security. And the best solution, I think, would be to tie it to grant funding and steer the cities to secure cloud solutions which can be managed. You can do the M&O, the maintenance and operations can be offloaded from staff because they don't have enough staff. And it provides a level of assurance to the state's security of the cities. And in the meantime, cover the basics. CISA recommends, and I still think it's fairly relevant today. I'm sure some of you may add to that list, but at a minimum, the basics still have an impact. Use multi-factor. Limit privileged credentials, maintain consistent patch management schedule, use of anti-malware, and hopefully you can get to your endpoint detection and response as well. Maybe your solution would have that. Protect your sensitive data and perform an honest NCSR evaluation. If you're not going to use a third party, then try to do an honest one. So these are just some things, and I'm sure you can think of one more that you would probably add to it. So here's post summary. This is my personal experience. Self-assessments at the NCSR are not definitive, and they can miss a mark because they are a good step and there's no cost. So you can go and do these. It's a great first step. They may be completed by non-IT professionals because it's going to be done by the current city, and they may lack knowledge of cybersecurity practices to answer accurately. Their assessment of controls may be overstated, and they may not be able to interpret the results. So they may be putting in the wrong information about, wow, I think we're doing pretty good, and they may do it. Jurisdictions are likely not to be truthful because they may feel like they're uncovering and peeling back the onion, and then they would be reporting things and they don't want to look bad. So there are other reasons why they may not want to do it. They have selfish reasons for scoring higher because they want to appear as they're not addressing cybersecurity gaps, and there's no non-repudiation. We have no idea what they're reporting, whether it's accurate or not, because it's all done by self-assessment. So this is my experience with third party. We've used and partnered with Drury University students in the city. I think it's a really good program for having them hack our city. So we used to use CIS, and I know there's some other ones out there where we spend a lot more money, but we use Drury University. I like doing this. I like trying to grow cybersecurity people. And so we partnered with the MCCOE and we use them. Students get it on their resume and they really like it because they're not in the lab trying to figure it out. They're actually hacking it. I talked to a professor of cybersecurity out of the University of Tulsa because I was part of their master's of cybersecurity. And he said, Neil, nobody in the country is doing this. And we started doing this just a couple of years ago. And they said, I don't think anybody lets students hack a city's network. It's really not as bad as you think it is. There's a white paper out there if you search on that, and you can read more information about that. We partnered with the MCCOE and Drury University students. Their captain, their cybersecurity team were involved in that, and so it was a good partnership. Here's another post summary. I've used them for 5 years, the MCCOE. We now have a 5-year contract that we established in January of 2024. We can add social engineering services. The lead tester is a professor from Drury. So he's guiding them through that and teaching the undergraduates cybersecurity. The lead tester and the program manager, they both have DoD top security clearances, which are active. They provide those professional reports and professional readouts. And we have about 5 to 6 testers. These are the best of the class, the undergraduate classes. During each engagement, and the pricing is very cost effective. We got a really good, we're probably paying about half of what we normally do. And I do review all the cybersecurity printouts and readouts, and I've compared them with ones that we've used for third party companies, and they do easily as better. And their Department of Labor registered cybersecurity apprenticeship program. Highly recommend these guys. Some intangible positives. We're training cybersecurity students. Isn't that what we're all here for? And that's what we're trying to be a part of. It's a win-win for the city and education. Students can use this on their resume. As I said, no one in the country is doing this as far as I know. Although I did hear somebody in Oklahoma was thinking about doing that. The students are passionately, we can keep some of the students in the area. And by the way, City of Salem is also using the MCCOE. I didn't know that. Wes Hester told me that after the fact, after I'd already spent countless hours talking with Sally out at Salem, City of Salem. And here's my references. I know I stole 5 minutes for my questions, but at this point, I'll turn it over for any kind of questions, and then finally I have my contact information. So if you want to get
Oh, Neil, you still with us? Oh. Let's see if Neil is still
I'm still here.
There we go. All right, there you are, buddy. All right, cool. So fantastic information on there, Neil. Honestly, I mean, obviously being in the local area, I know that you guys are very, very busy, but I didn't know just the sheer amount of data that you guys collect and house is insane. And that's amazing to me to see all that, just all the stuff that you guys are tracking. I know we had a question in the chat, and this actually can be a multi-part question because it actually goes into something that I was going to ask about. One of the questions that was asked, would it be beneficial for small cities to combine resources in some manner to improve resources? Now, to add to that, because Tim asked a great question there, I know that, just in the area, just in the last couple of years, obviously we've had, Joplin was a victim of an attack, and like OTC a couple of years ago as well. So yes, sharing this information and that's so detrimental. I mean, how do you guys share your information with the local surrounding, counties and cities?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, because
yes.
my picture stopped. My video stopped, and so I'm just frozen with my mouth open. Well, here's the thing. State of Missouri requires collaboration. When the county wanted to tunnel across my network, we appointed presidents for some nonprofits across town. I have to do an agreement, a government agreement between us and them. Could we do it? It's certainly possible. Like I said, I have a small number of. I'm in 160 buildings within the city of Springfield. I mean, I have a switch in the dog park. I have one. I've got cameras in the parking garage. I have a lot of stuff that's going on. Networking team handles servers and handles all the network and switches. And remember, I don't know if people realize this, but door card readers, cameras on the fire stations. I mean, we handle all that stuff. There's only 6 people plus the manager. That makes 7. So even a large city like City of Springfield, the 3rd largest in the state, we still struggle to get all the work done that we're going to get done. And the only thing I can say is collaborative summits and things. I do meet with city utilities in town and on a quarterly basis. And I also meet with the county. I know my counterparts in both those locations at the utility. And we do talk about things that are affecting our different areas. We have not shared resources. They're all constrained. And I don't know how to slay that dragon, because it's about budgeting. And like I said, when the chips are down, they're going after a police officer and a fireman. And that's just the mindset. And, I've talked to my boss, and there's limited understanding of IT. It's just some of those guys do over there, and certainly not cybersecurity. And so that's been difficult.
That's very hard. And, I'm right down the road with you with, the education side of things. So I know exactly what you mean about that, fighting for the budget for there to be these tools that we need ahead of everything else that already, takes precedence. So it's very difficult.
I have some ideas. I think that there's probably a solution where, and I've heard of I know the CISO at State of Texas, State CISO, and we've talked a little bit, and they have regional offerings, service offerings that maybe a lot of the different cities and stuff could tap into. If we could come up with some kind of regional set of services, I'm not talking about everything that the city has, but at least the productivity software, if we could host that in the cloud and put controls around that. And then if they have some one-offs, they could take that they could take that software and they could manage some of that stuff directly themselves. But their financial stuff and everything like that, if they could qualify some of the vendors, I know State Ramp does a lot of that kind of stuff. I was a member of the State Ramp board for a while. There are some service offerings that are qualified by the State Ramp people.
I think I might have lost you again, Neil. I think we might have lost Neil on here, guys. But yeah, if you can hear us, Neil, thank you so much for everything. Obviously, that was a great deal of information. Love to see your slides on there. I know a couple people messaged me about it. So when we get those, we'll be able to send those out, get you fixed up, and get everybody's information out there for everybody. So I really appreciate you coming in here and talking to us today. I'm going to go ahead and get the next introduction loaded up here for us. All right, so our next speaker is going to be Mr. Chris Carter. Okay, Mr. Chris Carter is a cybersecurity architect focused on designing a no-fluff security program that drives real results. From compliance and vulnerability management, he's led efforts that slash security backlogs and tighten remediation timelines across complex environments. He helps teams to get audit ready without getting buried in red tape. Chris keeps security practical, actionable, and aligned with how people actually work, which is super beneficial. I mean, there's so much, like you said, red tape in it. So having someone to help guide you through there is super beneficial. I'm going to go ahead and bring Chris on here if he is ready. There he is. I see him. Chris, welcome to the party, buddy.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, ready or not, I guess it's here we are.
We're here now, and we might as well do
Exactly.
it, right? All right, Chris, I'm going to go ahead and get you started. It looks like we're just a couple of minutes ahead, so that's awesome. We'll get you going. I'm going to start your slide for you and let you take over.
Awesome. I'll try to hopefully figure out how this works. I see how it works. All right. So yeah, let's do the quick intro slide. This is going to go hopefully take you from zero to hero on your vulnerability management quest. So hopefully this is working right. So a little about me. I'm an information security architect at Flexential. We're primarily known for being in the data center space, but I'm a part of our part of our professional services arm, which is comparable to like the Deloitte's out there. We do a lot of consulting, and then I'm mostly focused on the compliance stage. So working a lot with policies and procedures and overall process improvement, which is led me to making this presentation. So I'm gonna get my notes caught up. So in this presentation, we're going to be working off the assumption that you've already got the tooling set up and now you're just kind of struggling to move the needle on remediations. You maybe have a backlog that's aging, and just things are starting to pile up. And even if you don't have the tools, a lot of what we're going to be talking about in this needs to still be one of the first steps that's put in place, like even while you're looking for tools to be using. All right. So before we fully jump in, how familiar does what I'm about to say sound? You've got your findings, but you have no idea who owns it, or you know who owns it, and then there's this constant back and forth of, oh, we'll get to that. We're currently in the middle of a sprint. We'll put it on the next one in a couple of weeks. A lot of what I've seen is this is likely because there's no overall process, and the higher ups that you're going to of saying like, I can't get this dev team to fix this critical on this server that handles everything the company does. They have nothing to really buy into and nothing that really sinks teeth into it. So I'm going to kind of walk through a quick scenario, kind of set the stage of where I kind of picked all this up from. I was brought into a developer group to kind of set up a vulnerability management program for a Fortune 500 company. And one of the first things I noticed was, as the first point on the slide says, there's no process, and then everything kind of waterfalled after that. So one of the first hurdles I tried to remove was fixing that no process. And I think that was honestly where one of my first mistakes was of setting up a vulnerability management program, because I was the security guy coming into a group of very technical developers, trying to get them like, here's how you need to change your workflow. Here's a bunch of extra work you need to do. You need to go research this, fix this. And obviously that started getting a lot of pushback, to the point that I even had somebody say in a meeting, why are we even doing this? And that's where I kind of had to step back. And that's where, me reevaluating how a vulnerability management program should be run. So these next slides aren't going to be in any particular order of importance. It's all kind of things that need to be done to set up the basic groundwork for a vulnerability management program. One of the first things I did was, we needed to define who owns what and what the roles are, who's on first, what's on second. And this can either be done at the high level with like departments of who owns what, which teams own what. And this, I'm going to call back a little bit to Will's presentation quite a few times, because a lot of what he said is going to trickle down to these more individual processes within a security program. You need to have like in your inventories, like who to go to help have or even have the key player identified within the teams. And that's kind of what I ended up doing with this. I didn't realize it at the time, but reflecting, making this presentation, I realized I essentially created a security champion within the team we were having to work on. And this person became my main point of contact, where previously everything was filtered through the manager or director of this team. I knew both of them had a lot on their plate. So when we were finally getting around to finalize, like setting up the actual program, getting like the program charter, the actual processes written down, I sat one-on-one with the manager of like, and asked him, how do we make this process that you have almost been personally handling for the last 2 or 3 years? How do we make this easier on you while also still solidifying the process? And then once I had his answer, I was kind of able to hit the ground running with writing down what the process needed to be. And once I had that written up, I was able to take that to our director, take that to our VP, and they're like, this looks good, this is solid. And I was able to get that sign off. And going this route not only won me the buy-in that I needed from the key stakeholders, but also this freed up a lot more of their time, because it wasn't a constant cycle of me showing everybody what the scan report was and figuring out who needed to own it. The higher ups could stay out of all of these meetings. There was something that had some teeth to it, and it was smooth sailing after that. Then one of the next steps is, document. Because while you could run a program off of hopes, prayers, and handshakes, those won't have any teeth when you need a critical system fix at 4 p.m. on a Friday. When you're set perfect time to sit down with these stakeholders, like I did with that manager, like I did with the director, and find out, who's the best person or team distribution list to assign tickets to if I need to, or if I have a certain issue with a certain team system, who do I reach out to? And then this is also the perfect time to make sure that like those key players have access to what they need to. Like if they need to have access to your scan results that aren't in a PDF or aren't in a spreadsheet, like if they need to go check out dashboards, like make sure that they have the access that they need. And then a few other major things that we're going to be digging into a little bit later is defining severity levels and remediation timelines, because this is where you're going to decide what scoring system you're going to be using. I know a lot of companies that will just use the standard CVSS scoring system, to the point of like, okay, we will follow the critical high, medium, low. We will follow that to a T. But I've also had a handful that have had custom one-off scoring systems. The example I have written down is one of our customers had it where like their criticals were 8 through 10 instead of 9 through 10, and is basically adding on a number down the scale. So I eventually had to build a calculator to figure out, okay, what is this in their terms versus what our scanner is seeing. And then discuss how frequently you should or can be scanning. The team I was working with, I think we have our scans on the host set up for daily, weekly internal network scanning, and then monthly external scanning. We came to this from knowing what our overhead was on this network and on all these hosts. It's going to be different for everybody, because maybe you have the bandwidth to be able to do more stuff during peak production hours. Other times you might have to, be doing all this at 3 a.m. So yeah, we had to do some testing with this too, of like figuring out how fast we could have our scans going. That's kind of where we set on like, well, host can be daily, network can be weekly, but when we got to the external, it's like, okay, we have to set this low and slow, or else this is going to be pulling down things. I've even heard horror stories of some engineers I've talked to during my research for this, of like they just started running scans without pulling any information, and they brought down an entire segment of a network environment for an hour or two. And they said their boss came to them and was like, do you know how much money we're losing from not having production up right now? So it's important to know all of this prior to running your first scan, but even almost more importantly, knowing how to stop that scan. So I would almost like say run your first scan during business hours. That way you can stop it if you need to, unless you just really feel like getting up at 3 a.m. to stop a scan. Let's see if this catches up with me. There we go. All right. Now, when I was going through this, I know a lot of this probably on the surface sounds pretty straightforward, to the point that I was like, somebody's probably gonna say, Chris, why are you telling us all this? This sounds simple. And that's kind of the point of covering it. I'm gonna quote Bluey for those of us that are familiar with it. In one episode, Chili says the boring things are still important. And I've noticed a lot that a lot of the processes that I've had to come in and fix for people are usually the most simplest ones that like, I don't feel like we need to write that down because of X, Y, and Z. It's like, that's exactly why you need to write it down. Because sometimes the simplest steps in the process are the ones that you've done hundreds of times, and that's where things can start to get forgotten. If so many times you might think, have I done this step already? Maybe I haven't. And that's why I mentioned in the last slide, possible. And I've even told people, just get it on paper. It doesn't have to be formatted. It doesn't have to be a perfect polished document. Just brain dump, get it out there. And it's totally okay to do this at a very, very, very high level. Like, you don't need to get into the weeds. Like, especially one of my examples I always give is if you're building the high level process that's going to be adopted, signed off by like VPs and directors, that you want to have at a high level, keep it down to a couple of pages. They don't need to know the entire process of the Nessa scanner. We're going to do X, Y, and Z with the results. We're going to send it to this team, that team, that team. They don't need that breakdown. They just need, and a lot of audits will need the same thing of, we have this process in place, and that's where you can go into like your KBs for snow, whatever system you're using for knowledge. Have your in the weeds stuff there. Now, so, and then getting into the ticketing side of this, kind of going off of my notes here a little bit. A lot of what is on this slide can be automated, and honestly, it probably should be. But I know a lot of, like, I work with a lot of small and medium-sized businesses, and sometimes they just don't have the manpower to sit down and get it automated. And that's where I try to come in and help of, okay, if we can't work on getting it automated and you aren't able to get more headcount, let's figure out how to make this as painless as possible. I know before we had a process for the program that I built, cases weren't always opened when we were fixing things, and that left a big gap in like where we were in the processes as our findings aged. And from coming from a compliance point of view, I was like, we cannot, this is not sustainable. Like, we cannot keep doing this. And I raised that flag a lot of times. So one of the first steps that I had to do when we were making the process repeatable and more manageable was I created a case template in our ticketing system. And apologies. This is something that you can do in any ticketing system that you're using. As if you make the template, it's easier for you to go in and just dump the information instead of trying to format it in a way. I picked up this process when I was working in a security operations center. We had templates for all of our ticket. Affected host was where the traffic was coming from, what kind of packages were we seeing. We had this entire like checklist of things that we needed information on. And as the and as we had all this information, as I moved up to a higher level to start doing like not the initial triage, but like actually working the cases, it made my life a lot easier of like, okay, I don't have to now go find this information because we have this template. The level 1 analyst knows what to pull in, and they can put all that information into where when I get the case, I can see it. And that's kind of what I wanted to try to replicate within this vulnerability management program was even if I was the one doing the research, even though I'm not the system administrator, I don't know what all is on the system. I have the host, I have something where traffic is coming from. Here's some research I did, here's what I have. And when I hand it over to the person fixing it, they have all of that information. They don't have to go find it. It takes all of that legwork out because I have the overhead that I can do it. They're already busy doing what they need to be doing on their day-to-day basis. So this, and having that ticketing system also now allowed us to have better tracking of our KPIs, which I'm going to hit on a little later because those are going to really help when you're needing budget for tools or if you need another headcount or stuff like that. And the process should always also patching was successful, whether that's, being able to run a one-off scan or have somebody that knows how to go in and check, like, okay, was this package actually updated? But yeah, and my overall point for this too is to try to keep it as simple as you can for your organization. If you know whoever's running the scans or whoever's going to be fixing it is just their plate is so loaded, try to do as much as you can or spread that work out instead of piling more on their plate. All right. Now, one of the easiest things to do in a lot of vulnerability management programs, throw your findings over the fence and hope that the responsible party will take it and you just walk away, right? And maybe they get fixed, maybe they don't. And I would hope there is only a small group doing this, but you honestly never know like what's going to be happening with that. When we first started out, we were working through a pretty big backlog, and to get through this, we had to have a mix of working sessions. I think it was like 2 or 3 times a week, just to try to get through it, until we hit about a 50 to 60% reduction rate. And then we were able to, slowly back off of that. And now it's gotten to the point of, instead of the vulnerability management program being its own chunks of time, we've now gotten it to where it's become a part of the normal discussions, like their daily stand-up, their weekly meetings with other departments. It's become part of that. And also, I've just been able to just randomly check in with a couple of engineers every so often to make sure the process is still holding up, and if there's any headaches that they've ran into, and if there's any way that I can help, or if we need to pull in an extra resource. So it's very important to have these check-ins from the beginning, especially if you're setting up the program for the first time, and less so from the ensuring that the work is getting done, and more so of like ensuring that the people and business units all have their, the bandwidth to handle it, and their priorities are still in place. And because you don't want to just assume that, is Steve blowing off the vulnerabilities that were assigned to him, or is he just swamped in the process that was created and it's, more of a workflow problem versus, amount or Steve's problem. So as I was developing the program, I met with my key players to go through the rough draft of what I had laid out, to make sure, we weren't going too far off the rails of like, what are you already kind of doing in your day to day? And what might you have the ability to change up? Or if you could pick something to change up, what would you do differently to make it easier on you? So after I had that initial draft, the whole process was drawn up from start to finish, from we get the scans and then we get all the way down to remediation, making sure everything is good to go, and we can officially close the case of fixing that vulnerability. Once I had all that laid out, I was able to get together with all the stakeholders and everybody that I talked to. And we did one more final go over, and we were able to get sign off from everybody. Our VPs liked it, our directors liked it, the people that were actually doing the work, they were like, okay, this feels good. We feel like we can do this. And that, I feel like it ensured that I had the buy-in that I was going to need, much better than if you remember at the beginning of the conversation. I came in just deciding, okay, we need to fix all this now. This is really bad, versus I have a plan and I want to make sure that it fits in your workflow. We can discuss any changes that need to be done, and I think I had that meeting scheduled for maybe an hour. We were done in 15 minutes, just based on all of the extra like legwork I had going into it. And then another thing that kind of helped too was we kind of had a hard date to start this as well. The client we were working with had finalized a migration. So it's like, okay, we're starting fresh on a new platform. This is the perfect time to go ahead and implement a new process altogether. And this kind of took out all the ambiguity of like, okay, how or when do we start this? And those first couple of weeks, I held meetings just to check in with everybody again, and tweak some of the other processes that maybe ended up being a burden on them, or even if there was other processes for that like that just got forgotten. Like if there was just a step of like, oh, I need to add in something into a case, and I forgot that I usually put that in there. Perfect time to get all that to where it's all a smooth process. And then after we had all of that, we were now ready to do some high level tracking to, get very granular with the metrics, which I believe is my next slide. Yeah, so there it is. These are just some metrics that have like helped with higher ups, not only within my company, within some of our other customers that I've used this with, of what they've told us, like we want to see X, Y, and Z. But for example, the scanning tool we were using didn't have the best reporting thing, so I had to do a lot of manual tracking in spreadsheets. And having these different KPIs of like trends over time, what's the ratio for cases opened and closed, your time to close. These data points can help answer a lot of the questions we were getting of like, how are we doing? How is vulnerability management doing? Because that took up the topic of, I think, half of one meeting, and then it had its own meeting altogether with this one customer. And then as we were able to answer that, the more questions came in of like, okay, how many just highs and criticals are we having? Like that's what we want to know. And then how quickly are we closing these criticals? And then once we answered those, it was just a flow of different like requests that came in, and I'd have to go back to our vendor and ask like, is there any way we can track these within your software instead of me exporting to a spreadsheet? So when I've also had other conversations with other engineers to handle this, if you're doing things in spreadsheets, it's okay. Like a lot more people do it than probably they care to admit. So spreadsheets, perfectly viable. But if you're doing this at scale, yes, you probably want your tool to be able to pull the relevant information and go ahead and package it into a dashboard. But I've built enough of these tools that I'm able to just drag and drop the info I need to. And that's kind of where going back a couple slides mentally of even having a template for the tools you're going to be using to track your KPIs. Save a copy of that in case you need to start doing it per department, or if you have customers that you're doing this for, have it saved so that way you can reuse it. Waiting for it to load. All right. Now, I'm going to preface the slide a little bit. And as I know not everyone is going to be able to is not going to be able to, dig into the granularity of, the context of what's going on. And you might have to just base your scoring based off of the CVSS findings. But if you can, and you should, base it off of the needs for your organization. I have a quote here from Gene Buerlinger, I think is how you pronounce their last name. They're an engineer at Sanofi. This came from the Datadog State of DevSecOps paper. Without context, severity is just noise. True security comes not from patching everything, but from knowing what actually matters. So this is something where I noticed our vulnerability management program moved in maturity. When we were going through the backlog, then it was purely based off of, okay, what are these scores? Let's tackle that. As it went down in percentage, and I think we've been running pretty well at like roughly a 90% overall reduction based on from where we started to where we are currently. We're able to now get into the weeds a little bit of like, okay, maybe this critical isn't as critical because it's on a system that's 7 layers deep, and they'd have to actually have physical access to this host that's in a locked building behind a locked car gate behind a cage in a data center somewhere, versus this low, which, okay, it's cross-site scripting, it's on a website. We already know this website has some other security issues. We're trying to get that third-party developer to fix it. This now gets bumped up in priority. So knowing what is in your environment is just as important as knowing the criticality, because a critical may not have the same weight as a medium or low on a critical production system. And that's where this last point on this slide is work with asset owners to define what is critical, because if you're like me, where you're more of just the general security guy, you may not fully have a full grasp of, especially when you're new to this, you may not know what is mission critical fully. You should, and hopefully you will. But you need to find out what systems like they're using that they consider critical as well. All right. So a successful vulnerability management program cannot be built on just the members of the security team. It's going to be built with you're going to be working with development teams. You're going to be working with application owners. You're going to be working with possibly HR. You're going to be having all of these different people that are going to be owning systems that are within scope of vulnerability management. And I want to say from my experience, like this is where like we kind of had a rough start of getting things off the ground. Like I was still relatively new to the org. I only really worked with my direct group. So when I got placed on this assignment, I didn't know anybody there. I was just a security guy coming in, trying to shake things up, and no one was really there willing to I wasn't trying to learn their workload or try to figure out how to better collaborate. And I know that killed a lot of the momentum at the beginning, to the point of like, if I was to go back in time and do this now, I would start by what I ended up having to do after, have one-on-one meetings with these stakeholders, like not to just talk about work, not just talk about like, oh, this is how bad everything is going. It's, it's still having these human conversations. And that's why I titled this slide the way I did, of you're not just there to talk, like they want to be heard. Because you might go to a department and they're like, okay, we understand that we have all these criticals, but Jay is out for the next 2 weeks. So and so is doing their work trying to cover it up, and having that connection at a human level, I feel like has really helped, because I wasn't just going in there and having these one-on-one meetings about talking just business. It was talking about, like, here's some growth that I'm doing, here's a certification I'm going after. Having those kinds of conversations, I feel like really helped, and it's something I think that gets overlooked more than it should. And then that's kind of where I put in the second bullet point of build relationships before you need them. Like, if I had gone back in time and started building the repertoire with some of these people, I think when I started coming in and being like, all right, we need to start fixing some of these vulnerabilities, like we have this backlog we need to get through, how can we do that? There'd be more willingness to work with me versus like, okay, who do you think you are coming in here trying to make changes? And then as you go through this, celebrate those wins. It doesn't matter how. I've seen companies just have a Slack channel for shout outs, and they just be like, hey, congrats to this team for, doing great work with, their vulnerability remediations, or even just on a personal level. Like, I would have sometimes sit down with like the key engineers that I was working with and just be like, hey, you're doing a really good job at this. Like, I really appreciate the effort, and it's being noticed. Like, those kinds of things will go a long way in making sure that, this doesn't burn out or fizzle out. Seeing if this is going. No. Okay. And this is another one that I kind of want to call back to Will's presentation here. Not only is translating cyber risk in an overall sense very key, but also, getting into each area of practice that we do, whether it's, managing firewalls, if we're doing security for websites, vulnerability management. We need to be able to translate those into real business risks. And I feel like with vulnerability management, it can be kind of tricky, because I feel like vulnerability management is prone to falling into the trap of, well, why are our developers spending time fixing it if it works? Like, they should be off building new things, and it can sometimes become complacent in that way. And this is one of the ways that backlogs can develop. So if you're able to, frame the vulnerability management more as a team problem to solve, versus security coming in and being like, you need to fix this now, here's your deadline. Coming in and translating that will get you those wins to the point that, it feels like something is actually being accomplished versus just checking a box. And once you're able to, translate these risks, like, okay, how much money would it cost if this went down? Going back to my example of a production environment getting pulled down because of a scan. Scans can be stopped. What happens if it goes down because somebody was able to use a vulnerability that hadn't gotten patched yet? So what's more important to them? Of, like, do you want a little bit of slowness from scanning, or do you want this to be brought down by somebody else? Yeah, I think that was all the parts I needed to hit on this slide. Sorry, it's been a day. So kind of with all this like said, I know it's probably been a lot that I've like thrown at you. I kind of wanted to put in a slide that was specifically some, quick win, something you can go start tomorrow if you wanted to. I don't know if my slide actually caught up with us with this, but it's spinning. I don't know if Jared, you can confirm it's actually on the slide. I think it is. Okay, the spinner went away. All right, we're gonna hope this is on the right side. Some quick wins that you can probably start tomorrow are gonna be like just go document your process that you need to do or that you do that start some ticket automation and maybe start brainstorming like, okay, what are these like SLAs that we need to actually start meeting? And ironically, yeah, some of these quick wins may end up being the most time consuming, but once you have, your process documented, it's going to keep going on its own. Because the big part of defining these processes, the SLAs, whatever metrics you need to track, once you have that on paper, that's when you're going to get the buy-in. That's when you're going to like the higher ups. You're going to be like, okay, now that I see this in front of me, we can actually like start putting this into work. So it may not be a quick win for the organization as a whole, but it's going to be a quick win for you to get the process started. And then some of the pitfalls, I think I kind of mentioned that before, like you may end up with endless spreadsheets. Like I don't know how many spreadsheets until we had better tooling like I was going through. It was quite ridiculous, and it was something I'd always bring up, and they're like, yeah, you do not need to have that many spreadsheets. Let's figure out what we can do. And then scanning without follow-up, you always need to follow up. Make sure it's patched. I'll go back to my SOC days. There have been times that I opened up cases, it would get closed, and I would still be seeing that host and the same thing pop up and pop up. I'm like, no, you're like, am I gonna have to really like follow up and be like that annoying about this? And then the no executive sponsor, like I feel like if you have all the quick wins that I have over there on that one side, getting that executive sponsorship is going to be a whole lot easier because you're not only coming to them with the problem, you're not coming with them with just a spoken solution. But if you have the process documented and you have all of these, SLAs and metrics laid out that you're going to be tracking, you have all of that written down on paper. It's something they can see. It's something they can metaphorically touch and feel. It's something they can like hold, and it's there. It's not just a ambiguous thing. And for this one, I'm just when we started out this entire process, all we had was a basic scanner, a backlog, and some spreadsheets. And today, I not only have buy-in from everybody, I've got a full process that has, if I can humble brag a little bit, has passed a couple of audits, and like the auditors were trying to dig in and be like, okay, you have to have a gap in here somewhere, but it was airtight because we had all of these metrics, we had all the processes documented. And it's very important to just start with what you have. You don't have to go out and buy like the Nessus Pro. You don't have to go out and buy all these things that has all of the automation, all of the other tools, the SOC as a service, have an entire team from a SaaS provider to pull it. Just do with what you have. If you have to use the free version of a scanner out there, do it. It's better than nothing. But also add that structure of having the processes documented before adding more tools to it. Otherwise, you're just going to be, piling onto things, and then work on those relationships and build it on trust. Like don't build it on the fear of like, hey, director of whatever, we have 1,000 criticals on your system. Like, what are we going to do to fix that? Like approach it with the eyes of, all right, how can I help you on this journey? And that way it shows them that you're invested versus just, we need to clean this up now. All right, and some of my final thoughts, hopefully this loads, there it is. Yes, you can have, all the visibility, all the tools in the world, but if no one does anything about it, what's the point of doing it? So the vulnerability is, in my opinion, it's less about the tooling, it's more about the people, processes, and purpose. What are you protecting? Who are you protecting? It's not like, oh, we're missing X, Y, and Z. We can't do whatever. Like life finds a way. Keep it simple, repeatable, and transparent. It goes back to what I was saying about like going through a couple of audits with the program that I built. We kept it all transparent. We made it easily repeatable to where every case looked the same, had the same feel and flow. It wasn't, you had 3 different people making 3 different styles of, cases and remediating it in 3 different ways. You had a set process that people were following. And, just start small. Like if you need to just start with, maybe you just want to start with tracking metrics, start with that. You don't have to start with, that's why I said earlier, like this is in no particular order. Take what you can. And this is where, I'm more than willing to be available for questions of like, this is what we have, like what would you suggest for where we start? Like I am willing to open and communicate with that, because every company is going to be different with how they approach this, and not everybody's starting point is going to be the same. And then I think my last slide should just be feel free to send me a LinkedIn request or follow me. And yeah, I'm open to any questions. I think I saw a couple pop into the chat already.
Yeah, Chris, thank you so much. That was a lot of great information. I mean, vulnerability management's, obviously a necessary thing, and it's also something huge to tackle. I know, previous company that I worked for, we did an initial vulnerability scan, and it found 21,000 vulnerabilities, and it's like, whoa, where do we even start? Just from your experiences, what's the best way for smaller organizations to balance that, like first initial scan and frequency of remediation capabilities when they're, have those limited resources?
It's not going to be a one size fits all answer, but this is kind of what we did. We had to tackle our findings in pieces, because I think, like, similar to what you were explaining, like I think our backlog was maybe 10,000 like overall, like that we had to sort through. I don't remember the exact numbers for like how many criticals, how many highs, all of that was, but we kind of just had to take it from, took it from the top, sorry, of like, all right, let's dig through these criticals, let's dig through these highs. Now, if you know in your organization, like if you have well documented inventories of critical systems and all that, maybe start there instead of hitting the overall thing. Like pick out your systems that are mission critical, patch those, especially before you start going into like dev and test. Like if you're worried about that, make sure you don't have dev and test environments in your primary scanner. Like do those separately if you can. I think that's something we ended up with, is like, wait, a lot of these have the server of dev or yes, like whatever, like tagging them. It's like, let's get those out of there, and that number went down a bit.
Right. Next question on a tech side, and then we'll get over to the fun questions. What are some of the most common mistakes maybe that you've seen organizations or you've experienced yourself? What mistakes have they made when starting a vulnerability management program that you think that you would suggest to watch out for?
Do not be a guy that goes in and tells everybody what they're doing wrong. That is the one way to get, it doesn't matter what room you walk into. If you're walking into C-levels, if you're walking into, a room full of developers or level 1 analysts, don't go in there just telling them everything they're doing wrong. And that's kind of what I was saying too, of like, that's kind of what I did at first. I learned from that lesson, and I've had some discussions with some CISOs, and it's like, you know what, like, yeah, like they know not to do that, but for your, maybe some of your mid-level senior people, especially entry-level people, like it does take some of that people skill. And that's kind of why I wanted to like hit on this for a few slides for like the people portion of it, because you need to make it work in that way, because like I have the security knowledge, somebody else has the development knowledge, somebody else has a different knowledge of a different tool. You need that collaboration. If they're already on the defense from, okay, well, you just think everything I did is trash, so why am I going to help you? It's approaching with grace.
Yeah, the collaboration is such an important part of, you know, what you were saying in your slides. It's detrimental to have everybody on the same sheet of music, and, you know, learning the capabilities and the aspects of
Yeah.
what people do, you know, and what they can do to help
Yeah,
manage
'cause
all this.
this isn't like
So what's out there.
Mhm. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, like, I feel like vulnerability management isn't one of those that just checks the box of like make firewalls, for example. Like, just make sure you don't have any like allowed. This is one that's gonna take some like finesse, especially if it's like home built apps. You're gonna have to have people like working with you on that.
To caveat off that, do you have any recommendations for like low cost tools or open source solutions that these organizations that may not have the money to get good tools, what should they
I
start
know
with?
Nessus has a free tier that I've used in my home lab, and I think we've used it on a couple of like pen test engagements that were, you know, smaller. We didn't need the full Nessus license to do that. So thankfully, I have a list in my notebook that I kept in front of me. Yeah, there's a few. Yeah, there's Serious Scan. If anybody wants to message me after, I can give you the list of stuff. It might be the easiest way to do it. But yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah, I sat through a few things, and there's a lot of open source out there that you don't have to go buy, and they're almost just as good.
I love it. I love it. So Rihanna asked a question. She says, what made you want to change careers from SOC to vulnerability
I think it more
management?
just happened. It wasn't necessarily a want. It just kind of happens. The SOC contract I was on ended, and they didn't have anywhere else for us to go. So we kind of all got laid off. I moved to Denver. This was right before COVID, so that was a fun time. But I got there, and the first job I got when I got there was in governance, risk, and compliance. So it just shifted me completely from a like a little bit more technical job to, you know, being on that like back end, making sure everything's running smoothly and safely overall. So it really wasn't a choice. I was out there like trying to find whatever I could find. But I definitely don't
Makes
regret it.
sense. You take what you can get.
Yeah. But I've
And
enjoyed
then
it a
she
lot
asked
more than
one
getting
more
in the
question
weeds.
on here. That makes sense. Absolutely. And then last question, Rihanna says, what's your video game recommendations?
Well, if we're basing it off of my presentation style, if you haven't played Skyrim yet, after what are we at, 15 years now of Skyrim being a thing, pick it up. Like I've had the discussion, like anything Bethesda has made is always going to be my first recommendation, whether it's Fallout, Skyrim, Dishonored, like any of those. Like they're just solid things to jump into, especially if you come from more of the casual, like Fortnite, Call of Duty. Like these are like, it's going to be almost a one-to-one thing, and it's going to be slower for you, and you get a story with it, not just run and gun multiplayer.
I love it. I love it. Chris, thank you so much. I appreciate all the information you shared with us today. I know everybody else is super hyped about it. So, you know, great job. Thank you so much for taking the time to be able to do this with us today.
Yeah, of course. Thank you all for having me.
Absolutely. Appreciate you, Chris. Okay, guys, so real quick on here, just want to give you a heads up. Our next presentation our presenter actually had to dip out. So we're going to move pretty much everybody over to our track 2. There's going to be 2 more presenters on there with some really great information. So don't miss out on that. The link is in the YouTube description, so you can go through there. Remember to be hitting up the links for donations. Okay, so again, you can scan to the link. Even $1 is going to get you access to our escape room. That's going to give you access until tomorrow, I believe. So you can play on that today, tomorrow, whatever. Also, like I said, visit our merch shop. You can get in there. You can anything you purchase on there. We're going to do 50% of that's going to go back to the MCCOE. We're going to help these interns get their training that they need on here. So everybody, if you want to migrate over to track 2, come back here at 4 o'clock. We're going to have our keynote speaker with Mike Miller. We're going to get him going. He's going to finish out the day for us, and we're going to see what else we can learn. Like I said, that's at 4 o'clock. Head over to track 2 with any other information or without the other presenters that still have to go, and we'll catch up with you here in just a little bit. Hey, everybody, welcome back. Manasa has actually joined us on here. She got a second to get it back here, and she's going to go ahead and do her slides real fast, and we're going to get this taken care of for you. So I'm going to go ahead and bring her on board and let her do her thing.
Hello, everybody. I'm Manasa, and thanks for inviting on this. Are you able to hear me, by the way?
Hey,
Hello?
Manasa, we can see and hear you.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll just quickly run into our presentation, which is to grow from invisible to influential as a tech leader in this peer. We all have been in that place. We were always invisible. And what we want to lean up is to be known, be heard, be seen in what we are doing, in technical aspects of how we are developing, how we are working in the project, how we are contributing it. And here is a quick agenda how I'm going to cover this all. And for the very first introduction, I'm Mansa. I work for this is my LinkedIn, by the way. So I'm always happy to be reached out. So anybody needs me at any time, to give a heads up of what my journey is. I've been in the software industry for 12 years, and I have spanned on 5 different companies. So I worked pretty much on many major projects, and I just want to share from what I saw in this journey with the rest of the people who are planning or who are sailing in the same boat. This ladder hasn't just been quite simple. It's a ladder with a lot of surprises, hard work, discipline, everything, right? And this is not just about promotions or the titles. This is more about the mindset of how. When I say I want to be heard, I want to be seen, I want to be visible, I want to be known, I want people to be knowing about me, I want to be thought about what I'm doing, right? So this is all about the mindset, influence, and ownership. It is non-intuitive to many people. So at times we would just want to play low key, we just want to survive on what's going on because it's too much to always be knowing, or too much to keep your foot ready already, because everything takes a breadth and depth of study, right? So whatever you're developing or whatever you're working on today requires a lot of depth and breadth for you to invest your time, and so you can contribute to that. In that time, what I would want to hear is that that time is not gone invisible, that people do not know the effort that you put. Rather, if they just look at the output, it is just one solidified line which says, okay, successful or not successful. So that's not what we are looking at, right? We just want that ownership of what we are doing. So this is all about what I'm going to cover today. This comes with a set of core values, which would be of accountability, taking our accountability for what we are contributing, and being inclusive in the work. Inclusion is not necessarily be somebody inviting us, it is also us being a part of it, right? So being inclusive into other people's work, or being knowing, at least being aware of what's going on, then doing teamwork, being creative in work, and giving excellence in whatever we are contributing, right? So the very first stage would be when we join as an intern to junior engineer, and there's a lot of things going on, right? Junior to a senior, you would be interacting with big people, like you'll be interacting with people who have experiences of 30 years, who have seen enough in the industry, who has seen or who has revolutionized the industry in the industry. So there's a lot going on. Is this still visible, by the way? Okay.
So we can
Okay.
see you, but we're not seeing slides if you have slides to share.
Oh, you're not seeing the slides. Okay, sorry. That's what I have been sharing.
Okay, let me see here.
How about now? I've been sharing my slides and I've been
Yeah,
scrolling.
no, I'm not seeing them. Do you want to try to share them again, or maybe just do it like a screen share?
Okay. Okay. How about this now? How about this?
I think it's coming. It might take a second.
Mm-hmm.
It says you've shared the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Not quite seeing it yet. Here we go. Here we go. Let me see here. Is that it?
Are you able to see?
Yes. Can you see that? Or yeah, it's just say, yep, that's it. So I'll just adjust the screen here.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. Sorry for that. If that kind of was off, because all this time I thought I was sharing the screen, which I did the same way, but I do not know what's going on in the back end. But thank you very much for appreciate your help for this. So yeah, this is me and this is my LinkedIn, just to keep a note of it. And by the way, if you're on LinkedIn, please do let me know that you're reaching out for this conference, so I know that this is in the context of the conference that we are discussing, and I'll be glad and more than happy to help you out. And yeah, also please let me know what you like in the session, so I know the context of what we are discussing. Okay, quick run through what I just spoke 5 minutes ago was this. It's all about the mindset, influence, and ownership with the core values of accountability, inclusion, teamwork, creativity, and excellence. By the way, if I'm talking too quick, too fast, do let me know. That's kind of practice that I do usually. So if it is too fast, I'm happy to slow down, but do let me know. Okay. Now, after that, what we see is the very first stage of how we are entering into the field. So it's about learning code base, tools, team, rituals effectively. See, the very first time when a junior engineer starts a team, the expectation is not that that person behaves like a VP, or the expectation is not that the person behaves like the CTO of the organization, right? There is supposed to be a ramp graph, and doing in a structured way really will help to keep that balance, to not overdo or underdo. So learning the code base, learning the tools, learning the rituals, the low level design, these are the key important phases. And the goal there is to transition into a successful junior engineer. At that time, there will be too many things happen of the releases that you will be working on. Let's say you'll be working on multiple projects at a time, context switching, different priority goals. But out of all the clutter, the main priority should be about the curiosity and maintaining humility all the time. And always know, you will know this statement, right? No question is no question is a bad question. That is true. While that is true, it also depends on the time, and it also depends on the role that you are at for asking questions. For instance, a junior engineer asking about a very simple structure of code is acceptable, while it might not be acceptable hearing from a senior engineer or a experienced engineer, right? So that the dynamics change. Well, personally, I would not worry about that, because any question is not a bad question, but there might be some expectations. That's the reason junior, being a newbie or being the very first engineer, is quite helpful. The early stage is quite helpful to ask all the questions early on and be curious and know everything. And the universe is the knowledge set. You have to know everything. You can always start anywhere and anywhere. So that is a good phase. And the second phase is about mid-level mastery. So basically, when you are a mid engineer, the junior phase is done. This is when, let's say, 2 to 3 or 4 years of experience. That is when you can call yourself as a mid-level engineer. At that time, you would want to take ownership of assigned projects diligently. What that means is that know in and out of the project, even if it is the small piece of the puzzle, you'd have to know in and out of it, be owner of what you're doing, and also seek mentorship to grow and learn in the leadership, then actively contribute to team discussions and focus on strategic thinking and problem solving abilities. This would be a very good template for a mid-level engineer. And then when you want to transition from mid-level to senior engineer, that is when things do change in a strategic sense. You need to know how to balance quality, speed, and risk. What does that mean? You might be working in multiple projects and you need to do quick context switch. You need to know how to grab anywhere. It is like a maze, right? It is like a puzzle piece. You do not have any context, but you are put in there. You need to figure out the left, right, top, bottom. You need to figure this out. So that maturity of engineering, that maturity and the comfort of playing with technologies will arrive at that point. So you need to balance quality, speed, and risk, and also be able to mentor others and influence the architecture. So this would be a typical expectation of a senior engineer. And then, having said this path of junior to mid-level to senior, there are 5 key important tools that we would need to adapt at any given time. One, communication. In whatever we are speaking or writing, we need to have communication. Sometimes we think we discussed it and it is already known to a lot of people. That's a myth, right? No, it's not, because everybody has a context. So you need to keep in writing what was agreed, what was discussed, what was the conclusion. You need to have a detailed document of it. Always, it is always helpful. And two, being initiative. And that means if you see an idea, you need to go pitch it in and volunteer for ambiguity, right? And three, give and receive feedback gracefully. If somebody tells you you have certain areas of improvement, you should not be concerned or you should not be defensive of it. Rather, you should take it gracefully and think what you can do after that, right? And you can react gracefully too. And then four, adaptability. Stay relevant in tech shifts. For instance, today we have the world moving towards AI. We need to know what's going on in there. Let's say you are a data engineer, then you need to know what a data engineering, what the tech revolution happening in data engineering side. So you need to stay relevant to the tech shifts. And fifth, teach what you have mastered. This is quite very important because you want people to know even in your absence. And that is possible when you mentor people and they call out your name. Oh, she told me how to do this. That is very important. This is one of the most foundational or key skills that I would highly recommend. And then from execution to ownership, right? You will always do your work at any day. That is what most of us do, right? We do our work, but there is something beyond that. We want to create an impact. And how do we create an impact? We should remember at the end of the day, most of the companies are businesses, and we need to focus on what this particular product or the business is doing. And once we know that, we can create more impact. We should always think about what's the goal behind this goal. Why are we doing that? Asking these questions will always be helpful. And then there are certain challenges for any professional. One, recognizing imposter syndrome as a sign of growth. Do not hinder you. If at all that is something that's bothering you, do not let it happen. You need to take it as the sign of growth. You're worried about growing, then you need to grow. So do not think you're alone. Do not have any negative thoughts that will pull you back. Then two, take initiative and lead instead of waiting. Lead, always lead. Then 3, seek out mentors and build a supportive tribe. 4th, use self-doubt as fuel for personal development. Do not let self-doubt bring you down. It should always be a fuel. So play that game. You can use that weak person as yourself, the self-doubt, as a person to cry with, but you should always be helpful to you. Think of it like you're helping somebody else. Help yourself. Use it as a fuel for personal development. And some final thoughts here is, when you lead with empathy, understand team members' needs. You have come that way, so you need to give hand to somebody coming that way. Then 2, elevate others and support their development actively. Be positive about it. It's about habits, not just the title. So there has been a leader who always have been there, who has always been there for the team members, who has always guided them in the right path. This is how you want to be heard of yourself. You want to hear of yourself. So you need to be that leader who will always be the person to do something all the time rather than just the title. And then be the calm person in chaos and maintain that composure. This is me, and I hope you gained some knowledge or some motivation through this presentation. I hope you liked it. I would like to hear any feedback or any thoughts, what you are thinking about after this presentation. Please do let me know. Please do let me know through my LinkedIn, so I know it and I can improve. And I'm glad that you heard me, and thank you very much. I appreciate it. Any questions?
Manasa, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today. I know you've had a lot going on today, so I really appreciate you coming in and just giving us a little short version of this. So it's really appreciated. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. It was.
All right, everybody. So we're going to go ahead and transition right into our next speaker. I don't even know where to start with this guy. He's one of my really, really good friends, Mike Miller. We met about 2 years ago and decided to just, kick it off. We decided we're going to just be friends. We're going to learn all we can from each other, which, has been the most part him teaching me things. And maybe I've taught him a few things. I don't know. But Mike Miller, he's got 25 plus years in the cybersecurity world. He's worked in offensive security, defensive security, even worked in QSA. He's founded a firm over a decade ago, which was acquired by Appalachian Technologies, where he currently right now resides as a vCISO, and loves pouring his heart out into all of his educational posts. He loves teaching people how to succeed in this field. And I'm going to go ahead and bring him on board so he can tell you all about his greatness. Mike, how are you, buddy?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
Doing great. Very excited to hear from you.
Thanks, buddy. You have been a tremendous MC today. So thank you, Jared, for what you're doing. Thank you to Rihanna and the whole team, Josh Mason, everybody behind the scenes today to make this work. And absolutely all of the speakers who have, who've been here today. It takes time to build these presentations, and, it's just it's a great thing when everyone can come together and do this. So
absolutely,
and it's got a great cause of the MCCOE,
right? Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
me and Mike have gone together on these.
They deserve it. Yeah. So, all right. Well, thank you very much, Jared. I appreciate that, buddy.
I'm going to go ahead and get you kicked off on your slides, Mike.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, everybody. My name is Mike Miller, and today I'm going to kind of end this today by thinking about all of the knowledge that we gained today and even throughout our journey so far to where you're at. Much of today, we talked about technical knowledge, right? And in the end, everybody here is unique. Everybody here has wisdom. Everybody here has something to bring to the table. But the question is, how do you bring that to the table? At the end of the day, we have to be able to sell ourselves to the industry. So my talk today is about the power of networking, and it perfectly piggybacks off of Manasa's presentation a little bit ago. So thank you, Manasa, for that. You did a fantastic job. So, all right. So let me tell you a little bit about me here. So who is Mike, right? As Jared said, I've been in tech for about 25 plus years. I started in desktop support back when you had to dial into the internet. There may be some here that remember back then when you had squealy modems and phone lines that were always busy. About 13, 14 years ago, I lost track of time. I founded a cybersecurity firm. It was a one-man show, and I built it up. And about 3.5, almost 4 years ago, I was acquired by a company called Appalachia Technologies, who I am now with. So I serve in a VCISO and business development capacity with them. But who am I personally, right? So I'm a scuba instructor, anything around the water, boating, water skiing, scuba diving, any of that. If there's water, I'm there. I'm a pickleball player. It keeps me in shape. I love it. It's something I picked up about 2 years ago. But most importantly, the last two things, right? I eat my hamburgers plain. I don't like anything on my hamburger at all. So I'll go and get a nice big juicy burger and I'll open it up. I'll take everything off. And the last thing is I am a recovering sweet tea addict. Today I am 0 days clean because it's been a long, stressful day. So I'm back on the juice again today. But anyhow, I just wanted to tell you a little bit about myself there. So I want to talk to you about the journey that I've been through, and you'll understand why here in a little bit, because I'm going to kind of round this up into a message here. But I started out as a scuba instructor, and totally weird, right? It wasn't tech at all. I had a couple dive shops, created a line of gear, and that business was acquired. After that, I got into tech. I built a wireless ISP. I mounted some huge antennas on the top of some towers in a small community. And next thing you know, I was shooting wireless technology 20, 30 miles across the sky with ubiquity equipment. Ran that for a few years, and that was acquired. My passion was my cybersecurity firm. Started it solo, like I said. We provided security services, mainly pen testing, and then that business was acquired as well. But I wanted to tell you a little bit about how I did that and the difference between kind of then and now and how this pertains to your journey as well. So when I built my dive shop, right, I call it Diving Deep. When I built my dive shop, this was years ago. We didn't have the technology then that we have now. So I did billboards, I did radio, I did TV, I did newspaper, I did even post office mass mailings to get people to sign up for my scuba classes. So that was the old traditional way of advertising, and it worked, right? But my tech firm, when I started that, it was, a few years later, obviously there was a lot more technology. So I did SEO, I did Google paid ads, Facebook ads, even at one point hired a marketing firm that helped me bring in leads and so on. And that was a total blast. So I got to run the whole gamut of advertising and marketing throughout my journey. When I sold my company, my last company, Cyber Protection Group, sold to Appalachia Technologies. On the TV behind me, I got to sport the logo. I realized that I made a mistake over the years. And my mistake wasn't that I sold my company, right? It was that over the years, I felt like I hid behind the logo, right? And what I mean by that is I was doing billboards, I was doing ads, I was doing SEO, but there was no Mike Miller, right? No one knew my name. I wasn't selling myself. And I'm going to call it, I kind of named it a career identity crisis, right? So it wasn't a midlife crisis. That's creeping up probably in 2 to 3 months from now, but this was a career identity crisis. And what I mean by that was I had sold my companies and now I had a fresh start. And I'm like, who the heck is Mike Miller? And, what's the journey from here? So to take you back behind the scenes, there were a lot of things that I struggled with, right, during this time. I kind of had some light bulb moments and was starting to figure things out. One, I was a person that got bored very easy. 2 to 3 years, I was bored and I wanted to do something else. I was also a very curious person. I wasn't sure of my direction at all. I didn't know what my future was, but I knew that I had some value because I I like to say I'm not an expert of anything, and I'm the first one to say that. I am not an expert of anything, but my secret, I guess my secret sauce over the years has been I know a little bit about a lot of things. And so that's really helped me out. So things started making sense, right? So the end result was I knew that over the years, I had developed some wisdom and I had taken it for granted. I didn't really share that with anybody. I kind of held it to myself because maybe I thought I didn't have any wisdom to share. But I realized that maybe I can start sharing some wisdom. Maybe my experience, maybe my fumbles through life could help someone else make their journey a little bit better than mine was. So I started using my name, right? Like Miller. I started shaking hands. I started sharing wisdom. And most importantly, I started really building relationships. And I didn't even know what it was called. But over time, what had happened was kind of behind the scenes, unknowingly, I created this thing called a personal brand. Right now, if you would have asked me 5 years ago what a personal brand was, I would have said I have no clue what that is. But it was the result of showing up every day, right? And I'm mainly talking about volunteering, the LinkedIn platform, going to conferences, things like that. I was consistent, right? I was either online or shaking hands with someone every day, even at the pickleball courts. And suddenly, what I realized was that my inbox started getting flooded with opportunity because of this shaking hand strategy that I had kind of involuntarily done. So my message to you is whether you like it or not, it doesn't matter if you don't have an LLC, a C Corp, an S Corp. Every one of you here is in business. Every one of you here are in business. You are in business for yourself. Now, you may say, well, I don't want to be in business. I'm looking for a job. Guess what? You have to be in business for yourself to be able to sell yourself to the next employer. All of these speakers today brought crazy good value to the table. And many of you took notes. Many of you will go back and watch some of these. Many of you will get the slides afterwards, right? And we've gained so much technical knowledge. But if we're not able to sell ourselves, that technical knowledge does no good. It will for you, right? Because you are, doing things yourself, but you have to be able to sell yourself to the market. So what are you selling? You're selling wisdom, you're selling expertise, you're selling knowledge, but most importantly, what you are selling is you. I want you to behind the scenes say your name out loud, right now, and know that you are unique and that you have so many assets and so many things to bring to the table in this industry. But why? I remember when I was 14, my first job was at a diner. And I got that job by riding my bicycle to the local diner, putting in a paper application. There was no internet then. And I got a phone call and I got the job, right? Times were different. Now we have to stand out a little bit, right? It's a competitive market. If you can have the best resume in the world, all of these technical skills, all the experience, all the certifications, but at the end of the day, if you are not selling yourself to the market, no one's going to ask you for your resume. And we all know what it's like to submit resumes, or to submit applications online. We're lucky if we hear back from any of them. And this is always debatable, but I always say the resume is dying. And what I mean by that is, yes, everybody needs a resume. But if you think that it's just a resume anymore that gets you the job, you're going to be hunting for your next job for a long time. Your resume is just a byproduct of all of your experience, but that resume doesn't really get you out there, right? And we have to have, many of you, and we talked about some of them today, right? Disaster recovery plans and being able to, incident response plans and being able to recover. And I want you to think about something right now. If you lost the job that you had right now, do you have your own personal disaster recovery plan? How long is it going to take you to get a job? Are you going to flock to the LinkedIn platform last minute to be able to make all the connections you can? It's the same thing as if you get a fender bender on your car, you don't get out of the car and call Allstate and say, hey, I'd like to pick up an insurance policy. You have that policy to be prepared in case something happens. So building your personal brand and standing out and having a name for yourself can be part of and actually be your incident response plan or disaster recovery plan, or I'll even call it your business continuity plan, right? It's extremely important. And I will say, as I'm going through this, if any of you have questions, please ask me. I love to be interrupted. I really don't mind. So go for it. So here's my methodology, right? Do you blend in? And I want you to look at this picture of these cars. None of these cars stand out. So I want you to think about yourself. How do you stand? If you were a car parked in this lot, how are you standing out? Do you look like all of the others, your portfolio, all of that stuff? What are you doing to separate yourself from everybody else? And how much of the time are you spending on, I'm going to sound like a salesman here, right? How much time are you actually spending on the sale or the future sale? And what I mean by that is the sale of your experience and your wisdom. And I've said this multiple times. Everybody here listening is unique. You all have your own story. You all have your own expertise. You all have wisdom, and every one of you are absolutely unique. So you might not think you can stand out from the crowd, but I want you to think about the assets that you have, whether it's technical, whether it's soft skills, especially soft skills, of how you can stand, how you can be that different car on the lot that doesn't look like everybody else's. So speaking of cars, right, we're going to look at this red Stingray Corvette, right? We're talking about making the sale. So I want you to think about something. You own a used car lot, and on this car lot, you have this red Corvette. Now, this Corvette you've been trying to sell for a long time, and no one's coming onto the lot. The car's starting to rust a little bit, and the longer the car sits there, right, the worse shape that car's in, because it needs even more things to get it back up to date. So what do we have to do with that car if you decide, you know what, I have to sell this car in the next 30 days? So what do you have to do? The first thing you have to do is you have to shine that car up. It has to be the shiniest car on the lot. You're going to put some new tires on it. You're going to shine the wheels. You want people looking at this thing. And do you ever see a really nice car when you're sitting at a red light and your eyes are just fixated on that car? I love cars, so I'll be staring at that car. So you want to be that. You want to be that car, right? So you want to take that car and make it the nicest one on the lot. So what am I talking about there? It's tuning your resume to look different than everybody else's. It's building a portfolio of wisdom, certifications, knowledge, projects, volunteering, soft skills, and it's tuning your LinkedIn profile, which we'll talk about here in a bit. It's 1.1 billion people on the platform. It's tuning the LinkedIn profile so that car stands out. So at the end of the day, we want to make sure that car totally glistens. We want to make sure that you totally glisten. So that's 1 out of 2 problems solved. So we've shined up the car, but if you remember, I said earlier, at least I think I did, that car is parked on the back of the lot. So you got the shiniest car in the world. That, man, if people saw this car, they're going to want to buy it, but it's getting no traffic. So what do we have to do? We have to take that car and we have to get in and we have to drive that car to the front of the lot. Now, your used car lot sits right next to a highway, a 4-lane highway that goes back and forth all day long with cars and vehicles and people looking, right? So once we take that car and we put it on the front of the lot, what happens? People stop, they kick the tires, they look in the window, they take it for a test drive, they call, they text about it. So I want you to think about you in this scenario, in your portfolio. So you might have a beautiful portfolio with all of your knowledge, but do you stand out from the others? You know, think of your LinkedIn profile, for example. Is it on the front of the lot where all of that traffic is, right? We have to take that car, we have to take ourselves and put it near that traffic to gain that visibility, because visibility equals relationships, which equals opportunity. So I talked about LinkedIn, 1.1 billion users, 65 million decision makers on this platform, and has been voted the #1 trusted platform, even over TikTok. Can you believe that? LinkedIn is the #1 trusted platform. It is what I call the largest networking party on the planet. So I want you to think about how you engage locally. Do you go to local events? Do you shake hands with people? you should be doing the same thing online. Are you contributing to the platform? Are you a wallflower, someone who just scrolls and scrolls and scrolls and consumes, right? But or are you someone who engages and gives back to the platform as well? Or so how are you contributing? I want you to think about that. And it doesn't always have to be posts, right? It can be just engagement. You have 1.1 billion people on this platform. At the end of the day, are people getting to know you, right? So the majority of LinkedIn members or users have less than 500 connections, and that's absolutely true. The majority have less than 500 connections. Now, if you think about it, that's still a lot of connections, right? But if you have all of this knowledge and you're trying to sell this knowledge to your next employer, or maybe you have a business, or maybe you are employed working in sales or marketing or even pen testing, whatever, but you also want to help land some more work and opportunity, you can also use this to sell yourself and sell your company to the market as well. Only 4% of LinkedIn users have over 2,000 connections. So think about that. Think about where you're at and feel free, like take a look at your profile and feel free to throw in there how many connections you have. I'm curious, but only 4% of members have over 2,000 connections. When you start on LinkedIn, it is absolutely a level playing field for everybody. No one has any advantages. We all start with a level playing field. So I want to walk you through my journey, right? So I started with about, if I go back 4 years, I had less than 500 connections. I'm going to say, I think it was somewhere around 200 connections. Now, 6 years ago, I made a post on LinkedIn, and then I logged off, and I didn't log back in till years later. But I want you to take a look at this post, right? So this was a post that I made on LinkedIn 6 years ago. And the title, or the post itself, says pumpkins made from Rice Krispies and Tootsie Rolls. Hashtag Halloween, hashtag beautiful, hashtag keep it real. What was I thinking, right? I don't know what I was doing. I decided that I'm going to go to LinkedIn and post a picture of my Rice Krispie treats that I made and use these hashtags. I think maybe I thought I was on Facebook. Maybe I thought I was on TikTok. Maybe I thought I was on Instagram. I don't know. But it was definitely not something that was really meant for the LinkedIn platform. So my point is, if you look at the engagement, I had 2 people engage with that, right? And probably one was me. I probably liked my own post. And maybe another one was maybe someone who worked for me at the time. Maybe they felt like they had to, right? So you have to think about what you are creating and think about if it's right for the platform as well. So in the first 18 months, I grew from about 200 to about 80,000. I had about 30 million views. But here's the thing, is that the opportunity that came from it was absolutely unreal. And thank you for the comments. I'm watching those. Keep throwing those in. It's really exciting. The opportunity that came from it was unreal. And I'm not talking about jobs, right? Yes, I've had employers come after me. Fortunately, I'm in a really good position now and have no plans to leave in. But do I get recruiters hit me up? Absolutely. It's a byproduct of being active on the platform. People underestimate what this platform can really do for you. Other opportunity, LinkedIn headquarters found my profile. They flew me out to Santa Barbara to one of their LinkedIn Learning headquarters. And I went to their studio and recorded 2 LinkedIn Learning classes, which are on LinkedIn right now. Now, I'm an average guy, didn't go to college. I was like a C- in high school, but LinkedIn reached out to me to have me go out there and do that, right? I'm an average guy. I'm nothing special. The reason they flew me out was because I was on the platform and I'm contributing my knowledge, and they saw value in that. So anybody here, I don't care if you have a degree, I don't care if you have certifications, if you have knowledge to share, start sharing that knowledge. So I will tell you, in the beginning, I struggled. I envied others. I wanted to be, I saw all these big voices on LinkedIn, top voices and so on. And I went down this path of how could I be like them? How could I get to their level? What am I doing wrong? But then it hit me. I had skill, I had life experiences, I had knowledge, and generally I'm a positive person. My wife says too positive. I drive her crazy sometimes, but I'd like to be a pretty positive person. So I ran to the center of the room. Remember, I said LinkedIn's the largest networking party on the planet. And I immediately tried to surround myself with people smarter than I was. That wasn't hard. I made sure that they had the same interests. And I also wanted to surround myself with positivity. I was a positive person. So I wanted to surround myself with positive people. Guess what? Everybody in here, you can choose whether or not you want to be surrounded by negative people. If you're surrounded by negative people, you can choose to not be surrounded by them, right? At the end of the day, knowing the mistake I had made previously by hiding behind my logo or hiding behind my business and only advertising my business, now I wanted people to know my name and who Mike Miller was. So what was the process, right? The process of building that brand and gaining that visibility was positive interaction online, CTA comments, which means call to action comments. I would think about this. If you are at a local networking event, right down the road, and you see people talking and you walk up to them and you say, LOL, or you walk up to them and you say, commenting for reach, and you step back and lean against the wall, what does that do? It brings nothing to the table, right? So the goal is to be able to bring something to the table. Treat LinkedIn and your online presence as if it's a local networking event. The more people know your name, the more people you know, the more opportunity comes your way. And here's something even better. The more people you know equals opportunity, but guess what? It even equals opportunity for other people, because I've helped other people, like I love to connect people with the right people. And so it gives you the ability to do that as well. The other thing I did is I started messaging people. I started lighting up their inboxes, not trying to sell them something. I started to light up their inboxes by telling them, hey, I'm really inspired by our content. Keep going. What I did not do, I didn't go to the platform and make a commercial every day trying to sell my products. I didn't copy anybody. Every single piece of my content was originally written by me. I use no third-party tools at all. It's all organic. I believe it or not, and this one's a crazy one, right? I didn't share content. Now, I could talk about this one and debate about this one for hours. We don't have the time. But what I would tell you here is, as a content creator on the LinkedIn platform, I absolutely love when people repost or share my content, right? But when I'm mentoring someone to help them gain visibility, you know what I tell them? Stop sharing my content. Stop sharing other people's content, because all you are doing is helping build their brand. You're not helping yourself stand out. You have your own wisdom. So I want you to, instead of reposting, right? All my stats are going to drop now because I'm telling everybody this. But if you want to build your brand and you want to stand out in the industry, you got to stop sharing everybody's stuff. And you have to, the only thing you should be sharing is your own organic content that comes out of your brain. Here's the last thing. No negativity. This is hard. I will tell you, I get comments every once in a while or a DM from someone who just disagrees with one of my posts. And my instinct is I get mad, my fingers shake, and I want to fire back. But my rule is, and Jared knows this because we talk just about every day and we've been through this together. My rule is I'm going to think about it for 2 hours before I do anything. The more you think about it, guess what? Your heart rate goes down. And what you thought should really be bothering you and taking up more of your day didn't really matter. So I don't even reply. I might block them. I just stay away from the situation. You don't have to defend yourself online. There's no reason that you have to do that. So what actually worked, right? Being original, writing your own content. And I will tell you now, there's some updates that I don't have here in the slides. You can gain more traffic now on the LinkedIn platform just from engaging more so than you can by posting. Isn't that crazy? So you know what that means for all of you? Those who fear posting on LinkedIn, that's okay, because you now have an advantage, because now all you have to do is walk up to that crowd and talk to them and engage and leave a thoughtful comment. It makes a big difference. Helping people with knowledge. Those that follow me or are connected to me, I share knowledge, 3, 4, 5 times a week. So I try to share knowledge with people that helps them solve some of their own problems. And I put also, becoming a thought leader. And here's what I would tell you. This is debatable too, right? But everybody in this room watching, or in the future that will watch this, you're absolutely a thought leader. I don't care if you just signed up for a course. I don't care if you just signed up to go through CompTIA's Security Plus course. You're a thought leader. And you know why I say that? Because there are other people that have no clue what course they should take or how to sign up or what have you. There's always someone that's behind you that you can be a thought leader for. You can always help people out to the point to where you are at, right? Where you are at right now, someone else is trying to get there. So you can become a thought leader for them and be able to help them through their journey. So everyone always asks me about the algorithm on LinkedIn. So I'm going to talk about a little bit today. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on it. Here's what I would tell you. And I love using cars for analogies, right? So before I break down into this chart here of the algorithm, I will tell you this. The algorithm is like an aftermarket performance part for your car, right? I'm not going to go buy a K&N air filter or buy all of these aftermarket performance parts for my car if I don't have a car that runs well. Because I can put a new air filter or big pipes on my car, and at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if my car doesn't start, right? Or if my car is no good. And then all of a sudden you have one of those cars that looks really good, but just rattles down the road. That's how the algorithm is. So think of it this way. Your content is your car. Without content, there is no algorithm. The first thing you need to worry about, if you're going to post and try to get yourself out there in that fashion, the first thing you have to worry about is sharing wisdom for other people. Don't worry about the algorithm. Now, after you have that figured out, after your car's running smooth down the road every day, now you're like, you know what? I would love to get an extra 20 or 30% performance out of this car, right? Then is the time to start thinking about and working the algorithm a little bit. Now, there is no white paper from LinkedIn. There is no official LinkedIn report about the algorithm. What I'm going to give you are basically the studies of some reports that study, millions and millions of posts, pages, profiles, and so on. And I love the comment about the 90s Honda Civic. One of my best friends drove one of those around. Great cars, by the way. So first of all, let's talk about your profile. Your profile is your resume. Let's just face it. Your profile should be really darn close to your resume. You have T-minus 10 seconds, and I'm going to say about 5 seconds now because we have an attention span because of Reels, TikTok, stories, and everything. We have very short attention spans. We're not going to spend 3 minutes reading someone's profile. The aesthetics of your profile have to be beautiful. So I want you to think about your profile, and I want you to, and you can throw this in the comments too. I want you to self-rate your profile. Go to your LinkedIn profile, 1 to 10. I want you to tell me where you think it falls in a 1 to 10. If I was a recruiter that came across your profile just on aesthetics about how it looks, right? So feel free to throw that in there. The aesthetics are important. If you walk into a Barnes & Noble store, you are going to look at the books that have the nicest covers before you even flip them over. Well, your LinkedIn profile aesthetics, before they read any words, that's the cover of your book. Your headshot's important. Your headline's important. Your about section's important. Is it of a good color theme and a good flow? So let's talk about the algorithm a little bit. Likes, comments, and shares, they all hold different weights, right? So if you are engaging with someone, if I'm engaging with any of you, a like has a certain weight. A comment has a little heavier weight, about 15 times higher weight, and a repost has the most weight. What I mean by that is if I comment on your post or anyone comments on your post, you are going to get more reach out of that. It's going to show it to a larger portion of your network than if someone just liked your post. Because a like only takes a second. A comment takes a little bit longer because people are engaging with your content. And a share is even more powerful because people are saying, because the algorithm knows this must be decent content because someone's sharing it out. When I say content, it's wisdom coming out of your head, right? So Here's something too that I don't have in here is that LinkedIn only measures the first reaction, the first engagement. And what I mean by that is if I like your post and then comment on it, it only holds the weight of the like. So my comment on your feed doesn't help at all as far as helping your network see it. So I'm going to, if I'm not going to repost it, I'm probably going to comment on it and then like it, because I want you as someone as a connection or someone I'm following, I want you to get the most reach out of that. So I'm going to comment on your post before I like it, because they only measure the first weight. The power hour, actually 1.5. What I mean by that is the first 60 to 90 minutes really is about the most important piece, most important time frame with your post. There's so much interaction that's going to happen in the first 60 to 90 minutes. You need to make sure that you are there to engage with that. Now, the time to live on LinkedIn posts used to be about 2 or 3 days. Now it's been expanded. It's actually a couple weeks now. There's been many articles come out about it, but it's actually it's very important that when you don't post and ghost, don't post and go to lunch. Post when you have time to engage, right? Just check it early and often. Now, if you have 100 connections, right? By default, when you post, about 1% of your network is going to see that. Well, what's 1% of 100? It's 1. Probably one person is going to see that. Now, if that one person sees that and they don't interact, they don't spend time on your post, no one else is going to see that, right? So, but if they spend time on your post and they interact, now it's going to show it to a larger portion of your network, right? One thing that I'd like to talk about too are links in posts. You can share links. That's okay, as long as your content is decent. As long as your content is decent and you're not just sharing links, it will do great. So if I'm sharing wisdom, like I share courses and stuff all the time, and I'll share 3 or 4 links in there, that's okay. But if I didn't write any content around that, LinkedIn's just going to kill it. So what to post? Deliver education, solve problems, entertain. I like to say, sometimes I like to educate through entertainment. I've got a lot of goofy 7 or 9 second videos out there that might just make someone chuckle. And at the end of the day, if I can make someone laugh or I can make someone chuckle, it was worth it. It was worth it for me and them, hopefully, that I did that. I always say, write a breakout post. That's a post about your journey. Think about your journey from when you were a kid. What inspired you what led you to even be sitting here, right, in this conference today? Something led you into this field or to pursue this field. Many of you have been in the field for years. What led you to that? Take your connections and take people through the journey of how you got there, because you're going to help someone who's struggling by talking about your journey. Don't just talk about your successes. Talk about adversities, things that you powered through, things that really change your projection of where you're going. In the end, share wisdom. So we like to talk about KPIs in our industry. Your KPIs obviously are profile views, impressions. The most important one that I like to talk about is the RPD, relationships per day. Every day, I want to gain new relationships. I don't care about my impressions. I don't care about the reposts. I care about relationships that I've formed every day. That's where the gold comes from. So LinkedIn has this thing called the social selling index, and it is and any of you can log into your LinkedIn account. You can go to linkedin.com/sales/SSI, stands for social selling index, and it will tell you where it thinks you rank in your industry as far as being a voice. This is something that most people on LinkedIn have no clue that it's even there, but it's powerful. The higher your SSI is, the more reach you have, the more opportunity you could have come across your plate, which is broken down into 4 components here: establish a professional brand, find the right people, engage with insights, and build relationships. I'm not going to dive deep in that today. You can see where you're at in your industry. They have industry SSI rank, they have network SSI rank, and take a look at that. It's linkedin.com/sales/SSI. Anybody can take a look at that. So here we're going to talk briefly about building your sales funnel. So yes, this sounds salesy again, right? But we're talking about building the sales funnel for you because, like I said, we have to be able to market ourselves to the industry. The larger we build our funnel, the more opportunity we have and can also provide for others. So how do we build our sales funnel? Volunteering, speaking, conferences, shaking hands, and obviously, of course, LinkedIn. What I mean by building a sales funnel is building that audience, building those network connections around you. So what I like to talk about is the reverse business, right? So which comes first, the widget or the client, or the widget or the relationships? In most businesses, you have to figure out what you want to sell, and then what type of job, what type of job is right for you, right? And then after you decide what job is right for you, then you have to go find that job, right? That's what I call widget first business. But if you reverse that and you build a relationships first business, here's what happens. Now you don't need to decide, like you can decide what you want to, what your interests are, but you don't need to decide on a job title, or you don't need to decide exactly what path you're going to get down. If you're building relationships, your audience are going to find you. Recruiters, HR, hiring managers, directors, whatever, the team leaders, they're going to find you and reach out to you in your inbox. It's what I call reverse business. The audience will tell you what they need. Your connections will always tell you what they need. You might say, "Hey, John, we see that you have a ton of wisdom. You're always on the platform. We would love for you to interview. Your profile looks like something that could really fit our job description." And that person didn't even know about that job. And guess what? We have these. I forget what the acronym is. Is it ATS? These automated tracking systems for resumes. Common question I get is, "Mike, how do I get my resume through these ATS systems?" Well, if you do it this way, you build the reverse business for yourself. You don't have to worry about that, because when the recruiter reaches out to you first, because you've put your car on the front of the lot, you don't have to go through that system, because you've bypassed all of it, because they've reached out to you. And when they reach out to you, they've already pre-screened you in their minds, and they already want to talk to you about opportunity. Common mistake that people make, and I see it all the time, is not making an even split. We had so many speakers today, and we gained so much knowledge today and every day with the search we get, with the degrees that we have. Most individuals spend 90% or more of their time on developing those technical skills, and less than 10% of their time on actually marketing themselves and bringing themselves to market, making themselves stand out. So many people think because they have the experience in the resume, they come to me and say, "Mike, why can't I get a job?" I'm like, "Well, let's take a look. How are you standing out?" "What do you mean? I have a nice resume." Well, if you're not standing out, no one's going to ask you for that resume. You absolutely have to divide your time into work in the business. And I'm talking about work in the business of you, right? You have to spend time working the business, the daily grind. People get caught up in the day-to-day, working the 9-to-5 rut. But then we also have to take the other 50% and build a brand, building relationships, separating yourself, and actually getting seen. So many people are missing the boat on this. And I will tell you, I've had so many people come to me over the past 3 or 4 years asking me, "Mike, can you give me any advice on getting a job?" And I want you to think about this. There are people out there that are way less qualified than us, right? But they're getting jobs because they've got the visibility and they're separating themselves from others. It's easy to teach tech. It's hard to find the people, right? And you have to have that personality. You have to have the right positive attitude as well. Everybody asks me this: how long is it going to take, Mike? How long is it going to take for me to get that opportunity once I start this, right? Build the business, separate yourself from the crowd, start shaking hands. After you shine the car up, after you roll it to the front of the lot, there's no time frame on this. You can work this as fast as you want. I put hours a day into building my network because I take it seriously, and it's part of my job now as well. And if you're not doing that, and you don't have to spend hours a day on a platform, but the more dedicated time you have on a platform, on LinkedIn, building connections, going to conferences or what have you, the shorter the time is until those opportunities come for you. So I want you to think about this. Everybody here had a first job. I told you mine was in a diner when I was 14 years old. And I want you to think about, and please, I'd love to see this in the chat. Since you were a kid or since your first job, how many jobs have you had since your first job? Some maybe it's 3, some might be 5, some might be 20, some might be 30. There's no right or wrong answer. So throw that in the chat if you want to. And then I want you to think about this. Out of all of those jobs, what percent of those jobs did you get from someone you knew or someone you knew who knew someone? For most people, there's going to be some anomalies here, but for most people, the majority of the jobs they've got that they've had are from people who they knew or who they knew who knew someone. We all have a core network. We've been building our core network since the day we've been born, right? We've been building our core network, our moms and our dads, the doctors, our aunts, our uncles. That's your core network. But over time, we build that out into friends, family, business acquaintances. So all of the opportunity that you've had all of these years have come from that core network that you have. So now imagine just blowing up and expanding that core network into something amazing. So all of the opportunities that you've had until now, imagine if you blew that up and expanded on that. Think of the opportunities that you would receive because of that. And I say this all the time in my posts, and I preach this in my growth lab and everything. I'm a firm believer that your network is your net worth, right? And I don't mean your network I don't mean the TCP/IP kind of network. I mean your network, the hands that you shake, how many hands you shake, how many relationships you are building, the trusted friendships that you have. That is your net worth, more so than the technology that you're holding in your hand, right? Or in your head. So that is it. Feel free, if, I do coaching. So if anyone wants to reach out, you are more than welcome to connect to me on LinkedIn, X, YouTube. Most of my presence is on LinkedIn. I leave my inbox open all day. So feel free. I thank all of you for the time. Thank all of you for being here today. Thank Rihanna. Again, all of the MCs, Josh Mason, Jared, and so on for this. So go get it, right? It's midsummer. Go get it. So that's all. Thank you very much. We're going to cue Jared.
Mike, thank you so much. That's invaluable information that you're sharing today about this. I saw through the chat, everybody's looking through at their LinkedIns now. So you're obviously sparking a lot of interest in what you're looking at. And everybody's like, oh yeah, look at that. I'm looking at my stuff now. And it is so important. We met 2.5 years ago. And at the time, my LinkedIn was sitting at about 100 people. And right now I'm sitting just under, I think, 6,300,
You blew it up.
followers.
You blew it up. And I'll say this to the others. Check Jared out. Check his profile out. He's right. He sat at about 200 people a year and a half, 2 years ago, and he's become an all-star on a platform. It's a level playing field, and all he's doing is sharing the wisdom that he has.
Yeah. And, at first, and a lot of people are apprehensive because it's like, oh, like you said, what do I share? And, sharing your personal experiences, sharing stories of things that's happened to you at work, sharing things that you learned, at work. Maybe you find a fix for something that you didn't know before. And it's just those little things will get you where you are, and consistency about, posting those things.
Yep. You're absolutely right. Absolutely.
So, question for you, Mike. So I'm, sure most of the people here today probably already have a LinkedIn, but if they want to tell somebody that maybe doesn't have a LinkedIn yet, maybe they want to grow their career, what's the very first thing, if you've never ever had the platform whatsoever, that you would tell somebody brand new to it?
To the platform, if you're just creating a profile?
Yep.
I would say, don't be too serious on the platform, right? LinkedIn is full of people in suits. Right? You don't have to be that person. I wear Vans hoodies all day for the most part. I wear goofy hats. Be yourself. You're all unique. You don't have to have a three-piece tux on or a three-piece suit on for your profile picture. Make it truly represent who you are. And then start surrounding yourself with people that you love their content. You love what they stand for, and start building those relationships. It starts with one connection and grows from there. Yeah,
and that's an absolute, speech right there, because, in the last year and a half, I've spoke at my first conference. I've been invited to this, which I'm super excited about. I've met so many people, Rihanna, Will, all the people that are speaking today. I've met most of them, and it's just been a fantastic experience, just getting out there and making yourself visible to people.
Yeah, you've had so much opportunity from this as well. Look at the people you've met, Jared. It's been great.
And it's been fantastic.
That's why we're all here today, is because of this platform.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Mike, I appreciate it so much. Thank you so much for taking your time today.
Absolutely.
And
take care of yourself.
Absolutely, Mike. Thank you. All right, guys. So we have reached, that is our last presenter of the day. And I'm going to go ahead and bring back Jonathan from the MCCOE. He's going to talk a little bit about just how the day went and how everything else was going. So Jonathan, if you want to go ahead and come up on.
Hello.
We hear you.
Hi. So you hear me? Good. All right. So as we wrap up this CyberSpeak Labs conference, I just want to thank each and every one of you for being part of this event. Your curiosity, engagement, and passion for cybersecurity are really, really what makes this community so powerful and so fun to be a part of. Before we go, I've got a few quick reminders for y'all. Be sure to check out the limited time CyberLab Con gear available through the link in the stream description. Be sure to get it, because once it's gone, it's gone. For those of you taking on the Escape Room Challenge, remember, the first 3 people to complete it will earn a special prize. You have until 8 a.m. Central Time tomorrow morning. And finally, we invite everybody to join the CyberSpeak Labs Discord for happy hour and networking. Cameras are optional. Good conversation is guaranteed. You'll find the Discord link in the stream description as well. And although the conference is ending, at the MCCOE, our work doesn't stop here. So if you'd still like to support us in our mission, you can always donate anytime you want at mccoe.org. Every contribution helps us train the next generation of cybersecurity professionals. And thank you again for being here. And we'll see you next time.
Jonathan, thank you so much. And just to caveat off that, guys, thank you so much for having such a great participation today with all these great speakers. Thank you so much to all of our donors and all of our sponsors and everybody that came through and, helped us get these interns going in the right direction for what they want to do. They obviously have picked a fantastic field. We're already in it, so we know what's up. So let's train these guys to get this. Guys, head over to that Discord. I believe that starts at 5 o'clock, a little networking event. Like you said, you don't have to have your cameras on, but it'd be good to, just kind of discuss things through the day that we went over and that maybe you had questions about that didn't get a chance to get answered. We're all available. Send us all connection requests on LinkedIn. Every one of us is more than happy to help you out. We're here to make sure that everybody grows, has an easier journey than we did growing into this. So I want to thank our amazing sponsor, our amazing host, Rihanna, for putting this on, because this is a fantastic event. Look forward to doing more stuff with you in the future. So without further ado, I will go ahead and stop this live stream. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for coming out today, and have a wonderful day.